Alrighty. Alrighty. What's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? What's up? How's everybody doing today? I'm joining up. I'm doing today? Fully setting up my stream real quick. Give me 1 second, everyone. How's everybody doing this lovely morning? Alrighty. Let me get everything fully set up. Let me let Instagram know I'm live. How's everybody doing? Luis, how you doing? One second. Let me tell Instagram I'm live. I'm live, everyone. All right, what's up, everyone joining in? Elara, how you doing? JB, what's up, Madden? How you doing? What's up? What's up, Kate? How you doing? Megan, how you doing? JB, what's up? What's up, Heidi? What's up, Maddie? What's up, Rachel? What's up, Amara? Ali, how you doing? Cobra, what's up? JJ, Nat, how you doing? Reggie, what's up? What's good, everyone joining in? How's everybody doing today? Courtney, how you doing? As always, good to see you. What's up, Lisi? What's up, Miranda? What's up, Katie? Devin, how you doing? Renee? What's up, Sammy? Brandon, how you doing? What's good, everyone joining in? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen and hope get it out to more people. Sorry, just texting my girlfriend. 1 second, everyone. We're going to get debates up here by around right now. This is around when I start adding people up, so we're going to start getting people up here in a second. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen right now. We are just looking for some debates. We just started up the stream. Thank you for the autumn leaves. Thank you. We're going to get the debates going right now. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Everybody, give it a second for people to join up. Sorry, it's really early in the morning. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
9 years old.
Okay, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
He kind of just goes with everything. I'm like Christian raised household. Just kind of supports all the values in terms of abortion, the Bible, things like that. So I was kind of just pushed in that direction as a young age, and I think that it's working out right now.
So you think he upholds Christian values to a greater extent? So like what Christian values?
His views on abortion.
So nowhere in the Bible does it say that abortion should be illegal. Can you tell me where that says that?
Well, no, but thou shalt not kill, right? And it's a form of killing, murdering another human being.
Well, it would be thou shalt not murder. Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Well, that's why you get legal consent, right? With somebody like a power of attorney. So I think it's up to them, but it's still someone in the family, right?
Okay, but that determination isn't there if it is the case that they're sentient, right? So they're still cellularly speaking alive, right? So your standard of murder isn't going to be met just at cellular life, obviously.
And then also, like, aside from that, I think that getting trans women out of the sports and stuff, I think that was huge. I think that also goes against the Bible, right?
Can you name one trans person that was specifically dominating women's
sports?
Yeah,
Leah Thomas.
And also, where in the Bible does it say that? No, Leah Thomas was absolutely not dominating. What are you talking about?
No, they don't.
What do you
talk
consider
about
dominating?
In the Bible, but
she definitely did not
you're
win
not
every
supposed
time.
to change your everything that God has given you in terms of parts and everything like that. Like just like tattoos and everything like that's kind of
so
against
getting
the Bible
surgery is
too.
wrong.
Yes.
Knee surgery is wrong, chat. You heard it here first, folks. If you're Christian, you can't get knee surgery. You can't get heart surgery. You can't do anything. You've just got to never go to the doctor. Don't go to the doctor. If you get your arm broken, don't get a cast. Okay, don't change your body at all. Don't put clothes on. Okay, you got to be naked 24/7. Okay. Do not change your body. Don't put glasses on, okay? Those are wrong. Those are sinful, demonic, okay? Don't do that. That was ridiculous. They just left. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, why do you just leave? Like, dude's like, you can't change your body at all. Okay, bud. Okay, bud. Just because you didn't shower or do anything or shave or anything this entire week doesn't mean everyone else has to do the same thing, okay? The Bible does not tell us to do that, okay? All right, let's go to the next individual. I'm sorry, that's like actually the logical conclusion of that point. If you can't change your body at all, I guess we can't shower anymore, dude. That's fucked. Did you watch yesterday's Jubilee video? No, I didn't. Yo, what's it called to you? Why is Parker always speaking hypotheticals?
Yeah, I've debated you.
You already
Yeah, I've
debated me?
debated you and Harry like 6 months ago when I destroyed you both.
I wasn't friends with Harry
When
6
you
months
used to
ago.
be friends with Harry before the whole scandal.
Yeah, I wasn't friends with Harry 6 months ago.
Yeah, you a little more than 6 months ago, you and Harry were both debating against like people. You
lot
were
of
doing a
more.
live together.
A lot of more. So why do you still support Trump then?
Well, it's obvious he ended 7 wars. Even the monks spoke for the first time and wanted to nominate him for the Nobel Prize. Even the winner who won the Nobel Prize dedicated the Nobel Prize to him, Maria from Venezuela. I mean, the Amish, when they voted for the first time in history, they voted for Trump. It's clear as day, man. I mean, like, immigration is down to 20 crossings
hold
a
up.
day
Are you
coming from
driving?
the chief of border. What?
Are you driving?
No, I'm not driving.
Okay, just to clarify. Okay, a few things. Could you name 3 of the 7 wars that he ended?
Yeah, the Cambodia war, right? The Indian war, and the Uganda war.
So what happened with Cambodia?
Yeah, they're like there's no more fight. There's no they seized the war.
Who are they fighting with?
What do you mean? Who were they fighting with?
Yeah, who are they fighting with?
Who we know who they were fighting with.
Mm-hmm. Who?
Who else? Their enemy.
And who was their enemy?
Come on, man. It's semantics, man. Like I'm not gonna play this game.
Dude, you don't even know what you're talking about, dude. Why are you accrediting stuff to Trump? You haven't even looked into it. You don't even know who he ended the war with, dude.
I
And then
actually
for
came
India,
up because I
they
wanted to
didn't say that for
rebuttal
both
some-
sides. And then Uganda specifically, he was trying to get mineral rights.
Well, I wanted a rebuttal to when you were debating with that guy about the Bible and transgender, because I do remember in Genesis
Nice
chapter
pivot.
1 verse 23. No. Well, that's the reason. The main reason why I wanted to come up here was because in Genesis chapter 1 verse 23. It specifically says that man made a man and female to not be changed, for the gender to not be changed. So it is a sin.
Oh, yeah, so you didn't put clothes on today, did you? You didn't shower?
How is that changing my gender?
Wait, no, it never says anything about changing gender. You just said you shouldn't change at all, right? Apparently, that's what
No,
you think
change
it says.
gender.
No, it
You
doesn't
shouldn't
say.
change gender.
It doesn't say you shouldn't
That's what
change
the Bible
gender.
says in
No, it doesn't. In Genesis, it does not say you shouldn't change genders. Like, what? That's not what
Yeah,
in
it
Genesis
does,
it
man.
says. I can read it for you. That's not what Genesis says, bro.
I'll read it for you right.
Go for it, buddy. Dude, dude, this guy's making up his own Bible verses, bro. Come on.
His gender
Dude,
is a divine, immutable,
you cut out. I can't hear you, man.
it says a gender is a immutable binary
Where does it say the verse number?
that cannot be changed.
Okay, where does it say this?
In Genesis chapter 1 verse,
Verse what?
I just told you, verse 27.
Okay, verse 20. Well, yeah, you cut out whenever you swipe out of the app. It just says, so God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them. That's it.
If you keep reading all the way in the bottom.
Okay, where in the bottom does it say this?
I mean, it depends what Bible you're reading.
Wait, which Bible says this? Tell me which translation.
St. James.
You mean King James?
King James.
Oh, dude, what? It's always the King James version, bro. Dude, I'm sorry. Do you actually read that? There's no way you actually read that. Art thou, move this way, St. James. So 27. It just says, so God created man in his own image. In the image of God, created he him. Male and female created he them. That's all it says. And then it talks about you having dominion over the fish of the sea and like the animals and stuff. So like I'm confused, bro. I'm sorry. Nowhere in this Bible does it say, "Art thou shall not be trans."
I mean, it's not going to say it specifically, but we can all interpret what they're saying.
There's no verse here that you could interpret to say that.
I mean, do you have kids?
Yeah, I have 10 children.
No, you don't. Seriously, you're like 22 years old, dude.
I'm 23.
Exactly. So you don't have 10 kids.
Yeah, I do.
So it's easy to be for trans when you don't have kids.
I'm sorry. What do you mean? I'm sorry. What about having children or not changes your position on trans people?
Because I don't want my daughters going in a room with a grown ass man.
So then
going in a restroom with a grown ass man.
So then obviously, specifically Donald Trump, who bragged about walking into changing rooms of naked women while they were changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls.
You do know that
listen. Can I finish? Can you hear what I'm saying first and then respond? Is that okay? So then why do you still support Donald Trump even though he bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they were changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms that Donald Trump would barge in without their consent?
You know that's a lie. That's CNN propaganda. He would not. Why would anybody in their right state of mind, especially someone as intelligent as Trump, brag about something knowing that it would backfire on him? The fact that you even said that, it's clear as day, it's propaganda. They like to change the narrative, just like you guys think that he said smart people don't like me. Do you know the real story behind that? He was having a conversation with somebody where he quoted what the person said in the conversation. So when he said that, those weren't his words. He was quoting what somebody said. Yeah, exactly. He said that quoting somebody else. Exactly, and that's what the liberal bias media does. They take what he says without telling you the whole story.
So tell me the whole story here.
So you have.
So the whole story. Yeah, the whole story
hold on.
is.
I'm trying to play it for you. Listen.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So is that CNN propaganda? Is that just fake information?
You still haven't proved anything, and I'm trying to explain to you when he said smart people don't like me. He was
You're
quoting
changing the
something
topic.
that somebody said in a
I don't-
conversation he had.
I honestly don't care. We were talking about this. That you brought up the smart people don't like me point to pivot away from addressing the point that Donald Trump bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they were changing without their consent.
And
an 18-year-old came out said there were 4 girls
I
as young
didn't
as
pivot.
15
I
years old.
answered you. That's propaganda. We
That's
all
not-
know
I
that's
just-
bullshit propaganda.
Hey, dude, you just called it propaganda. I just played the video for you. Did you hear it?
Yeah, and it didn't prove anything about
It did.
that scenario.
Did you? I mean, just because you didn't listen
I
to it.
listened.
Well,
Yeah, I
then
did.
Then what did it say?
It didn't incriminate. He would never incriminate himself,
No,
especially
just
if
repeat. What did he
didn't do
say?
it.
Repeat. What did he say?
Well, I'm not gonna remember verbatim, but he more or less said, something about he can like do whatever he wants.
What else?
That's what I remember.
That's it. That's all you remember from what I just played. So you didn't listen.
Play it again.
Okay.
To do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Key word there: women, not children. Women.
Okay, so he didn't listen to what I said. I'll repeat
Yeah, I
what I
did
said
listen.
originally again. I'll repeat what I originally said. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they were changing without their consent, and an 18-year-old came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, so Donald Trump would barge in. So an 18-year-old verified that there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old there, right? Specifically, right, in the context in which Donald Trump bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they were changing without clothes on.
Yeah, but hearsay is not compelling evidence. That's hearsay.
You mean first person account eyewitnesses? So then you must not believe that Jesus rose from the dead, right? Under your view? I mean, what's your evidence that Jesus rose from the dead?
I mean, you guys want to call Trump a felon, but Jesus was a felon also. Isn't that why he was crucified in the first place?
Do you want to answer my question instead of just pivoting again? I'm going to go crazy. Answer the question, right? Do you believe that Jesus rose from the dead?
Not really.
You don't? You're not a Christian?
No, I'm a Christian, but
Mr.
I don't
Autumn
believe
leaves.
in the hocus pocus aspect of it.
You're a Christian who doesn't believe in the resurrection of Jesus Christ?
But yeah, because that's like believing in Santa Claus, man. Like I believe in Christianity, but I believe in the morals of Christianity, not in the hocus pocus part of it.
Okay. All right. I guess then you're not Christian. You don't say that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior? You deny Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior? That doesn't sound like you.
No, I don't.
You don't. So then you do accept him as your Lord and Savior, and you believe that he died for you on the cross and rose from the dead.
Yes, I believe in that. Yes.
Okay, you just contradicted yourself. Okay, what evidence?
No, I didn't, because I don't believe.
You
that
said you
he
just don't believe in the
magically-
hocus pocus.
Yeah, I believe that he died for our sins, but I don't believe that he just magically rose and resurrected.
So you just said that you believed that, though. So you do believe that he? Do you believe that he rose from the dead, or do you not believe that? Which one?
I believe that he unalived for our sins in the cross, but I don't believe that he rose from the grave.
Okay, so then how did he die for your sins if he didn't rise from the grave? Rise from the grave, because then he didn't follow the
You can be
messianic.
unalive and not
Wait,
be
so then
resurrected.
So then he wasn't the Messiah.
Well, you do realize that the Jews are still waiting for the Messiah. That's why they breed every day like
Oh my
like
God!
rabbits.
I'm asking you though. I'm asking you about your position. Okay, no Christian holds this position. Shut the fuck up, dude. You're just trying to say this so you don't have to answer
Are you
my
a
question.
Christian?
No Christian holds this position. I grew up in a Christian conservative household. Not a single Christian I've met in my entire fucking life has said that Jesus did not rise from the dead. Okay, not a single fucking Christian. You would be the first Christian I've ever fucking met in my life that said that shit.
I'm a 1 in 7 billion.
Yeah, I mean, I used to do a live talking to Christians. Did you know that? I used to do a live prove to me Christianity is true, right? And it is the case that literally I would talk to Christians all the time, right? And not a single fucking one said that, okay? You'd be the first fucking person.
Yeah, I'm awesome like that, dude.
Okay, obviously, okay, then let's address this. Do you believe in any crimes in which there are eyewitnesses? Like, if there was an eyewitness to a crime, do you think that's sufficient evidence to believe that it occurred?
No, because if the person is being biased, you know, that's just another example of hearsay.
Okay.
I believe
Okay.
in
So
compelling
then,
evidence.
so then let's clarify. Let's clarify. Someone goes and chops your leg off. Okay, right? You were the only one that saw this. Should we believe you?
That's different. I'm the victim.
Oh, so only when you're the victim should we believe you. But if someone else is the victim, we shouldn't
Why
believe
would the
them.
victim lie about something that happened to them? That doesn't make sense.
Oh, so why would the 18-year-old lie about something that happened to them? Why would E. Jean Carroll lie about something that happened to her?
Oh, I love.
Why
that
would
you
the
brought up
26
Jean
women
Carroll.
lie
Oh,
about the sexual misconduct they claim that Donald Trump engaged in towards them?
I can answer that. I can answer that. So why did E. Jean Carroll wait 28 years? And not only did she wait 28 years, but she specifically waited for the timing, which was impeccable. She decided to go after him during his first presidency run. Don't you think the timing was impeccable? Like, what a coincidence, gee. And let's not forget the fact that she didn't have any compelling evidence other than a testimony of her best friend, which is kind of biased. And what else? She had a photo of her and Trump. Like, that's not very compelling evidence. That's why she couldn't go after him for rape, and she had to just settle. Which, by the way, he appealed it.
He lost the appeal, and they didn't settle. He was forced to pay, okay? And the evidence was enough to get the entire unanimous decision of a jury to say that Donald Trump sexually abused E. Jean Carroll, and the judge indicated that that meant forcefully penetrating her vagina against her will. So if you think that a man forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will is not rape, what do you consider rape to be?
That was, and also, let's not forget the fact that her net worth was only $100,000.
Can you answer the question? Can I have no, she was a millionaire at that time. Can you answer the question?
No. She, her net worth was $100,000.
This is so disingenuous.
I did my research.
Hey, I'm sorry. When I tell you things, I want you to respond to them. I don't want this fucking random pivot that you're going to engage in every single time. You do it one more time, I'm kicking you from the stream, and I'm done wasting my fucking time. Answer the damn questions or get the fuck off my stream. You wasteful piece of fucking shit.
What was the question?
And answer. You don't even know.
There goes the liberalism.
I'm sorry. Yeah, there goes the idiocracy. Answer and engage with the point, or get off my stream.
All right. What's the question, and I'll answer it.
Well, I have to go and go back into have myself repeat it. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, because you went on a rant. So
shut up.
What was the question?
Penetrating a woman's vagina against her will is not. Do you think a man forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will is rape?
No, absolutely it is, but that's not what happened.
Okay, that's exactly what happened.
If it did, he would be in prison.
The reason why he's not in a criminal court, or because of statute of limitations, meaning that regardless of the level of evidence, after a certain amount of years, they can't try the case in a criminal court.
And why do you think she waited 28 years? Don't you think it's a little strange that she deliberately?
You can't do math.
Yeah, it was 28 years. It was exactly 28 years.
No,
yeah, it was. Look it up. I'll give you a galaxy.
Can you do 19 plus 4?
Look it up.
Yeah, it was 23. Right? It was. She said 1995.
No, it was 28 years.
So shut up. 1995, 1996, and she accused him in 2019. Can you do the math?
In 20.
When
it was. When was it?
1995, 1996, and she accused him in 2019. So can you do the math there?
Yeah, she accused him, but when was he found? When was he found guilty?
He was found 3 years later. So that was 26.
And it wasn't. By the way, it was in 1995.
Yeah, she said 1995, 1996. That's what she said.
No, forget about what she said. The facts is, it was in 1995, dude.
When was it?
It was
forget what she said. When did it happen? Let me know.
It was in 1990. It was in 1991, I believe. Was it 91?
Really? Where'd you get this information from?
From the case documents online, like the actual
case documents do not say that. Do you want to bet?
Wait, it was 90. Give me 1 second. Let me
Wait, no,
check.
do you want to
real
bet?
quick.
Let's put money on it right now. Shake. Let's put money on it. How much? Your life savings? I know you're wrong, buddy. Like you did not look at the case documents. The case documents
no,
don't say
I did.
1991.
It's just,
Like, what are
was
you
like
talking
a year
about?
ago. I read it like a year ago, so obviously I'm not going to remember every detail a year later. But like I remember, it was specifically 28 years.
No,
She
you're
waited
wrong. You
28
did the math
years.
wrong. You did the math wrong. MAGA math. Okay, and also in terms of this, that specifically her taking that long to come out is actually expected because victims take decades to come out, especially when the perpetrator of the crime is a rich and powerful man.
All right, so
Okay.
why
And
was
the
the,
reason-
timing
and-
so
and-
impeccable?
I'll tell you. So and specifically, it makes sense for a victim to come out after seeing their the person who assaulted them in a position of power like the president. They don't want them to be able to be in a position like that in the long run. Therefore, it makes sense for them to come out in these contexts. And actually, the reason that she specifically brought up was that she didn't want her family to have to hear the stories of this and have to go through everyone not believing her, right, and lying about her and making up bullshit claims about her, and her family to have to specifically go through that, right? So that's actually like the specific reason in that connotation. And many victims have these types of reasons because of the stigmatization within society, right, targeted towards them, right? Just simply
Yeah,
for
but
saying
why
what
did
happened
she
to them.
use? Why did she lie about the dress?
She didn't.
Yeah, the dress was the wrong year and the whole wrong year and the wrong design,
That was a made up lie.
according to the store that
Well,
the dress was bought
Really?
from.
Really? What was the dress from? What store?
I forgot the name specifically, but
Donna
they
Karen.
said that
So, by the way, you
place
just
where she
lied.
bought the dress from.
I'm sorry.
The owner of the
Dude,
of
this
the
has been
place where
debunked
she
for-
bought the
this has
dress
been
from
debunked
said that
for
was
years.
The wrong.
This has been a lie debunked for years. Okay.
Says who? CNN.
No, it says literally the dress itself, right? It's a Donna Karen dress from the 80s. Okay, so you please do research before you make claims that like E. Jean Carroll's lying. And also, this original point of us talking about this was you saying, "Oh, why would they lie about these things?" Right? Well, then you shouldn't believe that specifically the 26 women that have come out against Donald Trump, specifically about sexual misconduct towards them, right? You should believe that they aren't lying.
All right. So what about the 27 men that E. Jean Carroll accused of rape in her own memoir?
She didn't.
Like
She did not
clearly,
accu-
she's delusional.
She did not accuse 27 men. Why do you
Have
just
you
keep
read her
make-
memoir? I read her memoir.
There's two people. It was Donald Trump, right? And it was like Les.
She mentioned 27.
No,
in
it
her
wasn't.
memoir.
You want to bet? You want to bet? How much money do you want to put on this? Give me a fucking number right now.
Have you read her memoir? Because I did. and
Give
it
me a
said
number.
27.
Give me a number. You're so fucking
I'll
certain.
bet
Give me a
it.
number.
I'll bet let's see. I'll bet a hand heart.
No, I want a genuine, actual bet.
I'm not a gambler.
Okay, well,
It
'cause
goes
you know you're
against
wrong.
my Christian beliefs.
Shut the fuck up. You literally said that Jesus didn't rise from the dead. I don't want to hear it. Actually
I don't
engage.
believe in the hocus pocus part, but I believe in morals.
Where
of
in the
Christianity.
Bible does it say that you can't take a bet?
Thou shalt not gamble.
That's not a fucking commandment.
No, it's not, but it's a sin.
And it also
Gambling is
says
a
in the
sin.
Bible, thou shall not be this fucking stupid. Jesus Christ, dude. Please actually engage with the points that I'm bringing up.
So why do you hate Trump so much? I don't get it. He's been doing fabulous these last 7 months.
Sydney, I push the galaxy. Do you like pivoting? Is that like your favorite thing to do?
No, I'm asking you genuinely. What is it about
My
Trump
neck
you don't
hurts.
like?
Genuinely. Do you even remember what we were just talking about? Hello?
Yeah, E. Jean Carroll.
Yeah, so can we finish talking about that and then we can move on?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. So again, right? Specifically, can we please address this? Right? You're saying that it is the case that in terms of the scenario that she's lying, that she specifically accused 27 different men. You keep coming up with all these lies, right, to try and act like she's lying. You have no evidence of that. She didn't claim that, right? It was not 27 men. You made that up. Why can't you
No, I
admit that?
didn't.
You did.
No, I didn't. I genuinely read it in her memoir.
No, you didn't. What fucking memoir did you read? What book? What's the name of the book?
forgot the name of the damn book. It was last year.
Really? Can you tell me anything about what the book looks like? Tell me what the cover looks like at all.
It was white.
Is that it?
Yeah.
That's all you could say?
I mean, shit. Do you remember where you took a piss a year ago? No, right?
No, but I'm just saying, like, what does the book look like?
Dude, it
You
was
said-
over a year ago. I don't fucking remember. But I do remember the specifics. And I remember clearly reading how she was mentioning 27 other men.
Yeah, she didn't. She didn't mention 27 men that sexually assaulted her. She never said that. Okay, you made that up. You keep making up lies specifically to
No,
say that
dude.
she... You keep
I mean,
making...
just because you say I made it up doesn't mean I made it up. I'm telling you what I read.
Yeah, so...
You don't
again,
have to believe me.
Yeah, so you say that I don't have to believe you, right? I'm obviously I don't believe you. You didn't do any research, and I'm proving you wrong.
Of
as we
course
speak.
not. It's called TDS.
Did you just say I have TDS?
Yeah.
That was really
Because
cringe.
even Trump said it best himself. Even if he came up with the cure of cancer, liberals and Democrats would still not approve of him.
Yeah, if Donald Trump opened up death camps, you'd still support the guy. I'm not trolling. Like, you would literally still support the guy. You'd be like, oh, they're not actually death
we
camps.
wouldn't.
Yes, you would. You would totally
No, we
make up lies
wouldn't.
about them. Okay?
No,
There's not
we
a single thing Donald Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting the guy. I'm serious. The guy literally sexually abuses women, right? You just say that they're lying no matter what. You say it's politically biased because they came out with the information after they came for president. You'd be like, "Oh, you know what? No one said this about Donald Trump since he became
Yeah,
president.
but
so
what
I actually
about
don't
when
believe
Biden
any of the
tried to-
claims even though there's verified video evidence, even though there's literally people talking about the fact that it happened.
Yeah,
I don't
and
believe any
that-
of that because they're Democrat lies. Those are Democrat hoaxes." Like, serious, you would believe
Hey,
everything
did
that
you
Donald
forget
Trump
when
tells you.
Biden granted clemency to a...
Donald Trump could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and you'd still support the guy. He said it
Yeah,
himself.
but what about when Biden granted
What about
clemency to
Biden? What
PG?
about Biden?
Yeah,
What
he
about
granted
Biden?
He
Woo!
granted
What about
clemency to
Biden?
Patria.
Don't forget what I'm saying when you say what about Biden. Woo!
Yeah, Biden granted clemency to a Patrio. You forgot about Shanlin Jin?
Wait, who? Who? Because I can give you literally
Shanlin
people
Jin.
I can give you people Donald Trump
Patrio.
pardoned who assaulted children.
What about the pre-pardons Biden did before his term ended?
Wait, say that again?
What was it, like 60, something like 60 pre-pardons? I don't know the number, but it was a lot. He pre-pardoned a bunch of corrupted politicians right before his term ended, including his son.
Yeah, can you tell me one? Okay, so why do you keep pivoting every single time I ask you about a question? It's like I ask you about it, you just pivot. It's like you know that you have no evidence backing up anything that you say. So any type of actual critical analysis of any of the views that you express on the live, right, can't actually uphold that. So you have to like then pivot into another topic and then lie about something else. If you make up a million different lies, it is the case that we won't be able to address all of the lies. So you'll just be able to get away with it in your own head.
All right, I could tell you things I don't like about Trump. If you think I'm biased.
No, tell me one thing Donald Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him.
One thing that he could do. I mean, shit. If he's in the Epstein files, I'll definitely stop supporting him.
He
100%.
literally is in the Epstein files. He like
Well,
literally
when-
is.
when it
He was
come-
briefed
well-
on that.
All right, but when it comes, it hasn't come out yet. When the list
Wait,
comes
Biden.
out, if
I'm sorry,
he-
Biden, when he was president, released the flight logs that Donald Trump was on. He is in the Epstein files.
Yeah, but that's different. That's when he was invited to the island, to the party.
Those are the files.
Island party.
Wait, I'm sorry. Those are the Epstein files.
Yeah, but being invited, being on an invitation list doesn't really incriminate
you mean going on
like,
the
he
flight?
Had no he had no. So you're telling me
7
if I
times?
send you an invitation, that makes you guilty?
No,
like
no.
how
If
do
he,
you
if
have
he,
control
no,
of
if
me
he, no,
sending
this,
you an
it-
invitation?
dude. Hey. A flight log means he was on the plane 7 times.
Yeah, so was Harris. And
No,
there's
she wasn't.
multiple.
No,
Oh
she
yeah,
wasn't.
she's been in multiple.
Dude.
Dude, there's
Makes up
videos
another
and
lie,
photos
dude. Wait,
everywhere
what?
on the-
Wait, I'm sorry. What
There's
evidence? Do you,
videos and photos.
really? There's
online
video.
everywhere.
You think there's videos and
Yes.
photos? Wait, you think there's videos and
of
photos?
her and Epstein
Stop.
together in parties.
Stop.
Yes,
Stop.
absolutely.
No, there's not. There's no video evidence and picture evidence of Kamala Harris with Jeffrey Epstein. That's actually Donald Trump. I know that you can't tell the difference apparently in your head because it is the case that for some reason, right, it is the case that you make mistakes. For some reason, you can't acknowledge any accountability on behalf of Trump. You have to believe it's not Trump, and it has to be somebody else. That was Trump. Trump said he was his closest friend for 15 fucking years, 10 to 15 years.
And when
Epstein said that too. Trump said that Epstein was a terrific guy and he likes beautiful women as much as he does. Many of them on the younger side. And then watch, you're about to make up a lie about why they stopped being friends, and then I'll debunk it by showing you what Trump said. So try it. Say it.
Yeah, so as soon as Trump found out all the dirty stuff that was going on with Epstein, he immediately
like what?
stopped being friends with him.
What did he find out about Epstein that led to him not being friends with him anymore?
Like everything, like the underage smexing, the parties, like all the nasty stuff. Like once Trump found out, he stopped being friends with him.
Wait, when did he find that? Wait, when did he find out about that? He found out about that back then?
Not too long ago. Like what, 5-6 years ago, maybe 4 years ago.
So you think he was friends 4 years ago with Jeffrey Epstein? When Jeffrey Epstein was dead?
No, he found. No, Epstein unalived what, like 4 years ago, right? It's been like
over
3
that.
or 4 years now. Yeah.
It's been 5.
No, right. Yeah. Like
about 6.
Like right before that, like a couple years before that, when he found out, he didn't want nothing to do with him.
Oh, a couple years before. So then, why was he wishing Ghislaine Maxwell well?
I have no idea. I would have to look that up and see how true that is.
Yeah, he did that he literally did that. He wished her well. A child sex trafficker that did it with Epstein, where again he apparently knew that he was doing this at this time, according to your own view, right? And yet he still specifically did that. He still wished her well. I wonder why he did that. Why is he talking about pardoning her right now?
No, he's not gonna pardon her. Like I know.
Would you stop supporting him if he did?
Probably, because that's pretty crazy. But I don't think he's gonna pardon her. I've heard the rumors online where
Would you stop supporting him?
He's gonna. Yeah, I would.
Okay, you would. So you wouldn't vote for him anymore. Wow. So at that point it's disgusting, but not all of the context prior. Not him saying you dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Not him being held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Not him saying his daughter is voluptuous throughout her entire life, which means curvy and sexually attractive. Saying his sex in common with his daughter. Saying Yad Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. None of those things are too far, right?
Yeah, because a lot of that is propaganda and exaggerated.
What was propaganda and exaggerated? I could play the video.
All right, so like when he said that about his daughters, he's just talking about like innocently, genuinely innocently saying how beautiful his daughter is. What father? I have 2 daughters, and my daughters are absolutely beautiful. Like, what's wrong with that? Saying your daughters are beautiful.
Would you call your daughters voluptuous right now? Do it right now. Do it.
No, I wouldn't.
Why not?
Because it's a little weird. But everybody has their own way of
wait,
affection.
Why is it weird? Why is it weird? I thought it was innocent. I thought it was so innocent.
I don't remember him saying voluptuous, but if he did say that,
really?
it's a little weird. But everybody has their own way of expressing.
You know what? You are multiple times. 2006.
By the way, your daughter,
She's beautiful.
can I say this? A piece of ass.
Yeah.
She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous. She's tall. She's almost 6 feet tall.
Yeah, so would you say that about your daughters? Would you like to do that? Go ahead.
Howard Stern said.
Just go ahead real quick. You said it was totally innocent. Go for it.
Weird. No, but that's weird, but he was just repeating what Howard Stern said.
I'm sorry, would you like to repeat it as well? Repeat what Howard Stern just said? Well, you said it's totally innocent.
I wouldn't.
You said it's totally innocent, so go for it.
I wouldn't.
Okay, why not?
But everybody to each their own.
Wait, why wouldn't you?
A little weird.
What's weird about it? What's weird about it?
Because voluptuous is kind of like a sexual word.
Oh, wait. So then, like, you think you'd still support him even though he was saying sexual words about his daughter? So not very innocent, right?
He was repeating what Howard Stern said. Those weren't from his own words.
That was
He
from his.
just repeating.
So then why would you repeat it? I'm sorry. If someone else said that, would
I
you
don't know.
repeat it?
The fact that he
I'm sorry.
repeated it,
If some guy was talking to you and said that about your daughter, would you repeat it?
No,
Okay, so can you why not? Maybe because it was.
because it's weird.
Oh, and why is it weird?
I mean, I'm not gonna repeat it again, but you know what?
Why is it? Because it's sexual.
It's not
Right. So
yeah,
so you
it's
think
not appropriate.
Okay, so then I have a question. So you're just totally you'd still vote for him even if he sexualized his own daughter?
That's not sexualizing your own daughter.
Really? Calling his own daughter voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive, is not him from his own perspective sexualizing his daughter. He also said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. That is absolutely sexualizing his daughter.
I mean, I would have cursed Howard Stern out on the spot for talking about my daughter like that. I don't know why he.
Oh,
even
you wouldn't.
Howard Stern.
So then why would you support the guy who said yeah about that to his own, about talking about his own daughter?
Yeah, but that was Howard Stern more than anything else.
Well, let's look what he said with a group of people.
You know, said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know.
How old was she at the time?
Does that matter?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. I'm just curious.
Why does that matter?
It doesn't matter. No, because it's weird.
Why-
No, it's weird.
why-
I don't. Listen, Trump says a lot of weird shit, man, but it doesn't mean that he wasn't the best candidate for the country with his policies.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Like, I agree, he could say a lot of weird shit.
So I have a question. If he came out and said that they were in a relationship together, right? Would you still support him?
Oh, hell no. Because first of all, incest is illegal in most states in America.
Okay. So then if he's specifically sexualizing his daughter, would you still support him?
No.
Okay, so
because I have two daughters myself.
Yeah, we just showed you clips of him sexualizing his daughter. Therefore, you don't support him anymore, right?
Yeah, that was Howard Stern. He was just repeating. I need more compelling evidence.
Here wasn't with Howard Stern. He just said he would date his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter, and that wasn't even with Howard Stern. That was on The View. So explain to me why he did it in that context. That was unprompted. Wait, that was actually unprompted.
All right, I would have to do my own diligent research because you do know people.
Really?
People's
now you need to do
voices
research. I just played it for you.
Videos and voices can be edited.
So now we created this video and we edited it in 2016 before AI existed. Really? We time traveled to the future. We developed AI. We took it back to the past, and then we had Trump say something right through the context of AI. Yes, we definitely did that, and then we uploaded it in 2016, right? That makes so much sense.
You do realize it was in 2016 in America, but Japan had AI long before that.
We did not have AI that could do this in 2016 anywhere around the world.
And Japan
also, by the way, I just want to clarify. That's when the YouTube video is from. The clips that these are from the early 2000s and from the 90s. So please explain to me how in the early 2000s and in the 90s, anywhere around the world had good enough AI to be able to create this video. Because this is a video of him saying this. It's a video of him saying it. I'll show you the video. It's not just an audio clip. It's a video of this guy saying it.
I mean, if you can show me a video, I would still have to see the video myself. I'm gonna look it up.
Really? No, I'll play it right now.
Because if all of this is true,
ridiculous.
I'm definitely gonna change my view on him. If this is true,
okay.
Because I have two daughters myself.
Okay. Alrighty, take a look.
And I wouldn't support a guy who's because that's disturbing.
2006.
I said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Stop it! Oh, it's so weird. Stop it. You know what? You are sick.
Far
It's a short clip, like. I mean, it looked kind of fake, man. To be honest with you.
Really? That looked fake. How did that look fake?
It looked like it was like it didn't look real. I don't know, like the movements, everything.
Really?
Like it looked like it was it looked like it was AI.
Really? This looks AI?
I said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
I mean, that's his always. Whoa, sorry.
I'm gonna look it up.
Wait, this I'm showing you right now.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm gonna do some more diligent research and dig deeper into it. And if it is true, then I will come back to you live, like in the near future, and I would say you were right. I have no problem admitting where Trump is wrong, especially with that. I have 2 daughters. I don't know if you have any kids. You said you did, but I'm assuming you were trolling. But
No, I genuinely do
anybody
have 10
that has
children.
kids, huh?
I genuinely do have 10 children. I know it's like something that's out of the ordinary, but I do. Lorelai, thank you so much for the galaxy.
Like
thank you.
biological? Biological?
Yes.
And you're 23.
Yes.
Wow. I mean, hey. I guess you can afford it with all the money you're making. So yeah, I guess it makes sense. As long as you can afford to take care of them, hey, that's awesome.
Okay. Okay. Well, so like, what was your point about children?
No, yeah, like if you're a father and have kids, yeah, and if that's true with Trump, yeah, I totally would change my views on him, and I would not support him anymore.
Okay. All right. So I hope that you get to a point where you don't support him. That would be great.
Yeah, I'm gonna do some diligent research and dig deep, and actually after this, I'm gonna look up some videos and just check out several sources, like dependent sources.
All right, bet. And you're going to be supporting Zoran by the end of it. I can't wait.
No, definitely not him.
Why not?
Definitely not.
Why not?
I don't believe in socialism, because most socialism is done in like communist countries. Look at North Korea.
Hold up. So he's a democratic socialist. So he believes in like social democratic reforms, right? That's what he believes in. So like he's not saying that we should have like a full socialist economy right now or anything. And
yeah,
that's not possible either.
So... Yeah,
like,
I'm in New York
especially from a
City,
mayoral
so
standpoint.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah,
but,
no,
yeah.
I'm definitely not gonna support.
All right. Well, regardless, I was just trying to mess with you. But yeah, so make sure to go look that up. Please research that. That's definitely important. All right.
All right, I will.
All right. Appreciate you coming up.
All right.
All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let me say thank you to a few people real quick. Darling, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yes, it is literally like the cover is black, not white. Yeah, that's true. Kara, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's absolutely crazy. Thank you so much. Absolutely. We'll always keep up the fight. Thank you so much, Kara. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Taylor with the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we have some W's for Taylor in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Taylor. Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Taylor. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry. I think people should absolutely believe it. That's why the statute of limitations is so crazy, especially because like the fact that people don't realize, especially the victims take a long time to come out because of the societal stigmatization targeted towards victims, right? Is also like a problem. And by the way, everyone, I do not actually have 10 children. I was just messing. Maybe I need to actually say that for some people, but I feel like it's an obvious joke. I don't have any children. Okay. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
49.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do, Parker. We spoke Saturday night when I was on one of your lives. I just wanted to speak for a few.
Because it was recent, I do appreciate you coming up. The only reason I had the last person up was because it was the beginning of the stream, and I was trying to get people on, and they hadn't talked to me since like probably prior to the election. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, D.
What's up, Dean?
Yeah, thank you for the $10. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Of course I do.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
President Trump, 100%.
And yes, today, everyone, welcome to the Dean Withers Show, everybody. If you like the content, everyone, follow. If you have not already, subscribe. If you haven't already as well, I would really appreciate if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Go ahead. Why do you support Trump?
Yes, so I support President Trump. Would you like to say, can I say like why I support him in general or his second term? Like, does it matter?
Yeah, you could just say why you support him in general.
Okay, so no tax on tips. Tips, as you know, he said that on the campaign trail. A closed border, you know, we have to have a safe America. You know, we're a country of immigrants, but we got to be safe at the same time.
Just hold up real quick. Your microphone is a little bit like hard to hear. Is there a way you could fix it real quick?
Would you like me to join off my other? Can you hear me a bit better?
I think it's better this way.
Okay. So what else did he do? Oh yeah, peace through strength. You know, he's been doing ceasefires, as you know.
You can back up a little bit, but we're good. You're good. Yeah, you're good.
Oh, okay. You know, the ceasefire that he just proposed, which is amazing. We do need peace in America. And you know, the whole men and women's bathrooms. Okay, hold on. You know, we can't.
A little bit quieter, but yeah. Okay, so would you ever vote for a candidate that, you know, like a man specifically that walked into the changing rooms of naked women while they were changing?
I mean, if they're good, why does it have to be personal? I think if they're good politically, then yes, I would still vote for him. Yes.
So then you don't actually care about that. You just said you wanted to ban that, but then you'll support a guy that's done it?
No. Okay, no. He went, but they weren't changing though. You don't understand.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. They were naked and changing.
Can you give me your source? Huh?
Yeah.
Give me your source. Like, I'm tired of this fake news that you guys are like making about President Trump. You guys hate him for every single thing that he does, which is sad. You know how hard
country we say hello with the vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and you know, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Can I like say something real quick? First off, he was the owner of that pageant show, and he was checking on the girls anyways. He wasn't trying to do anything, and
He just said he gets away with it, and he gets the perv on them.
Bro, he was just joking, bro. Like, do you have any...
Now he's just quote-unquote joking? No,
That's
he was
just
being
a
serious.
joke.
And not only was he being serious, but this was also corroborated by people who are victims. There was an 18-year-old that came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms where Donald Trump would barge in.
Hey, you want to know why they said that? It's because they go after famous people, like President Trump. They went after President... Look,
What other famous person did they go after?
Okay, so when you're famous, a lot of people get attracted by you. People get jealous of you, Parker. And what they try to do, they try to ruin your life. And that's what they do. They accuse multiple people. You know, they accuse, as you know, President Trump. Actually, a woman came out and accused Biden back in 2019. Did you see that case?
Yeah, so Tara Reid specifically perjured herself and then fled to Russia. Right, so like I stand with victims, right? Until again the point where specifically she like blatantly was lying, right?
No, it's because she felt like unsafe. That's why she fled, Parker. I don't think you get it.
To Russia?
Yes, she fled to Russia because she felt unsafe as a woman. This is why the Republican Party
Wait.
cares.
Sorry, I'm sorry. So why, as a woman, would you go to Russia then? Aren't there less rights for women in Russia?
Well, let me say. So she fled because Biden was running for president, and if she stayed in America under the Biden administration, Biden would have done a whole bunch of terrible things, which I don't want to get up.
Such as? Wait, what would Biden have done?
Well, I'm not going to say all of this stuff on this live because I don't think that's appropriate. But let's.
Yeah, yes, you can. Are you trolling? Like this is ridiculous.
Okay, fine. I'll actually tell you. You know, Biden goes after his political enemies and people who go against him, like what he did to President Trump and Mar-a-Lago when they raided his house, which is completely unjustified. Like, how can you raid a former president's house who's built their time and legacy in politics? Like, Biden claims that we're the aggressive ones, and you, Parker, you claim that we're the aggressive ones. You guys commit more political violence than us.
Hey,
And-
he literally was hiding files, classified documents in his fucking bathroom at Mar-a-Lago, okay?
But guess
They
what?
raided
Guess what?
Mar-a-Lago because of the fact that he was hiding them. They knew it, and he decided not to give up his fucking the classified documents. And
But guess what?
He claimed that he could have the classified documents because he could
Yes, he
declassify. He said he could have the declassified documents because he could declassify them by thinking about it, right?
I mean, he's the former president, so yes, he should be able.
Oh, really? So then, why can't he do that with the Epstein files? Oh, I can't hear you when you're out of the app. Why can't he do that with the Epstein files?
All right, well, let me explain why. So, you know, the women who were on the Epstein files, he doesn't want to release them because he doesn't want to, you know, Bill Clinton's on there. He doesn't want to, you know, ruin Bill Clinton. That's why Hillary Clinton's
Oh,
caving.
so then, under your view, he wants to protect pedophiles. Is that your view?
Look, Dean.
And
No,
you still
he's
support the guy? You still support the guy, even though he wants to protect pedophiles?
No, he doesn't. Stop lying.
Wait, that's what you
dude.
just said. That's what you said. You just said he doesn't want people who specifically were involved in it because you think Bill Clinton was
Can I
involved in
finish?
it. You said you
You
don't
keep
want people
cutting-
who were involved in it to be held accountable, right?
You
Because it
keep
is the case that
cutting-
that would ruin their career or something. That's what you said.
You keep cutting me off. Can I finish?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the reason why.
Darling, thank you again for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alex, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Emma, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
All right, can I continue?
Stamp, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you, Stamp. Nicholas, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Shannon,
right,
thank
can
you
I
for the membership subscription. Thank you so much, Shannon. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stamp again
All
for the $10. Valerie, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Can I finish that? What I
Hey,
was gonna say?
why do you follow so many Dems, bro?
Because I troll them in their comments because I hate Democrats.
So
I
you're a
hate the
tro-
Democrats.
So you admit you're a troll?
I'm MAGA, but I say a whole bunch of terrible things to the Democrats because of what they do to us Republicans.
What do we do?
You guys commit political violence. I'm not gonna say. You already know who I'm gonna. But let's
Really?
not talk
Because
about.
if you look at domestic terrorism, it's disproportionately committed by alt-right terrorists in this country. Did you know domestic terrorism is more prevalent on the right?
You really want to go there, huh? Huh?
I have a question. Tell me this. Are you Antifa?
What do you mean? Am I an Antifa? No. What?
Are you Antifa?
Are you?
Yes.
Of course you are. You commit violence on our streets. That's
wait,
why President.
wait. Antifa has nothing to do with violence. Antifa just means that I'm anti-fascist. So are you anti-fascist?
No, I'm not. Because
No.
wait,
So you're either neutral to fascism or you're pro-fascism. Which one is it?
bro, you're trying to trick me. I'm not gonna fall for that.
Wait, are you
Stop-
neutral? Are you neutral to fascism or are you pro-fascism? Which one?
You're trying to trick. I know what you're trying to do, Dean. I mean, Parker. You're not gonna get me on there. You're
No,
not.
seriously.
Antifa.
It's either you're
Excuse me.
Antifa, it's either
No.
you're pro-fascism, or you're neutral on fascism. Which one is
No,
it? I'm
Parker.
anti-fascist. Which one are you?
No, Parker. Antifa. If you look at Pam Bondi said what a week ago that Antifa is a terrorist organization.
Okay, so then do you think I'm a terrorist?
You say You say things sort of like that, kind of.
I say things sort of like that. So wait, am I a terrorist or not? You said Antifa's a terrorist organization. One, it's not an organization. Two, right? Would you then consider me a terrorist because I'm Antifa?
You support terrorists.
What?
You do. No. Kamala Harris is one. Kamala Harris is one.
What makes you think Kamala Harris is a terrorist?
Okay, well, let me explain. First off, she caves to other countries. She gave classified documents to Iran. Did you see that? Back in 2023, she gave classified documents to Iran.
Can you give me a source?
Go on. Do you know who Older Millennial is?
Oh, get off my live. There's no way you just cited Older Millennial. Dude.
And Fox News. And Fox News.
No, okay,
and
get off. Get off my
and
screen.
Fox.
Get off.
And Fox.
You're done.
And
You're
Fox.
done. You're
And
done.
Fox.
You're done.
Go on Fox. You're scared, huh?
You're done. You're so done. Citing the Older Millennial is enough for me. I'm sorry. That's enough for me. Citing the Older Millennial is actually diabolical behavior. If you don't know who the Older Millennial is, just be happy you don't. Horrible person. What's up, how old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I support him over Kamala.
Okay. Why so?
Well, the main reason for me is going to be the Crypto Genius Act that he implemented, or at least he supported. So yeah, this might be a little bit unique to my situation, but I cared most about the kind of support of crypto, and I didn't feel like the Democrats were really pushing regulation there super hard. So that's for me main reason why I voted for Trump.
Kim, thank you for the $2. I don't think that was the same person. I can't really tell, Kim. Also, like I don't know why you're acting like I would be able to identify that with the amount of people that I talk to. Noel, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Noel. Thank you. Create some W's for Noel in the comment section right now. Thank you. And then April, thank you for the $10. Thank you. And then Mr. Mick, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you. Go ahead. What was? Go back to the reason you were saying. The Crypto Genius Act.
Yeah,
is that it?
Yeah. That's one of the big reasons is the Genius Act and the fact that the Republicans seem to support crypto regulation a little bit more.
Yeah, so like, I mean, what regulations do you want to get rid of with crypto? I'll just ask that.
No, we need to have regulation implemented.
Oh, so what regulation do you like that was implemented?
Well, the Genius Act, and there's that. Isn't that a?
What regulation did the Genius Act impose?
On stable coins.
Yeah, which one?
The Genius Act. Like, what do you want me to?
Yeah, which regulation did the Genius Act impose?
It regulates stable coins. You're asking for like
in
a
what
deeper
way?
Information?
In what way does it regulate stable coins?
All right, well,
that you think is good?
I think it's good to just push for regulation in general on cryptocurrencies.
Okay, do you think Democrats don't push for regulation on crypto?
Yes.
They literally do. That's just
not
true.
That's not. They were not pushing as hard on it pre-election, and that's like.
I'm sorry. They agree with it, but that wasn't something talked about really by either side.
It was definitely talked about. Trump said we're going to make Bitcoin or America like the crypto capital of the world, and like stuff like that.
Wait, saying he's going to make crypto the capital of the world does not mean that he's going to to regulate it more, because isn't crypto in of itself deregulated? Like, I mean, what's it called? Not deregulated, with no authority, right? It's decentralized. So if you regulate it, aren't you centralizing it to a certain extent?
No, I don't think so. The underlying foundation of it is decentralized, but then if you put like a jurisdiction on top of it, obviously you're going to need some sort of compliance, but that still gives the individual the opportunity to like migrate countries if they want to use it in a little bit more free way. You still have the ability.
What I mean, I don't know what you mean. So you're saying use it in a free way, like so essentially, like the point that we're talking about is that like if you don't know any of the regulations that you're talking about imposing, right, specifically to better the conditions, then how would you specifically say that it was such a great job on behalf of Trump, and then also say that it was Trump in support of that and it not Democrats?
The creation of payment stablecoins is a legal category in it of itself is an act of regulation. Because it provides stability. That's like the definition of regulating something.
I understand that there were regulations, but you have to know what regulations you're imposing to know whether or not they're effective in the first place. Not all regulations
I just
operate.
named one. I named the biggest one.
You didn't name, you just named like there was regulations on stablecoin. You didn't name the specific regulation.
Dude, the Genius Act in and of itself, it's an intrinsic
That's not one
property.
regulation. You just said that there were regulations on it. That's not a specific regulation.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
The imposition of stable coins as a legal category is in and of itself a regulation on cryptocurrency.
Okay, so if you're adding them to a legal category, then you're saying laws would apply to it, right? That doesn't mean that there was a particular regulation. Okay, sure. That was already the case. There's nothing new with this policy that did that. It was already that way.
I guess. I mean, it defines payment stablecoins as digital assets redeemable for a fixed value, and that's illegal. It was not a legal category previously.
So there you go. That's just consumer protection. That's all it is. Other forms of consumer protection, like we have through the FDIC, right, and other sorts of currency. So that's not necessarily.
You don't think that's a regulation?
It's not like a limiting of the currency. It's to help out consumers.
Yeah, I would say that falls under like partially the definition of regulation, but maybe we
can you define regulation.
Yeah, it's like keeping something at like a nominal value.
Okay. I think that there's going to be a distinction there, right, between regulation and between the way you're using the term there. But if you want to find a way that you could use it in both contexts, that's fine.
No, it's fair. I mean, I'm not going to know the political contextual definition as well, but yeah, I could give some other examples of regulations that have been imposed in the cryptocurrency realm.
Yeah. You also need to give something that's unique specifically to like the Republican Party, right? So
I think
just,
that's
for
unique.
example,
You can see what you want, but they were not pushing
is it a partisan policy?
I mean, it very much seemed like it because they
Really?
were not pushing for this. Yeah.
Really? So Democrats didn't vote for the bill?
Well, some Democrats did. You can't say that. It
was bipartisan, right?
Well, dude, by that definition, you could say everything's bipartisan. What vote in Congress?
There are plenty of things passed without the other side in some contexts.
How many? Like 5% of them or less?
So, it was drafted by a Republican and a Democrat.
Okay. Well, I would say on average, it was highly more pushed by the Republicans. And dude, I wish we could agree on that because it was so visible. It was so obvious. I'm a complete, like, I didn't even vote 2020, but then, you know, I have a lot of my wealth tied up in cryptocurrencies.
Could you give me like a policy of Trump's that you actually like that would be unique to him, not like a bipartisan policy?
I mean, I think that's unfair because I gave the Genius Act.
That's bipartisan.
I don't think it's bipartisan.
It literally is. Can you define bipartisan?
Yeah, it's something that both parties would support, and I think there's a major gray area there. What are you laughing about? That's the exact same.
Both parties fucking voted for it.
Dude, but you could.
There was 102 Democrats that voted for it.
Okay, but where's the cutoff line? Is it 10% Democrats? Is it 5%? When does it become bipartisan versus not? You know, there's a gray area there.
Dude, if there was over 100 Democrats that voted for it, that's bipartisan legislation.
Okay, is that the definition? Then I guess I have to give you another. So I gave you something that the Republicans push for harder. That is a good reason of why I support Trump over the Kamala Biden.
That's not a good reason to support Trump, though, because it was bipartisan.
But it was more heavily pushed forward by far. All right, well, we can move on then, but
Trump didn't talk about it much more. He just said making crypto the capital of the world, right? That's not like pushing for a specific policy.
Yeah, but he also announced like a strategic digital asset reserve and stuff. That's a policy.
Strategic digital asset reserve. So that is a specific policy in terms of having a digital asset reserve. I guess, has he passed that yet?
Let's see.
And do Dems support that?
I'm not specifically sure if Dems support that.
Because I'm pretty sure there was like a claim, like from the White House that they did this, or like that they're going to do this, but they haven't done a policy yet.
Okay. Well, I can give you a bunch of policy. I'm not exactly sure if they're going to be bipartisan or not, but it's like, do you not still think something bipartisan is more pushed by one side than another? And if so, how is that not, add to my credibility for voting for the Republican candidate?
Wait, already, according to this policy, the United States government already holds the significant amount of BTC, of Bitcoin.
Yeah, and now it was seized from the Silk Road, and now it's been like officially.
All it says is that it's not implemented a policy to maximize the Bitcoin strategic position as a unique store of value in the global financial system. So it's just claiming it, not that it's changing it specifically.
Well, you have to put, you have to claim it like governmentally before it's actually going to take any effect. And
what?
When Trump's saying we're going to become the crypto capital of the world, start a strategic Bitcoin reserve, Kamala didn't say that. She didn't.
Okay. And are you willing to vote for Trump because of that?
I think that's a huge reasoning. Yeah, it major shifted.
What
I don't think
benefit do we get from this?
Well, so something like a decentralized store of value. It's the first way in human history where we can transact peer-to-peer, value-to-value.
No, shut up with this bullshit. You're just happy
Why?
that it's
What are you
increasing.
talking about, dude?
No, you're just happy that it's increasing in value.
That's not true. I was explaining to you the value of it.
So then you want to create a store of value for a decentralized currency, therefore centralizing it to a greater extent?
A store of value for a decentralized currency?
Yeah.
The decentralized currency is a store of value. It's like pure digital.
No, you're not listening. I meant like you want to create a stockpile of value from the United States government, right? Of a decentralized currency. So you want the government to invest in a decentralized currency.
Yes,
right?
because at the very baseline, they have to piggyback onto this currency. They're not the ones that insure it, like the FDIC. They have to basically FOMO in, because at the base level, the power of value transaction belongs to the people. So yeah, the governments can come in and buy it, but they don't control it like they do the fiat dollar.
You mean like through regulation?
Yeah, and also like
weren't you advocating for more regulation as well?
They don't have the ability to print any more Bitcoin, so I think that kind of puts hands in the power of the people. So you can't devalue, your grandparents and great grandparents' wealth over generations. And this is way more prevalent in like third world countries where their dollar might not be, it might not have like much backing, and their country might be corrupt. It's not going to be
you mean like
time.
ours?
No, dude, our country is. You're saying we're corrupt?
Yes.
I mean, every organization in history has corruption. It's inevitable.
Well, we have more corruption now because of Trump.
Yep. I mean, you say that, but then at the same time, I'm telling you that the way in which you can like basically currency is a way to stack value against one another, right? Like to have like a relative leaderboard for value, basically. And
hey, Parker, can I just really quickly, because I don't want to take up too much space and I got like a million things going on right now. What he is talking about, it's fucked. It's really fucked. What he's talking about is the fact that there is a bill on the floor that is going to create a national Bitcoin, a crypto coin reserve, which is going to take the gold in Fort Knox. It's going to take the gold that we own and actually force the United States government over a 10-year period to buy a minimum amount of Bitcoin. The reason why this is such like a big thing is because all these ultra wealthy people currently hold Bitcoin, right? But they can't sell the Bitcoin too fast because if they do, then it loses its value really quickly and they'll lose a lot of money. But if you have a guaranteed buyer, the United States government, who is required to buy a minimum amount of Bitcoin, then it ensures that the actual cost of Bitcoin will not drop, while also letting the sellers, those ultra wealthy people, be able to sell it for whatever they want. And it's using the taxpayer dollars, the actual gold that's held by the United States government is what they're going to trade for this Bitcoin. So they're literally helping these ultra wealthy people liquidate the Bitcoin, which they have not been able to do, and actually add real money to their wealth. So this idea that creating a Bitcoin reserve, like a crypto reserve, it's only Bitcoin and it's only going to benefit the people that have a shit ton of Bitcoin.
That's kind of like what I brought up earlier with like that you just want the price to go up, right? That's kind of like what it seems.
Not at all. I've explained many times that it's the best form of value transfer in human history.
Hey,
And
what about all the people?
Now you're arguing against Bitcoin when you just said that it was a bipartisan issue. So clearly, it's not.
You just misunderstood. You just misunderstood the perspective,
No, I
right?
didn't.
No, hold up. You just misunderstood. You saying that it's us saying it's bipartisan doesn't change the fact that we could disagree with it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I mean,
also, if you want to talk about like any type of crypto being the best way, like can you address the mysterious crypto user that opened up a Bitcoin short and made over $1 billion in 30 minutes? I mean, 30 minutes after or prior to Donald Trump announcing the tariffs, and how now a bunch of crypto traders have started to actually take their lives. Like there's a bunch of them that have taken their lives because
you can trade leverage in anything you want. No one's recommending here that you trade leverage and get liquidated by big centralized exchanges. No one's recommending that. You can manipulate. You can manipulate.
You have traders who have lost millions of dollars and they're taking their lives.
But at the foundational level, value belongs to the people now. Of course, you can still have corrupt.
I'm sorry, value belong. I don't know what you mean by that. But here, I also wanted to.
Here's what I'm saying, dude. Right now, your money, your value is backed by the Federal Reserve, who can go and print more and dilute it. Correct?
I actually think it's important specifically for us to have a Federal Reserve and the ability to change the level of money supply. I think that's actually a really good thing.
I think that's important too, but not.
So then
for,
you just
not
said
for
that
the
you
wealth.
said crypto was dog shit then, because crypto you can't.
What? No, you can have a hybrid world, dude. Everything tends to nuance. We're gonna have crypto.
Wait. So you're saying that so you're saying we can have a crypto that we can change the level of supply of currency? That goes against the entire idea of crypto. Crypto is decentralized, meaning you can't change the level of supply of money.
First of all, those two things are separate: the level of supply and the decentralization. The decentralization aspect.
No. Being able to change the level of supply is centralization.
No, it's not. Not if
yes,
it's done
it
by
is.
a
What the
no,
fuck?
It's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
So if
we're
you
talking
have
about from a government perspective, the government having the ability, like for example, or not even the government, like say for example, the Federal Reserve having the ability to have control over the level of currency is centralization of that currency.
Yes, but that's because it's the Federal Reserve deciding that, not a decentralized group of democratic people. Like you have to get a certain number of validators in a crypto network to actually implement a change like that.
Okay, so you still can implement a change in the currency. So the currency isn't
but it's for
100%
it's
stagnant.
from the people, not it's not like embedded within the government. like a politician.
Wait,
or
so then here's my point. Why would you trust those people with the supply of currency more than the Federal Reserve?
Because the cryptocurrencies that I'm specifically in are something like Bitcoin, where it's a capped supply, and you can't.
It's not capped. You just said it wasn't capped.
Yes, it is.
What?
Dude, it's different.
Why are we contradicting you? Hold up. So you just contradicted
thing.
yourself. You said it's capped, but they
You're
also
saying-
can
you're
add
saying-
more.
You're saying any form of supply change is centralization. I was arguing against that.
So hold on. Bitcoin is capped in a certain sense that there's a shit ton. Again, it's a shit ton of it out there, but it can't be sold. But they can't actually make more. But
Yeah, they
this
can't
still,
make
again,
more.
this still goes against your point, because if they actually institute this crypto reserve, like literally, it's the government controlling crypto, which is the same thing as the Federal Reserve. Like you literally
No, it's
arguing
not.
against
Nope,
what they're
that
trying
is
to
not
do.
true. That is not true.
Hold up. So you're saying they can mine
They
more
can't
to
print
the
more Bitcoin.
Hold up. You're saying that they could like mine more to the cap. Is that what you're trying to say? They can increase that. To me, that sounds like not a cap then.
Well, here's
if you
the thing.
If you can
My
increase the
point
supply
is,
of currency,
yes,
then to me that sounds like it's not capped at a certain level.
But the only way that could happen is if 51% of all of the nodes agreed upon it, and that would never be the case. And the fact that that's what would be necessary to make that change is already inherently decentralized, as opposed.
That makes no fucking sense. I'm sorry, you have no clue what the fuck you're talking about. Because the same
That's
thing is
crazy
true.
that you just said that to
Listen,
me.
the same
That's
thing is true
crazy.
for the same thing is true for the Federal Reserve.
No, it's not, dude. It's a central entity. Few people.
I want you to tell me a few. Okay, so again, what is the centralized method specifically of increasing the money supply under the Bitcoin model?
Here's my point. The Bitcoin model will not increase in supply. The only reason
Can I have an answer to my question? I don't want you to just.
Yes,
like,
I
not
am,
answer.
dude. I am answering your question.
Hey,
You just
stop
don't like
being
my answer 'cause
emotional.
you know I'm about to cook.
Hey, bud, stop being emotional. It's okay. This is a safe space.
Okay, I hope you got your moral ethos out there. Next, so repeat your question, and I will provide an answer that takes a little wraparound.
What?
What do you mean what?
I'm asking you, what is the process specifically to increase the level of supply?
Yeah, the process would have to be. I told you, 51% of the nodes would have to agree upon it.
Okay,
But that's not going to happen.
So by 51% of the nodes, there's like a group or community that specifically can address it.
So basically, any person in the world, including if you live in literally anywhere in the world, if you have a computer, you can add yourself.
You know what? Shut up. Dean can explain it.
I was really hoping Dean was going to come up to explain it too.
Okay, I was answering your question, and I told the guy, "Shut up." That's just not fair, man.
Cry about it.
So I'm actually
Fucking get a tissue.
I'm not like too knowledgeable on like the intricacies of mining and like Bitcoin nodes, but what I do know is that Hardwire, you said that you can't increase the supply. Well, in the same breath, saying you can increase the supply. Do you mean that like you can't increase the total amount of Bitcoin, but you can like increase the available supply of Bitcoin through mining?
No, so what I mean is that the Bitcoin supply is capped at 21 million.
Yeah.
It won't.
But like, do you agree that we don't have access to all like 21 million Bitcoins yet?
Oh, of course not. Yeah, we will not. They're currently being released as they're mined.
Right. Exactly. So like you could increase the available supply, which is like
No, all
effectively
of
the
it
same
will
thing
be-
as
all of
increasing the
you
MT.
can, but all of it will be mined by 2140. So it's truly a capped supply asset, the first in history.
Right. So it's capped to 21 million. However, right now, because we haven't reached that cap and we won't for like another 100 years, we can increase the available Bitcoin supply.
Yes,
So
as it
It will be okay for the next
21 million.
So it'll be okay for the next 100 years, but then once you can't increase the money supply, that's very bad.
So it's a soft cap.
Not if it's for a store. It's a store of value. Don't look at Bitcoin as a money. We have stable coins for that. We have the dollar. Bitcoin is a store of value. It's a commodity, not a security.
It's a Ponzi scheme. It's
what's
literally a
the point of it
Ponzi
then?
scheme.
Wait, what's the point of having it as a store of value?
Here it is. The great utility of Bitcoin is that it provides you with a hedge against inflation, and it is the greatest store of value in human history. And if you
Doesn't
look
the
at the
S&P
return-
500 do that?
Dude, the S&P, the returns compared to the S&P yearly is like 3 times as much.
As of
So,
right
like,
now,
it's-
because more people are investing into it. But over time, it will get to a point where that won't be true anymore. And
But
also,
that's crazy to
there's a
say,
level of
dude, because
volatility with
historical
it.
data would say
There's
otherwise.
also a level of volatility with it that indicates that, right, it's not as secure of an investment.
No, volatility is vitality, my man. That's
So
potential energy.
wait, I'm sorry. Do you like put all of your money in Bitcoin or something?
Yeah.
This guy's a Bitcoin.
Yeah,
investor.
I wouldn't do that.
understand why
I
that-
wouldn't do that. I think that's a stupid investment. If I were to put all my money into Bitcoin, I would rather put all my money into the S&P 500 than Bitcoin.
Okay,
I
that's
have,
where we
I have a
fundamentally
quick
disagree.
question. Hey, Hardwire, really quick. How much money would you say that you've actually invested in crypto?
Dude, I mean, I'll tell you the percentage return, but I don't want to get like flamed
No,
here. because
just
you guys have
just
more
a
money
rough
than me.
number as far as how much you've actually put in.
Dude, I'm up.
No.
Okay,
I don't care about being
really
up
wanna
yet.
tell you
I just want to know how much have you.
Why do you
like, a
need to
rough
know
estimate
that?
as
How
far
about
as-
you give me?
It's a trail of thought. I'm just trying to go somewhere. Would you say? Would you say you put 50,000, 100,000, 10,000? What?
Why do you need to know that?
Just
You
give me
guys
a
aren't going to
number.
tell me how much money you have.
Oh, and no one cares about how much money you have. I
Okay,
just
then
want to
how
know
much do you have?
You know what? Fuck it. Never
Wait,
mind.
how about
How's
we,
that not fair?
Wait, I'm okay with like sharing how much I've invested into Bitcoin. If you're okay with sharing how much you've invested into Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously, it's not going to be as much as you have. I'm just so I don't understand what the point of. I'll tell you.
I'll go first. I've invested like $12 into Bitcoin.
Man, okay.
I have a preference for Ethereum.
Yeah, I also like ETH, but that's a different discussion. I love ETH.
Okay.
I got like 10K in Bitcoin.
Okay, perfect. 10K. How much have you actually taken out? Not how much are you up, but how much have you taken out and liquidate, put in cash, and put in your bank account to be able to use?
I could go do that right now.
No. Not what you can do.
None.
What have
None.
you done?
It sounds like none.
But why is that relevant at all?
Because the point is, it's fucking monopoly money. It's
No, it's not. There's centralized exchanges that I can
Okay,
transfer it to the US
If
dollar.
wait, so if you're
That's
just
why
holding on to it,
Genius
there's
still
no
matters.
you've had no actual return on it because yes, it's you have more increase to your actual crypto, but you're not using it to, let's say, actually pay your living expenses. You're not using it to actually.
I will.
you know,
I don't need to, bro. I'm
See, but you're
24.
saying you will, but see, that's the point that I'm making. You've invested this money, and as of right now, it's monopoly money because it's just sitting there, and you can't actually use it because then if you start pulling out Bitcoin too quickly, it loses its value.
Dude, I am so negligible compared to the liquidity supply. Did you see that we had the biggest liquidation event in history in crypto? You see how Bitcoin survived it?
Yeah, to be fair, if like this guy pulled out all of his money tomorrow, like nothing would happen to the value of Bitcoin. Here's what I'll say. So Hardwire, I'm like probably like more pro crypto than like either Parker or Santana. You know, I've been in crypto since like fucking 2019. Like I remember in 2019, like I bought Bitcoin when it was like literally at like $28,000, or something like that. And I mean, I have like a cold wallet. I own a ledger. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have like some like minimal amounts on it. I honestly wish I would have like invested more like when I was a bit younger, right? Coulda, woulda, shoulda. But anyways, right? When we're talking about the Trump administration, I'll say like some of like the new regulatory guidelines following from the Genius Act are good, right? You know, like everybody in the crypto space has been demanding new regulatory guidelines from the SEC forever because, you know, for the last, 10, 15 years, the SEC has just been randomly fining and suing crypto companies when like they don't really know like what they did or what violation they broke because there was no clear regulatory guidelines. So everybody has been demanding them. But, like the push for new regulatory guidelines has been like pretty bipartisan. Like as Parker went over with you earlier, the Genius Act had 102 Democrats hop on board. And, like even like internally, right? Like I'll talk to policymakers on the back end sometimes. I connected with think tanks on the Democratic side before the election. And, from everybody, I was hearing this same message that, there's going to be new regulatory guidelines from the SEC if Kamala Harris would have won. And it looks like now the Trump administration is doing the same thing because it's a bipartisan issue. I'd say the only relevant difference between the Dems and the Republicans on is like this like new Trump idea of having like a store of value like regulated by the government. And I'm not too big of a fan of that because it just gives more like pressure on price control on behest of the American government. and I'm not sure I'm a fan of that. You know what I mean? You know, in like the same way where like a mass liquidation event or like a mass buying event can influence the price. I just don't really like the fact that we could potentially see, you know, various events such, you know, of these kinds like generated by the government. But I mean, at the end of the day, even if like you agree with like the American government having a massive store of value of Bitcoin and you think that's a good thing, I ultimately don't think that this is going to like overwhelm like the bads of the Trump administration, like kicking 10 million people off of healthcare, 3 million people off of food stamps. Like, even if I agreed with you that the government holding some Bitcoin was a good thing, it's going to be good for my wallet. It's going to generate more like personal value for me over the course of the next like 10, 20 years. I'm like totally fine with like, you know, holding that prospect off just so we could ensure that like the essentials for Americans are being met on a daily basis, like being able to be covered if you go to the hospital, ensuring that like single mothers of three are like having access to food stamps, right? Ensuring that the big beautiful bill isn't reducing the purchasing power of like 156 million Americans. And I think that, you know, crypto as a hobby is cool, right? Investing your time, energy, and resources into this is, you know, like your thing, and I could appreciate that to a certain extent. But I think you're like conflating the worth of like certain policy measures on the issue when there's other things that are just simply more important in America today.
Well, and Dean, I think that's because you're unwilling to actually compromise who you are or what your values are just to make a dollar. And I think the major point that's been highlighted by you and Parker is the fact that this has been a bipartisan issue. And even if you feel like the Trump administration was going to be more of an advocate for crypto, taking a look at all the other things that you give up just to get this extra with crypto is overwhelmingly harmful to everyday Americans. That's the problem.
Yeah, and also just one last thing here. The only reason why the Trump family is so like pro crypto, like explicitly and verbally, is because they're profiting off of it and like using the office of the presidency to increase their wealth. Like right now, 42% of Donald Trump's net worth is based on his own crypto.
That's the utility of it is you make a bunch of money. So good for them.
But like, dude, think about like the ethics of this. Think about the ethics of the presidency profiting off of the office of the presidency.
His meme coin was crap.
If you're gonna allow me, dude, exactly, dude. People lost so much money on this meme coin.
Yeah,
and also,
agreed.
Think about this. Think about this. Right, 4 years ago in 2021, Donald Trump called cryptocurrency a scam. Like, I'm not kidding. You could fact check this. Now, 4 years later, all of a sudden, over 40% of his net worth is rooted within his own cryptocurrency. Not to mention that cryptocurrency companies are not legally mandated to report who buys their coins, meaning that we have no way of knowing who's investing into Trump's coin, meaning that his policy-oriented decisions could be predicated on the value of his coin and others, and the value of that coin could be bought up by foreign nations. The value of that coin could be bought up by individuals like preying on like the downfall of the country, so on and so forth. That I think it's corruption, right? Not to mention, right, that Trump has also directed the SEC to stop 12 ongoing investigations into various crypto companies, and he personally pardoned 3 people that owned a crypto company that were criminally convicted and thrown in jail for like ignoring money laundering on their platform. So I think that like he's adding regulation when convenient to growing his own net worth, and he's kind of like removing regulation in the sense of SEC investigations and condemning those that allow money laundering on their platforms when it's also relevant to growing his own net worth.
That's large-scale corruption. And if you can't see that as corruption, the history books will, and they'll say that you were in support of it.
Yeah. And one other quick call out to Dean, and you might not have heard this, but you mentioned that Trump said it 4 years ago. He did, but actually like early, either right before he got into office or right after he got in office, he called it a scam again. He said, now, some people may think it's a scam. I used to kind of think it was a scam. I'm not sure, but I'm making a hell of a lot of money off of it. Like literally, Trump doesn't know what crypto is, and he still holds the premise of it being a scam. He just knows that he's making money from it.
He's a front man. He speaks for the voters. Like, I'm not denying that he called it a scam a few years ago. You guys know Larry Fink? He did the same thing. He's the CEO of the largest asset management company in history. Like,
let's just ask you this question: do you think it should be legal to make money off the presidency?
See, I think this is a
outside
hard
of
question.
The salary. Outside of the salary.
Because again, I think there's so much gray area there. Like, you're gonna make money from becoming president, yeah, outside of the salary. That's inevitable. So at what point does it become corruption? And I agree there is a point where it becomes corruption, and I think every politician in history has probably abused that. but at the same time, good for them for becoming president. Like, don't you deserve to, like, if
let
you
me,
get,
let,
like,
let me be clear. Let me be clear. While president,
well, let me ask you this, like
can you
right,
write a
for
book after you're done
college
being
athletes?
president? Like, for example, can you write a book after you're done being president and make money off that? I don't think we have an issue with that, right? I think we have an issue with them while they're president making money off of being the president, because it can entail some level of corruption, like Dean brought up, and foreign nations being able to literally, like, for example, with this cryptocurrency, buy the cryptocurrency, increase the valuation of the cryptocurrency, and increase Trump's valuation of his net worth simply for doing things that they would want. It essentially allows for bribes.
Yeah, and also this last round of crypto that Trump put out, there's a buyer. It's an international buyer that bought $100 million worth, and there's no actual information on this buyer. It seems to be some type of front, some type of shell, and they've been digging into it, but no one can actually verify the actual buyer. The buyer's connected with a foreign company, but that's all that they can really find. And plus, they're doing pay to play, because if you buy a certain amount of crypto, then you get to have dinner with Trump. Literally, you get preferential treatment and get direct access to the president of the United States if you buy enough of his crypto.
Right.
Yes.
And you're talking about this like gray area and making money off the office of the presidency. Wouldn't like a fair like in between be like, okay, like you can make money as long as it doesn't like potentially influence your policy oriented decisions. Like maybe if like Biden were to release a book while he was president, obviously a lot of people would buy it specifically because he's the president, meaning like consequentially he'd be quote unquote making money off the office of the presidency, but that wouldn't be like directly influencing his policy decisions. But like obviously, right, when we're like talking about an investment in a market, right, like a meme coin or something like that, that could be directly influencing his policy making decisions. And I don't think it's gray. I'd hope it's right, not a partisan issue to say that we definitely shouldn't allow the president to make money off of the office of the presidency when it would potentially impact his policy making decisions.
What if he believes it's good for the country, and as a byproduct he makes money, and as a byproduct we all get something that's of positive benefit? Then do you not want it to be the case just because he's benefited off of it?
The thing is, how can you ensure that the only reason his net worth would go up because of like an increase in the valuation of his coin, given that it's a decision that's good for the country?
Exactly.
Well, also, again, that comes back to the entire idea of this. I think Bitcoin is great for the country, and I think it's great for people.
Yeah, but that's your premise. Not everyone holds that same premise. And even more than that, like Jimmy Carter had to sell his peanut farm. Like Jimmy Carter was so concerned about the ability for people to affect the presidency and legislation and have any type of influence over him that he sold his peanut farm. Like that's what presidents do.
And then also, like, just one last thing here. You said that you think that Bitcoin's great for the country, so an increase in the valuation of Bitcoin is going to be, like, good for the country. That's actually not fucking true at all, okay? So, like, asset ownership in, like, markets is, like, not necessarily good for the country. Like, think about it, bro. Like, right now, in the last 9 months, we've seen inflation go up, we've seen unemployment go up, we've seen the GDP go down in the first quarter, we've seen, like marginal increases in the GDP annualized by the Feds, significantly worse than what we saw last year. We see that right now there's more unemployed Americans than open job opportunities. And we see that like individual confidence in their own economic well-being is at a low since 2007. Like right now, according to the U.S. Bureau of Economic Data, the average consumer confidence in one's own economic stability is at the same point it was at the pit of the economic housing crash in 2007 through 2009. But confidence in the stock market is actually at an optimistic high since the early 2000s. What does this tell us? Is that performance in the stock market, performance of these given assets, is not directly correlated to the performance of the economic well-being and safety of the average American. So I don't think you could say just because an asset is performing well, that therefore Americans are doing well.
No, I agree with that. My thing is most Americans probably aren't educated enough on it to have some. But at the end of the day, right, that doesn't mean they don't have the opportunity to go and buy the greatest returning asset in history of time.
Well, now you're kind of like changing the subject.
How?
I'm gonna say this, and then I'll probably drop down because keep in mind we're having a conversation about like if it's like corrupt or not, for the president to profit off the office of the presidency through an increase in the valuation of like an asset such as like Bitcoin, for instance. And then you said, oh, well, like when the price of the asset goes up, then the country's doing better. But like I just completely refuted that. That is not true.
Yeah, but
the price of assets are going up, yet the country is doing worse. In fact, right, we've seen a trend, right, that when the price of an asset goes up and up and up more, that's most likely because like the corporate execs are, you know, getting their stock buyback plans and then reinvesting profits into the asset, increasing the price of the asset, and in turn increasing wealth inequality in this country, which has led to once again the point where the price of assets are at an all-time high, confidence in the stock market is at an all-time high, yet individual economic performance is at an all-time low, and wealth inequality is at an all-time high.
So it all comes back to individual wealth and equality, like you said.
But see, wait, that point, and I'm gonna like get out of here after this, and Parker, Dean, you guys can have them. But like your point is moot because you talk about the fact that everyday Americans have the opportunity to capitalize on, you know, crypto, but everyday Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, literally paycheck to paycheck. Most Americans can't withstand a $500 unexpected expense. And so people who are just on a normal basis trying to figure out how they're going to feed their kids, how they're going to actually get gas to make it to work, how they're going to actually buy school clothes or school supplies. No one's trying to actually just invest in crypto. A lot of people don't have disposable income to make any type of risk, especially when it's something that quite literally continues to get rug pulled because it's not regulated the way that it should be. So the idea that, oh, anyone can just get in and actually make money off of it, no, because most people aren't worried about crypto. They're worried about how they're going to actually pay their bills. That's the problem.
Right, and then even on top of that, those that have like a little bit of disposable income, doing marginally better than the average American that's living paycheck to paycheck, what, they may have like a couple $100 to invest in Bitcoin? So let's just assume that Bitcoin is like the best asset in like the, you know, history of humanity, and it's compounding by like an annualized rate of growth of 30%. Okay, well, let's assume that they have like $300 invested. All of a sudden, year in, they're only profiting $30. You know that they would have, like, you know that mothers would have profited like an additional $6,400 given the increases per year, given the increases in the child tax credit as provisioned by Kamala Harris's proposed economic policy, right? I think that it's time that we reevaluate what really matters at the end of the day when we're talking about assets, right? Disproportionately speaking, right, it is the ultra wealthy who benefits off the price of an asset going up, right? I understand and I like those assets to be readily available and beneficial to everybody. However, that's not the case right now. Once again, I'm going to repeat this for one last time. Price of assets and confidence in the stock market is at a high since the early 2000s, yet wealth and income equality is also at a high, and individual economic performance is at a low since the the peak of the housing crisis in 2008, right? So I think what we should be focusing on right now is fixing wealth, income inequality by, I don't know, increasing the corporate tax rate, while also generating tax cuts for over 120 million Americans in the low and middle class, and ensuring that the American family unit is well taken care of by increasing the child tax credit and ensuring that women and girls have access to abortion, as motherhood is a main cause of of poverty in young women. I think that's what we should do. We should focus on quality of life for the average American, and that would be by increasing their economic mobility by focusing on better social safety nets, better tax cuts for the average American, and not focusing on the government buying like a couple $1 billion worth of crypto.
Well, it's not the government buying it. And don't you agree that there's a level of education?
I almost want to be done with the crypto convo. I can't do it
Yeah,
anymore.
I'm surprised that you allowed a crypto convo.
I know.
I honestly don't like crypto conversations.
Yeah.
I think they're useless because I'm like, dude, how the hell could you value crypto? Like the slight little bit you get from crypto more than like 420,000 children being cut off their free school lunch and breakfast on average every month. Like I just genuinely
I
that
could give an
one
answer to
thing.
that, honestly. I honestly could.
Go ahead.
So,
completely agree, Parker. Completely agree.
no, but you guys say you want to think about the future of like America and of humanity. Then give us a way where our grandparents' money, which every single dollar your grandparents made is worth like 10 cents now. So you can't store value over generations. So in like
how about you just kind of engage with what Dean just said? Like literally, he gave you the actual pathway forward instead of trying to invest in crypto. Like he literally
He
broke
thinks that
it
there's
all
no
the way
other
down.
store of value. Like you think that
Right.
there's
It's
no
not
other
any
store of
that
value.
is nearly as good, and not
Also,
any that belongs
also,
to the
you said
people
that
at the
you
foundational
said that education
level.
is a you
What
said
does that
that
even
education
mean?
in crypto is a big issue.
Oh,
Guess
not
what?
even just that, but like financial literacy and
Yeah,
like
well,
spending.
dude, guess what? Financial literacy is never going to be to a point in this country where individuals understand the goddamn blockchain. Like, I'm
I
gonna be
never
honest,
said
right?
that, dude.
It
I
took
didn't
me-
say that.
Right, it
I'm
took
just
me.
talking about like
it
basic
took me-
spending.
It took me like a lot of research to understand like the
I
very
agree.
basics of the blockchain. It took me a lot of research
I
to
know.
understand like what a goddamn like Bitcoin address is. Okay, it took me even like more education to understand how to like transfer coin across blockchains and how Ethereum could be tied to the ETH blockchain, but then it could also be tied to like the Tether blockchain, right? So it's and like all that stuff, so on and so forth, right? The fact of the matter is, the reason why crypto is never going to be like this end-all be-all god of like decentralized currency that we all need to be focusing on and bowing down to is because of the level of education that it takes to be able to access it, right? At the end of the day, if the average American wants to beat inflation, right, it is significantly easier for them to go to a bank and open up a high-yield savings account than it is to like deep dive into like YouTube videos for like 3 months to understand the basics of the blockchain.
Agreed, but unfortunately, then down the road, 50 years later, their grandkids are going to be in the same spot they are because they don't have a store of value built up over time.
Dude,
So, isn't the
can
problem
you tell me what a
inflation
store of
itself?
value is? Could you tell me what a store of value is?
Yeah, it's something that you
everyone look at
own
the viewers.
that other people believe has worth.
What?
And
That
then
something has worth? What? Is that it?
Yeah, it's all about belief, dude. Every single asset's about belief.
Okay, well then you understand that money would also be applicable in that context. Anything would be a store of value that has value.
I know, but it's like if wouldn't the inflation thing, like grocery prices
so you're
going
saying
up,
with
all
inflation.
that, like,
so you're saying okay, so then the S&P 500.
yeah, but that's not, again. Why would you go with the second best? Like, why would you go with the second best?
Why do you just consider crypto the best? It's because of the level of growth. There's not going to be that continual level of growth forever.
On Bitcoin?
On Bitcoin, no. It's volatile.
I mean, yeah, it has diminishing returns, but still, it'll always beat the S&P. Always.
You can't say that.
I don't know, man.
I can say that. I can say that based on data.
I think that the S&P is pretty impressive. But anyways, Parker, I'm gonna go and drop down here.
If you can take,
sure.
if you
Good
take
seeing you, man.
See you, Parker. See you, Dan.
Peace. I'm done with that. I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry. Andrea, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Norman, thank you so much for the $25. Give some W's from Norman in the comment section right now. As well as Lynn, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Becky with the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hopefully. Tammy, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. And Connor with the $100. Give me some W's for Connor in the comment section right now for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Connor. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Connor in the comment section right now. Holy shit. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We're going to get the next person up here, and then I have some people to thank on YouTube real quick. Let's go into the next person real quick. If you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. If you're on TikTok, if you're on YouTube, subscribe if you haven't already as well. I think we're on the way to how many? I think we were on the way to like. Holy shit, we're on the way to 400. Jeez, holy shit. We're almost. We're at 375 almost on YouTube. That's fucking crazy. That's actually nuts. We're on the route to 500. We're actually we might be there within, especially by the new year. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Yeah, we might be able to hit 500K by the new year, chat. That's actually crazy. It's about to be 2026 is crazy. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Someone asked if you got your 100K play button. Yes, it's actually right here on the ground. I have it right here. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen.
Hello, Parker.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do. Can I disconnect my headphones real fast?
For sure. Taylor, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Happy birthday, Lane. Happy birthday. I hope you've had a great day so far. Can we get some happy birthdays for Lane in the comment section right now? Layne, of course. Let me go and thank some other people as well. I need to catch up on YouTube real quick. Give me 1 second. Yes, I do apologize. Mr. McSkittles, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Dominique, thank you so much for the $2. Narcissa, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Put some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Narcissa. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Felonius, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Ebot, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Put some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Ebot in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. As well as thank you for the $10. Murray, thank you so much. I really appreciate the 20 euros. Thank you so much. Hi, D. How's your day? How you doing? How you doing? No, it really means a lot. It means a lot. I really appreciate it, D. Thank you so much. I really means a lot every day. On the beard, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Carolina, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Alrighty, everyone. Let's go into the next person, or go into this debate real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. If you're on YouTube and TikTok, and if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and the pinned comment on my YouTube. But yeah, okay. So why do you support Donald Trump?
All right. So first, don't kick me. I've been up here one time and you kicked me like immediately. Like we didn't have to we weren't able to have an actual fleshed out conversation like at all because I wanted to talk about abortion and then you thought I was trolling. But I just want to tell you, I am not a troll. I support Donald Trump because I agree with him sending abortion back to the states and hopefully we can get it banned entirely.
Okay. All right. Why?
Because I don't think it's right to kill something, to kill a living animal, living creature.
Are you vegan?
Yes, I am.
You are? Oh,
I am.
Okay.
Vegan.
So any living creature. So do you think it's wrong to brush your teeth?
I said living animal.
Okay. Okay. So it would only animals. Why animals but not other living things?
Sentience, because they are sentient and they will have sentience in the future.
Okay. Are fetuses prior to sentient?
I said they have sentience in the future.
Okay, so you value something that will have sentience in the future.
Yes. And
okay.
I think that your position is really ridiculous because you're not a vegan and yet you give value to sentience and animals are sentient. So I don't see how you can still support abortion and then not be vegan at the same time. You and Dean are very, very hypocritical when it comes to veganism.
That's not hypocritical. So there's a few things here. One is that you can say you ethically lean towards it, but I agree with like the name specifically in terms of vegan, right? That we prescribe as I think that any particular model, if we say that we specifically are okay with eating, food above calories, above the necessary level of caloric intake to survive, then you're allowing for some level of unnecessary animal death. That's just a reality. Crop death specifically leads to animal death, right? Rodents and other types of crops in order to be able to get agricultural products. So if you eat anything above the necessary level of caloric intake, you are causing unnecessary animal suffering. That is a reality, okay? So comparing any perspective, every single person on the planet is going to have some level of cruelty with the level of agricultural production that they get. Now you're then talking about what is the distinction in terms of the level of cruelty. And we can go and we can talk about that specifically. And we could say I lean more towards the perspective that you're going to hold. And inevitably speaking, that's probably going to take into account by, lab grown meats and the different veggie burgers and things like that that are coming into existence to a greater extent. And as they become better, that's going to essentially take most of the market away. So that's my perspective on the matter in terms of how it's like similarly to how climate change is addressed. But we can address that in a minute. That's totally separate. We can have, and we also, even if you're vegan, you can have a completely different determination for value for humans comparative to non-human animal species. Okay, so
okay.
Veganism honestly doesn't really have much to do with the abortion debate. But the
Okay.
point I asked
All
you
right.
that is because you said specifically every single animal, right? And I was just saying, do you hold this across the board? And then I can ask you what an animal is. Would you apply that to insects?
I would apply that to anything that's sentient.
So would you apply that to insects?
If an insect is sentient, yes.
Okay, so then you think it's wrong to like kill a fly?
I think it would be less morally wrong than compared to like a cow or a chicken or a pig, compared to considering the fact that flies don't have like the necessary
Is it
faculties
wrong to kill an ant?
experience. An ant, again, same thing with the fly. They don't have the necessary faculties to experience pain, and they're on a different level of sentience compared to different.
So you're saying if human beings have a lower level of sentience, then they should be allowed to be murdered?
Can you hear me?
So you said that human beings that have a lower level of sentience should be allowed to be murdered?
So by lower level of sentience, what do you mean?
Well, it's in the same connotation that you're referencing here.
Like lower level of
Yeah.
say
Well, you brought it up. You said lower level of sentience.
by yeah. So well, not yet that they should be allowed to be murdered, but if a person's like brain dead and they don't have sentience, or if they are, if they don't have the abilities to make decisions for themselves and their family thinks that that is the best option, then I think that would be necessary. Yeah.
Okay, it would be necessary? I'm confused what you mean by that.
Well, not necessary. It would be okay.
It'd be okay if it was the case to murder human beings that have lower levels of sentience?
If they do not have the ability to make decisions
under your
for
view,
themselves.
then under your view, why is it wrong to get an abortion when it's not sentient?
Ooh.
You kind of just
Oh, that's a
contradicted
good
your own
one.
perspective there.
Yeah, okay, that's a good one. I don't know how to come back to that one. I'm not sure. That was good, Parker. Good job. Fuck. Yeah, no, I'm not. I don't know where to go from there. That was, yeah.
Okay, well, I appreciate you coming up, man.
All right, have a good day.
You as well. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Donald Trump every single time.
Okay, why is that?
Well, first of all, why would I want to support, like, why would I want to be sided with somebody or a group of people that cheer and celebrate when somebody gets assassinated?
Okay, so then you don't side with MAGA.
When did we cheer and celebrate when somebody got shot and killed?
The Hortmans, right? Paul Pelosi getting beaten with a hammer. The police officers that were beat on January 6th, where Donald Trump called them patriots after pardoning the people who beat the police officers. How conservatives responded specifically in the wake of the fact that George Floyd was murdered.
Can you give me like 3 examples of people that cheered and celebrated when the Hortmans, like that was a terrible thing that happened by
I'm
somebody
sorry,
that
can you give me
personally
3
knew them.
examples? Can you give me 3 examples of people specifically who have platforms who cheered, specifically on the liberal side?
Can you give me 3 examples of people that cheered and celebrated for
Could you do the
Hortman?
same thing under your own
I
perspective?
asked you
don't
first,
have to,
Parker.
Well,
I asked you
by
first.
the way, they would be commenters. You want me to give me a citation for the specific commenters that said this?
You're the one that made the point, right? And you can't even back up your own point.
Wait, you mean saying that people said this? I can point to people specifically. I don't
Like
remember
people
off the
literally
top of my
made
head.
shirts of Charlie Kirk's face
Can you name,
when he
can you
got
name 3
shot.
people? Name 3 people who said that.
3 people? I mean, look at all the thousands of people that got
Name 3
fired.
people. Name 3 people. The answer
Jimmy
the
Kimmel?
question. No, address the first point that I made. You were just pivoted and made a separate claim, so you didn't have to answer the question. Could you name 3 people? No, you couldn't. So then obviously if you can't name 3 people, that's not evidence specifically that you don't like have a point there, right?
Okay,
right?
well, that same goes for you because I asked you the same question for Portman first.
I was, dude, all I was doing was just demonstrating that the question you asked me to answer was something
Eat
I didn't
your own
have
words,
to,
Parker.
It was
Eat
something
your own
that,
words, bro.
It was something, no, I was actually I just showed you that you had to eat your own words. You know that,
I
right?
asked you the same question first.
Dude, you didn't even realize that you're critiquing your own argument right now. You don't even realize that you're critiquing your own argument that you made, and I was just running your own argument against you.
No, I'm pointing out your hypocrisy, Parker. I'm pointing out your hypocrisy, bro.
Actually, you're really pointing out
you
the
are
hypocrisy
siding
in
with
your
a
own
bunch of
argument
people
without
that
realizing.
cheer when we get shot and killed. Just know that. All your supporters, they like it when we get shot and killed. Okay.
So no, we're not cheering. We're not cheering. So can you answer?
I know not you specifically. I respect you.
Can we please here address this? Like, if you care about which side is cheering on violence more, it's obviously the Trump supporters that literally pardon the violent rioters who beat police officers like Trump, and then called them patriots, right? So specifically,
okay, what about all the
positions
people?
of power. Can you give me a single Democrat in position of power that cheered it?
Who is rioting against ICE right now?
Can you name it? Can you name a single Democrat in a position of power that cheered it? Because I can name the president of the United States.
Who got shot by Democrats in Texas like 2 weeks ago?
I can name the president of the United States. I can talk about that. You want me to talk about that? Name a single fucking person. Name a single Democrat in office that cheered it.
A single. I mean, they wouldn't even let.
You can't.
They wouldn't even take a silence for Charlie Kirk during a congressional hearing.
You can't name a single Democrat that cheered it. You can't name a single Democrat in office that cheered it. Wow.
It doesn't have to be a Democrat in office.
Oh, it doesn't. Okay, but we could point to that with Trump. Trump himself called the people who assaulted police officers patriots, and he pardoned them. That's cheering it. If you don't want violence to be cheered, don't support a candidate that incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol. Do not support a candidate that called a person a patriot who beat a police officer after literally trying to take over the Capitol. Don't do that.
I mean,
that is condoning, that is upholding violence.
A peaceful protest. We don't condone the people that rioted and.
Then why is he pardoning them? Why is he pardoning them? Because you can't give me a single example of any Democrat pardoning someone who assaulted a police officer after inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol. You can't give me an example
like I said,
of that.
most of the
and if the Democrats did do that, and if the Democrats wait, I promise you, if the Democrats did do that, that would be the argument the right is running with over and over and over and over.
The Democrats do that every single day. Antifa is a violent terrorist organization. They pardon.
Are you
Antifa? Tell them to riot in the
streets.
Antifa?
Are you Antifa?
Absolutely not. I'm anti-Antifa, motherfucker.
You're anti-Antifa, so you're fascist. If you're anti-Antifa, then you're a fascist, okay?
Do you really think Antifa gives a fuck about fascism?
Who the fuck is anti-Antifa? Fascist.
When you guys kill people for saying a different opinion other than yours.
Wait, I don't advocate for violence. I advocate for peaceful protests. That's what I'm doing right now.
But you do obviously support Antifa.
Can I please finish this? Please. Antifa is not an organization. Antifa is an ideology. Antifa simply just means anti-fascist, right? I have a question. During World War II, should we have been Antifa?
That's a dumb question, Parker.
No, it's not. Answer the question. During World War II, should we have been Antifa? Yes or no?
Okay. My problem is the purple-haired freak Antifa group that has never worked a day in their life.
So you're mad with people having purple hair? You're a sensitive little snowflake that gets mad at someone's hair being a different color.
Yeah, because they're freaks.
You little snowflake. You're so mad at people having purple hair. You're mad, bro. Stay mad. Stay mad, bro. Stay mad. They like their purple hair. Who gives a shit? Why would they care about your opinion? Stay mad, you fucking snowflake.
They can have purple hair. It just makes them look stupid.
No, it doesn't. It makes you look stupid for caring that. It makes you look stupid for caring that they have purple hair. It does not make them look stupid.
I really don't care that much. It's just something to make fun of you guys.
I'm sorry. So, are you anti-fascist? Yes or no?
I've already told you, I'm anti-Antifa.
Well, you got a violation, so I have to go into the next person. But jeez, he can't even say that he's anti-fascist. He says that he's anti-fascist. So he's literally pro-fascist. Literally. Oh yeah, he said. That would be so funny, Dean. That would be so funny. I should have. I had to kick him because of the flag. Catherine, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I support him more than I support Kamala Harris and Joe
Kamala?
Biden. That's for sure.
Like, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I mean, before or after Biden dropped out.
Does it matter? Can you answer the question? If you could vote for,
I
I'm talking about in
mean,
the 2024 election, 2024 election, right? If you
I
could go
would
back in
I
time
would
with the
vote for
information
Trump.
that you have right now, you would vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris?
I would vote for Trump just
Okay,
because
why?
he's just more respected by other leaders in the world. Just
Who?
look at today. I mean, he just got a ceasefire and a deal done with Israel and Hamas. He just ended that. I mean, that's something I don't think Kamala Harris would have been able to do. Hell no.
Kamala. Also,
Kamala.
so you're saying more respected, and you only gave one example. So if we actually want to look at the level of confidence that, you know, other countries around the world have and our world leaders, if you compare Trump to Harris, you can actually look at Pew Research, and it indicates that Trump's confidence amongst a bunch of different nations, especially those that we're allied with, is extremely, extremely low. And what I mean by confidence is confidence in Donald Trump to do the right thing regarding world affairs. According to 24 different countries, the median of those countries in terms of confidence for Trump was 34%. 62% was the no confidence rating. Absolutely no confidence. And if you want to reference Kamala Harris, with 18 country median, it was 55%, right, confidence, right, and 33% no confidence. So she was significantly more respected around the entire world, according to these different types of analyses, right, from Pew Research.
I mean, do you think if Kamala Harris was president right now, she would have ended this war? Because I don't think so.
I genuinely think that there would have been a ceasefire likely earlier.
Why is that?
Because she put significantly more pressure on putting there being a ceasefire in place comparative to Trump. Trump was saying finish the job, whereas she was advocating for the ceasefire. So actually, Trump has literally changed from his position from being finish the job to being ceasefire now, because he realized that his position didn't lead to the same set of circumstances that he expected.
Okay, let me pivot real quick because I wanted to ask about this also. Do you think that if Trump was president, if he won in 2020, that Ukraine and Russia war would have happened if he was president?
Yes.
How? Why?
Can you give me any reason it would have happened differently?
Because he had a good relationship with Putin, unlike Biden, who couldn't even
Then why
say
is
sentences
he why is he full pro Ukraine right now, saying that they can take back the entirety of Ukraine that was taken from Russia, and that they're funding Ukraine again?
He said what?
Yeah, he said that he was wrong, and that he's like pro full Ukraine now because he wants to take back the entirety of Ukraine that was taken from them.
Well, right, because Putin isn't trying to end the war, clearly.
So he doesn't have good relations with Putin. How did that go?
Because he talked to him in Alaska, but clearly Putin now is just on his own warpath.
But then he went and conspired with Xi Jinping, right? That's what Trump said on his Truth Social. So clearly they don't have as good of a relationship as you thought, right? So it sounds like Trump got conned.
I mean, some relationship is better than no relationship, which was Joe Biden's relationship with Putin. They had no relationship. Joe Biden wasn't even talking with Putin about ending that war at all. At least Trump is trying to end that war. I mean, trying is better than not doing anything.
So you're talking about in terms of a ceasefire. Like, you understand that Biden had a ceasefire, and the reason why Israel pulled out of it is because they saw more power with Trump and a greater, quote-unquote, ability to finish the job. Right? So, like, you understand that we can point to specific connotations that actually led to there being a ceasefire later on with Trump comparative to what would have existed prior. Like,
Yeah,
if he wasn't president. So, like, if you want to talk about what it would have been otherwise, it seems like there would have been more conditions for peace otherwise.
I mean, I think that I believe the Ukraine and Russia war is going to end by the end of this year.
Okay.
And when that happens,
Okay,
a
but
lot
like,
of people
wait,
are going to
this
eat their
point
words,
that you made
especially
was
liberals.
bullshit, though. Can we at least admit this point you made was bullshit? You have no specific circumstances to indicate that he's more respected, and actually all evidence seems to indicate that he's less respected on a world stage.
I mean, just look at today. He was handshaking with so many leaders today, taking pictures with them. Like, that's respected.
Taking pictures and handshaking doesn't mean that you're more respected. Do you think that there weren't handshakes and pictures under the Biden-Harris administration? Come on.
I didn't see much with Joe Biden as president.
Okay,
Joe,
you just didn't.
Joe
You didn't
Biden
pay
wasn't in
attention.
the public eye as much as Trump.
No, you just didn't pay attention as much. It's like think about it this way: like when another sports team plays, do you pay attention to every single thing that they do? No, but if your team plays, you see everything.
I mean, I guess, but Biden, listen, Trump is more respected also because he doesn't hide from the media. He doesn't hide from the media. He takes questions. He answers questions every day.
Really? Do you want me to give you an example of him not answering a question, right, and just completely gibberish generating?
Say that one more time.
Yeah, here's an example of him generating gibberish.
Journalist.
I love you guys.
Months.
In Florida?
Yes, here at Alligator on the
I'm going to spend a lot. Look, this is my home. What was the first part of your question?
Is there a specific time frame you expect the detainees to spend here? Days, weeks, months?
In Florida?
Yes, here at Alligator on the
I'm going to spend a lot. Look, this is my home state. I love it. I love your government. I love all the people around. These are all friends of mine. They know them very well. I mean, I'm not surprised that they do so well. They're great people. Ron has been a friend of mine for a long time. I feel very comfortable in the state. I'll spend a lot of time here. I want to, for 4 years, I've got to be in Washington, and I'm okay with it because I love the White House. I even fix up the little Oval Office. I make it, it's like a diamond. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It wasn't maintained properly, I will tell you that. But even when it wasn't, it was still the Oval Office, so it meant a lot. But I'll spend as much time as I can here. My vacation is generally here because it's convenient. I live in Palm Beach. It's my home. And I have a very nice little place, nice little cottage to stay at, right? But we have a lot of fun, and I'm a big contributor to Florida. Pay a lot of tax, and a lot of people move from New York, and I don't know what New York is going to do. A lot of people move to Florida.
What was the question?
What was that?
What was the question?
I mean,
do you remember?
I could do the same thing and bring up Biden not finishing sentences.
Go ahead.
I mean,
also,
at least
Biden wasn't the last candidate. It was Kamala Harris. So.
I guess. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you guys applied all of this. Like everyone applied the standard to Joe Biden. When I went on live and I would debate people, Joe Biden versus Donald Trump, every single person that came up on my stream said cognitive decline. Every single person. But as soon as the candidate was Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump, not a single fucking one of them talked about it.
So Donald
Trump is clearly incoherent.
So you would have voted for Joe Biden if he never dropped out? A president
over Donald Trump? Absolutely. I would vote for Joe Biden on his deathbed over Donald Trump.
That's crazy. That's
how?
Joe Biden wasn't even the last year. Where was he? I didn't see him on TV. I didn't see him taking questions. Every speech he had,
then that was a you. That was a you. He was in front of the media constantly. I mean, he was running for president, my guy. He was in a debate. He remember that happened? I was calling for him to
and
drop
the more
out
he was
time.
on TV, the more he was on TV and in the public eye, it was more of an embarrassment because he couldn't even say two sentences that made sense.
Okay, so you could, okay, so you say that's an issue, correct? So is it an issue with Trump?
We can't have a president that can't finish his sentences.
Oh, then that's probably an issue with Trump, then, right?
For an 80-year-old Donald Trump, I don't think he talks as bad as Biden.
Really?
At least he can speak his words right.
Well, I mean, let's take a quick look into what Donald Trump has said.
Tripled the
Let's take a quick look into what Donald Trump has said real quick. Watch this.
Smart people don't like me.
Oops, wrong one. Wrong one. Sorry. I meant to click on this one.
And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute. 1 minute.
And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number of the lungs. So it'd be interesting.
Disinfected by injection to fight COVID-19? What the fuck? What?
I mean, hey,
this guy's dude. This guy. You know what? You know what? This guy's the smartest person
He's an
on the planet.
80-year-old.
Actually, you know what?
He's an 80-year-old.
He's incredible.
Whale strikes, but you have a better chance of being struck by lightning than hitting a whale with your boat. There has only been, listen to this, one such whale killed off the coast of South Carolina in the last 50 years. But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy.
Yeah, windmills are causing whales to die. Numbers never seen before, right? Definitely a lot of evidence to back that one up, right? Oh, wait, here's another one. Trump said that if Jesus came down and were the vote counter, he'd
I had a
win.
crowd so
California.
big, I said, there's no way I could lose California, but automatically they mark it down if you're a Republican as a loss, that you lose by 5 million votes. I said, 5 million votes? I guarantee, if Jesus came down and was the vote counter, I would win California, okay? In other words, if we had an honest vote counter, a really honest vote counter, I'd do great with the Hispanics, great.
Dude, this guy, man. This guy's the most coherent option. Most coherent option for president in the United States, apparently.
So I think one area of mutual agreement and priority is vegetation management. But I think we want to work with you to really recognize the changing climate and what it means to our forests and actually work together with that science. That science is going to be key, because if we ignore that science and sort of put our head in the sand and think it's all about vegetation management, we're not going to succeed together protecting Californians.
Okay, it'll start getting cooler. You just watch.
I wish science agreed with you.
Hey, well, I don't think science knows, actually.
Crazy. Crazy.
Listen, Parker, I have a question for you. Are you religious?
No.
Okay, so I'd say a lot of people are religious, and Trump himself is a Christian. So should he be held? Should he be held of the things he's done in the past and all the mistakes and things he said for that?
Yes.
I don't think so, because God forgives everyone for everything they do, and he shouldn't be held
don't you have to ask
for that
God
for the
for
rest of
forgiveness?
his life.
Don't you have to
Of
ask
course
God
you
for
do.
forgiveness?
And who says Trump doesn't?
Well, I can show
He
you a
probably
video right
does.
now of Donald Trump saying that he's never asked God for forgiveness. You want to hear?
Let me hear.
And you could listen to him all day long. When you left the church,
I'm sorry. This is a really, really bad set of audio. Let me get a better clip. This is from C-SPAN. Here we go.
More, because you used the word Christian. Have you ever asked God for forgiveness?
That's a tough question. I don't think in terms of, I'm a religious person. Shockingly, because people are so shocked when they find this out, I'm Protestant, I'm Presbyterian. And I go to church and I love God and I love my church. And Norman Vincent Peale, the great Norman Vincent Peale was my pastor. The Power of Positive Thinking. Everybody's heard of Norman Vincent Peale. He was so great. He would give a sermon, you never wanted to leave. Sometimes we have sermons, and every once in a while we think about leaving a little early, right, even though we're Christian. Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, Frank, would give a sermon. I'm telling you, I still remember his
Wait for
sermons.
it.
It was
He yaps.
unbelievable. And what he would do is he'd bring real-life situations, modern-day situations, into the sermon.
Every single fucking pastor does that.
And you could listen to him all day long. When you left the church, you were disappointed that it was over. He was the greatest guy. And then, you know, he passed away, but he was a great... He wrote The Power of Positive Thinking, which is a great book.
But have you ever asked God for forgiveness?
I'm not sure I have. I just go and try and do a better job from there. I don't think so. I think if I do something wrong, I think I just try and make it right. I don't bring God into that picture. I
Exactly.
don't. Now,
And he
when
made it right today.
What? Wait, I'm sorry.
He
As a
ended
Christian,
a war.
Wait,
He
as
ended
a
a war
as
today.
as a Christian, you cannot say that is the Christian way, right? He never asked God's forgiveness. He doesn't put God into it.
I mean, absolutely not. But he said he tries to make it up with good, and he did good today. He ended a war.
How
He
do you
ended
feel-
a war
how do you feel
that
about the one where he
kills
said-
many people.
How do you feel about the one where he says he feels like he's not going to make it to heaven?
Oh, what he said today?
He said that recently. This was like within the past few days. He said that he doesn't feel like he's going to make it to heaven.
I mean, that's only for God to decide. But for what he's doing right now, I would say he's doing a really good job to get to heaven. He just ended a war that people were dying
Dude,
every day.
I'm sorry. You just said that, but again, that was actually one that he extended because it is the case that there was already a ceasefire in place, and him getting into office gave Israel a circumstance where they could keep trying to go and do more because he advocated for them to quote unquote finish the job and not to do a ceasefire originally. But he's changed his position on it, and now he wants a ceasefire. So you can't just do that. Like, you can't just extend it and then claim that you are the one that ended it, right, and caused the peace when you were the one that extended the war, right? Extended the genocide of the Palestinian people, extended the fucking starvation and the famine.
I mean, I think he just wanted to get to office and then handle it when he did get to office. There's nothing he could have done when he wasn't president with that.
Wait, what are you saying? Repeat that?
I'm saying there's nothing he could have done from like October to like December of last year to end that war. He had to be president to do something, to get a ceasefire.
Yeah, there was a ceasefire when he was getting into office, right? And that's when, at the end of Biden's term, there was a ceasefire in place, and then Israel pulled out of it because they realized that they can keep going with Trump support to a greater extent.
Well, obviously that's a mistake on his part, but I mean,
that's Trump.
He finally got the job done. I mean, he got it done. I mean, it's over now. War is over. Next is Ukraine and Russia. He'll get that done too, and people still won't give him his credit, but that's fine because he's stopping people from dying.
He extended it. You say he stops people from dying, but he extended it. And then for Ukraine, he also extended that because it is the case that he pulled out the funding and then he put it back in later on because he got conned by Putin thinking that he could get a deal done in 24 hours, which was fucking insane.
I mean, obviously that was childish, but I mean, he's going to give Ukraine, I don't know what it was, missiles or something, and sooner or later, Russia's going to budge and they're going to stop, and that war will end too. Mark my words, that war will end by the end of this year.
Yeah, so again,
and Trump still won't get his credit.
Yeah, you're going to say that Trump gets credit for everything, even if he doesn't deserve credit. And I'm showing you that he doesn't deserve credit.
Not
and
all
you're like,
credit.
Oh, he has to get
Some credit.
What credit? For
Some
what?
credit, at
what Does
least.
he get, so then what did he do to get credit for?
He put a deal in place for this war to end.
At a later
helped.
period.
He mediated.
At a later period than what it would have been otherwise if he wasn't in office.
I mean, he still got it done. You know, it took longer, but he still got it done. He's gonna end the war in Russia and Ukraine.
So, dude,
he got the Congo war done.
Come on.
Like,
so, no, he went for mineral rights.
Did the war end?
He specifically was going for there are still specifically, right, people in the Congo that are literally being killed at mass. You understand that, right? And you can also point to specifically, right, plenty of different places around the world, like specifically Sudan, right, Libya, right now that are experiencing incredibly terrible conditions. Where's Donald Trump addressing that? No, he's going in there and he's trying to get mineral rights, right? And he's not addressing any of the context.
I mean, at the end of the day, Trump will always be looked at as a bad person. I don't know why. I feel like people need to stop judging him for past mistakes and things he's done and said, because that's not a Christian thing to do, even a Catholic thing to do. And it's unfortunate that there's so much hate towards a person. It's just like I don't know about you, but I tend to feel like when a person is getting hated on so much, I feel like I want to defend them because it's just not warranted for past mistakes.
Okay, so
and it's just not
feel,
right.
So do you feel like you want to defend Hitler because a lot of people hate him?
I can't speak on that because I wasn't alive for that. So I
What do you mean you
why would
can't
I
speak on that
something?
because you? What do you mean you can't speak on that because you weren't alive? What are you talking about, dude? You can speak
wasn't
on that
alive
even
for
though
that.
you
Why
weren't
would-
alive. So
Obviously, I wouldn't support Hitler. Hitler
how-
people.
how
I
old
mean,
are you? He has, by the way.
I'm
Trump has.
23.
You're 23. Were you born after 2001?
23.
Yeah, so you were born 2002. Oh, my internet. Fuck.
Yeah.
Hello, do you hear me? Oh, please come back. Please
Yep.
come back. Hello, you hear me? Oh, no, dude.
Yep.
Okay, we're good. I'm sorry. Here, it should be fine now. Hello, hello. Does everyone hear me now? Are we good? Okay,
I hear you.
I'm sorry, everyone. You
Yep.
know, it goes through like a lag spike every once in a while. Like, I don't know what just happened. Sorry. What did you last hear? Push the Galaxy.
I just heard how old. You asked how old I was. I said 23.
Yeah, so you were born after after 9/11. Was 9/11 bad?
Of course it was.
Okay, so you can speak on things
That
in
was
which you weren't
terrible.
alive, right? So can you speak on it in terms of Hitler?
I mean-
So a lot of people hate Hitler. Does that make you want to defend him?
No, because Hitler.
Okay, so a lot of people hate
genocide and
pedophiles.
killed
Does that make you want
millions
to
of-
defend them? A lot of people hate pedophiles. Does that make you want to defend them?
It depends on the context and the facts.
What? Dude, no.
Are they guilty? Are they
Stop,
purely
stop,
guilty?
Stop. We
Innocent
said-
and proven till guilty.
No, we're saying someone who is a pedophile, dude. Oh my god.
So
Why
Trump's a pedophile.
why did you
You
say
think
that? What? By the way, I didn't even claim that yet. Yes, I do think that, but we didn't even claim that yet.
So why isn't he in jail?
What? You wait. You understand that he specifically said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. I consider that P3DO. Do you consider that P3DO?
A lot of people say a lot of stuff and they don't do anything. It's all talk.
What, I'm sorry.
You have to understand
do
that
you-
in
do you
today's
think-
society.
So you think that's okay?
Obviously, I don't think that's okay, but saying something is not the same as doing something.
That obviously they're different actions, but it's still fucking pedophilia.
It's obviously weird. Yes, I'm not denying that, but like Trump was probably just talking like.
So hold
just out
up.
of,
Let's
like-
clarify. I asked you this question. I said a lot of people hate pedophiles, right? Does that make you want to defend them? Because you said when people hate a specific person, you like want to defend them. So I was just thinking if you hold that to scenarios, why the fuck would you respond to that with like depends on the context? Do you fucking realize how crazy that sounds? Do you fucking realize how crazy that sounds?
I need to know like if
Like,
someone
bro,
just
you're gonna
saying
get
something
clipped,
that's
bro.
pedophile,
You're gonna
if-
get
if someone's-
clipped.
If someone's saying something, it's different than doing something. You don't understand that. I hear people like a lot of people talk about
Saying something
"Oh,
is doing
I would
something.
get with that 17-year-old. I would get
Saying
I
something-
would get with a 16-year-old. No, it's not. It's two different things. You just
Wait,
said it yourself.
wait. You know people who say that? Did you just say that?
I don't know people. I see people on the internet that talk out of terms like that. Oh, I would go with that girl. You see it in movies and TV every day. I
What?
would get with
Where?
that
What
girl.
movies? What TV? And also, what the fuck? You understand that that doesn't mean it's okay? That's fucking gross.
It's not
You see-
okay.
wait, if you
But it's
see
not
that on the
something-
internet, where are you seeing this on the internet?
Social media, Instagram, YouTube, movies, TV shows.
Everywhere?
I
You
can't
just-
give you.
Bro, I'm sorry.
I
You
don't
just
see
see this
it
on
everywhere. I
this
see
is
it
ju-
some.
Because
I see it
dude, I go on,
sometimes.
I go on those things, and I don't see that. So it must be your fucking algorithm. It must be your For You page. It must be what you look at.
Maybe, I don't know. But all I'm saying is that you can't hold someone to something they just say and not do. Have facts, have facts of someone doing something that shows
Yes, wait.
pedophile.
I can
actions.
show Donald Trump saying
I
he
don't
would
wanna-
date. I can show you a clip of Donald Trump saying he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Do you think that's pedophilia?
He said it. He didn't do it. Like,
Wait, I'm sorry. Is that pedophilia? Yes or no?
I mean, I guess if you want to phrase it that way, he didn't do anything.
So then,
though.
would you
Like,
vote for a pedophile?
If he's a pedophile, I would vote for him rather than Kamala Harris for sure. Kamala Harris is the worst. She's terrible.
What the fuck is so bad about Kamala Harris to you that you would vote for a pedophile over Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris shouldn't even have been running for
Kamala.
president.
No, tell me, what is so bad? Tell me, what is so bad about Kamala Harris that means you would support a pedophile over Kamala Harris?
Because Kamala is not respected. Kamala is not, she was a horrible governor in California, from what I've heard. And
I'm sorry, you think a pedophile is more respected? You respect a pedophile more than Kamala Harris for what? What did she do? Because other people respect her less? What?
You can't call the president a pedophile. He's a president. He's a president.
Wait,
At the end of the day, he's our
sorry.
president.
You just
live
acknowledged.
in his country.
Wait,
you
I'm
live
sorry.
in a country that he's president.
So
So,
he's still.
like-
Wait. You acknowledged what he did was pedophilic. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So then why do you sit there and defend that? Why do you defend him? Just because he's the president? You said a president can't be a pedophile, but you agreed that he did something pedophilic. Do you think that someone can do something pedophilic and not be a pedophile?
If they say something that's like a pedophile, if they say something, it's different than doing something. You have to understand that.
What? No. What does
It's
it mean?
different.
Wait. I'm sorry. Can you do something pedophilic without being a pedophile?
Yeah. It depends if you mean it or not.
What?
You don't hear.
What do you
don't hear
mean?
someone-
What the fuck is
you
this
don't
guy
hear-
saying?
You've never talked around with friends and they joke around.
No,
they joke
no,
around and
dude.
say,
wha-
"I'll get with a
no,
minor,"
no,
and I
no.
joke
I'm sorry.
around.
Dude, are you? Wait, I'm sorry. Do you
That's
guys make?
what Trump did.
Wait,
He
do you
joked
make
around.
pedophilic jokes? Do you make pedophilic jokes?
No, I do
Do
not.
you think it's acceptable to make pedophilic jokes?
No.
Okay.
Of course not.
If you don't think it's acceptable to make pedophilic jokes, and you don't make pedophilic jokes, why are you saying that as a reason specifically to act like it was okay for Donald Trump to say something pedophilic? And why the hell would you defend him? Because right now, to me, it
When
sounds like
did I
you're
ever say it was okay?
you just said you would vote for a pedophile over Kamala Harris, and you couldn't even give like a fucking name a single policy of Kamala Harris's you disagree with.
She doesn't have policies that are better than Trump's. She
Name a
doesn't
single
care.
policy that Kamala Harris advocated for that you disagree with. You have to be in the app for me to hear you. When you're looking it up, right? I can't hear you. You have to be in the app for me to be able to hear you.
Sorry,
Name a
someone's
single
calling me.
policy.
I mean, give me a few. I mean, I'm not very crazy political like you. Obviously, I don't have all the facts right in front of me. But, I mean, basically, she shouldn't have even been running for president. You don't understand that. They just found someone to take Biden's
Name a
place.
single policy. Do you know a
She shouldn't
single
even have
policy?
been there.
Wait, no, hold on.
She
hold
shouldn't
on,
even
hold
have
on.
a name
Stop,
right
stop,
now.
stop. Do you know a single policy of Kamala Harris's?
Obviously, she supports abortion.
So, do you know the policy she supports on that? Do you know what's like? Do you know anything about it?
Not.
So you don't know. So you
No,
don't even know
not
Roe
really.
versus Wade. You don't know it's 24 weeks specifically in terms of viability, right? After viability, it's left up to the states, right? You don't know anything about that, right? You don't know anything about her policies. By the way, you said you would vote for a pedophile over Kamala Harris because you don't like Kamala Harris so much, and yet you couldn't mention a single policy that you disagree with Kamala Harris on, and like actually bring it up. Not a single one. Do you realize
So I'm
how
not
fucking
focused on
insane
her
you
policy.
are?
I'm talking about something else. I'm not talking about her
Tell me something
policies.
Donald Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him.
Something. Probably make another comment like that about getting with a like if he said something as barbaric and crazy like that, I would probably like.
If
the thing
he
is,
said
I don't
something
su-
like what he said, you wouldn't support him.
Of course not.
So then why do you support him?
I support him because he's more likely to
Wait, I'm
cash
sorry.
in
I'm
on his
sorry.
promises
In
that
that
he
circumstance,
says.
wait, in that circumstance, right? You're saying if he engaged in an action he's already engaged in, you would stop supporting him. So why don't you stop supporting him given that he's already engaged in that action?
Because he's replacing that with good. He's doing good now. He's ending wars, you know? He's helping the American
So
people. He's
you
helping
would vote
us.
for a pedophile, rapist, fascist, racist, because it is the case that literally you think that he's ending wars, even though we've already agreed that he extended conflicts in all of the scenarios that you're talking about.
Yeah. He won, didn't he? He won. Take the L. He won.
You are rage baiting.
You can cut me off now. He
I'm
won.
sorry. Do you think this? Are you
He won.
joking? Like genuinely, please, if you're joking, acknowledge that you're joking.
About what?
Seriously, are you joking right now? Are you being genuinely serious on this live stream right now? Or are you rage baiting
About what?
about the positions you're holding right now on the stream? Like seriously, this is fucking insane. Even if you're rage baiting about this, that's fucking crazy. Okay? Genuinely, you have to realize what the fuck you're saying right now. You're actively advocating that you would support a pedophile rapist over Kamala Harris, and you don't know a single policy of hers that you disagree with.
I don't know a policy of hers because she came out of nowhere. I didn't even know who Kamala Harris was until she was running for president.
I'm sorry. Who would you rather vote for, a pedophile or the average person?
I mean, obviously the average person. It depends.
Okay, so if you don't know anything about Kamala Harris, you would assume that she's the average person, right? That would be the assumption, is that she's the average person. Unless you know something about her. Okay?
I mean, I guess.
Right? So then, okay. So then, what's...
But the thing is...
So then why would you vote for a pedophile rapist over Kamala Harris if you didn't know anything about Kamala Harris, because your assumption would be is that she's the average person?
Because Trump, obviously he didn't cash in on his promise, but he said he would end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours.
Which he didn't do. So now with the information you have right now, why would you still support him?
Again, he's more respected around the world.
That's not
If
true.
Kamala
I
Harris
disproved
was
that. I disproved that. I
president-
showed you that, again, amongst a bunch of countries around the world, he has lower confidence to do the right thing regarding world affairs comparative to Kamala Harris. Looking at information from Pew Research. So you're wrong.
Well, I don't know where you live at, but where I live at, gas prices have definitely dropped since Trump became president.
Gas
And
prices
that's
have
just
become
fact.
more expensive on average since Trump got in office.
Not where I live. It's gone way cheaper.
Okay, so
Under $3 a gallon
So
now.
you're willing to vote for a pedophile rapist because gas went down in the specific area that you live in, not tied to the national level, and there's no policy you could point to that Donald Trump passed that caused your gas to go down in the specific area that you live. Like, name a single policy that Donald Trump passed that reduced gas prices in the area in which you live.
I don't know the exact policies. I mean, you're judging me like I don't have all the facts like you, but I'm just saying like.
So then why would you
things have
vote for the
gotten cheaper.
pedophile rapist?
Groceries, because he's doing better than what we were doing 1 year ago today. Groceries are cheaper.
We're not.
Gas is
Groceries
cheaper.
are more expensive. Gas is more expensive. That's just not true.
Where you live at, where I live, it's
un-
true for me. It's true for me. I don't know where you live.
Watch this.
So-
Unemployment is higher. The jobs report is even worse. I'm looking at overall statistics. I'm sorry. I'm not referencing specifically just where I live. I'm referencing across the fucking board. Okay? And across the fucking board, we have lower real GDP growth. We have higher unemployment. We have lower jobs reports numbers. Trump literally fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because he claimed it was politically biased information, and he couldn't believe that it was so bad. And then the next person that he put in office indicated even less jobs the next month. Okay? So you cannot be this stupid. I got removed for community guidelines. Misinformation. Okay. All right. All right. I'm literally debunking this guy's misinformation and I get taken down. What type of crazy shit is that? Let me switch accounts to my third account or my second account, everybody. Let me say thank you to a few people. Crystal, thank you for the $1. Darling, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Crystal with the $5. Darius, thank you so much for the $5. Jessica, thank you for the $1. Madeline, thank you so much for the $1. Amanda, thank you for the $5. Thank you. That's crazy, chat. That's crazy. That person was fucking insane. Like, actually genuinely insane. What was that? That person, I think they were being serious. I genuinely, like, I typically would think someone saying that was rage baiting, but genuinely, I'm not sure. Like, that's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. That was disgusting. That was one of the most disgusting people I've ever talked to. Knowing that and still deciding to support him is crazy. That's absolutely nuts. If you're on YouTube here, make sure to subscribe if you have not already. Like the stream if you haven't already as well. I think you have to close out the chat and hit the thumbs up. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let me say thank you to some people on YouTube. I do have to catch up to that. I do have to catch up there. Erotica, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I'm the Beard. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Jonathan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Erotica, thank you so much for the appreciate the $5. Anthony, with the $5. Thank you. Let me start up the TikTok stream real quick. Give me 1 second. Alrighty. I started up the TikTok. I started up on my second account, everyone. For people on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everybody. For the 4,000 people here, make sure to hit that thumbs up. It helps send it out to more people. I would really appreciate it. I think we currently have right now have like 1,300 likes. What happened? I got banned on my main account, everybody. I got banned on my main. This is why I recommend to go over to YouTube, because YouTube literally doesn't ban me that way as much. So I submitted the appeal. Hopefully we'll get it back. What's up, everyone joining in here on the TikTok stream? Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. It'll help get out to more people. For the 4,100 people here on the YouTube, again, make sure to do so real quick. I would really appreciate it. Perm? No, it's not a perm. I think it's probably like a week long. I thought Parker lost it and quit. No, I didn't. You can always check by looking at my YouTube, everyone. You can always check by looking at my YouTube. Juliana, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for the condolences for the ban. Thank you so much. I've been dealing with so many bans and, internet issues and fucking audio issues, and everything is going wrong recently. Like, is it just me, or does it feel like everything is going wrong on the stream, at least? I'll update the IG chat. Let everyone know. I got banned on TikTok. On my main. I'm on my second. Parker, get a real job. And on YouTube, Parker, get a job. All right. Alrighty. Pyramid, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, they probably did. I mean, I might get it back. We'll see. Rosie, thank you for the autumn leaves. Thank you. Alrighty. We're going to get some people up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Sure do.
I'm sorry. There's a lot of background noise. A lot of background noise. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my God, I love you.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Cordova, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
Nigger.
You're so gross. Fucking disgusting fuck. Yeah, Cordova, that's so crazy. That's so crazy, yeah. Maybe it's... Yeah, I've been hearing internet's just bad in LA in general, honestly. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
2000.
What month?
April.
And you said you're how old again?
25.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
So I actually didn't vote, but I would vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
Because I think he controls the border better.
Okay, what makes you think that?
So personally, I believe that the border should be controlled, just because the amount of illegal aliens and like criminals coming in through the border. Yeah, undocumented immigrants coming in through the border. It just needs to be stopped, and Trump has stopped it completely.
So if we're talking about quote unquote criminals coming into the country, well, undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural born U.S. citizens. So the likelihood of them being a criminal is lower in terms of likelihood than natural born U.S. citizens. So based on that same reasoning and logic, you would want to ban people from coming into your state from other states.
No, but
you don't want to increase criminals coming into your state, right?
No, of course not. But personally, like I believe like the sanctuary states, like they're more likely to get more criminals coming in just because of the abundance of people coming in that would be bringing criminals in.
So you're saying, so if you're talking about specifically like the trafficking of people, right? Well, then you understand that you'll defund them to a greater extent if you make the legal process go significantly quicker, and you actually give them more money by making the process harder to get through and by making it cost more money. You're incentivizing more people to go through said illegal process to come into the country.
I'm saying come here legally, yes.
Yeah, so then you have to actually incentivize that by making the process go significantly quicker. You can't actually have that be the case unless you actually have the conditions for that, right? In terms of people actually being able to come to the country quicker. Otherwise, again, you're just going to incentivize people to come to the country documented, because it is the case that it's too hard to get into the legal process. It takes too long.
I agree. The Trump administration should make it easier to come into the country. You should make it easier to come in the country legally. Yes.
Holy shit, chat. It was a week-long ban. And it appeal not approved. And it's literally a week long, dude. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude?
What the fuck?
That's so crazy. All right, you can continue.
Okay. I also just want to preface that I think the Trump administration puts Americans before undocumented immigrants, and I think that not only the Biden-Harris administration but the entire Democratic Party likes to try to put the illegal immigrants not above the Americans, but in sorts before the Americans in some capacities. Like with the government shutdown, I think that them not passing the I don't even know the thing to keep the government open. Sorry. I believe that they didn't pass it because they wanted health care for illegal immigrants. And
do you want undocumented immigrants to die?
Well,
and to not get emergency care?
But absolutely not.
So then you want health care for undocumented immigrants?
No, but I believe they shouldn't be here.
Wait,
in the first place.
so do you want health care for undocumented immigrants or not? Should they question people's legal status if they're dying? Right, in the emergency room?
I think in certain situations, no, but...
What do you mean in certain situations? No, in no circumstance should the doctor, have to clarify their legal immigration status prior to literally saving their life. That's insane.
No, I understand that. I agree that every human has the right to live, no matter where they're from or what they're from. But
okay, so then you agree with healthcare for undocumented immigrants.
But I don't think the country should be shut down over it. No, I think that's
not.
something
Wait, I'm sorry. The reason why it's shut down right now is because the Republicans and Trump doesn't want to. They don't want to bring into account the level of healthcare that was currently actually being upheld through the ACA. So they're trying to gut healthcare for people. So actually, that's the reason.
Could you elaborate on that for me?
Yeah. Right. Democrats are willing to vote for the proposal if it is the case that they can maintain health care for people through the context of the ACA. And so people's health care premiums don't go up for some people up to 75%. And we're not putting undocumented immigrants above U.S. citizens. It's ridiculous. Undocumented immigrants don't get any access to federal benefits. This is the only thing specifically that you can get access to, right? Particularly, right? Because it's literally a human right, right? You understand that undocumented immigrants still get human rights. You can't murder undocumented immigrants. You will still support the law existing to protect an undocumented immigrant from being murdered, right?
So
then you're supporting funding for undocumented immigrants to a certain extent. That makes sense, to uphold rights, of course, with every single person, whether they're a tourist, whether in the country legally, regardless. Every person within the jurisdiction of the country gets due process, gets equal rights.
Okay. Yeah, agreed. I believe they get their rights as a human, but I would like to, like, what do you, after they're given this health care by the thing, if they're undocumented, do you think they should be put into either, like, a process of getting either deported or a process of gaining citizenship? Like, do you think they should
if someone's in the country undocumented, they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe they should be given a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country. So there'll be a vetting process, criminal background check, things they have to go through, but they do not have to leave the country. That will incentivize more people who are within the country already undocumented to actually identify themselves to authorities so that we can have a vetting process for more people.
I agree, but do you think if there's a criminal background behind any of these people, they should be deported right away?
If they've committed a violent crime or a bad crime, not just any criminal background. Like if someone stole a candy bar, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, okay. Understood. And then I just want to, like, one more thing, last thing before I get off here. What do you think? So under the Trump administration, obviously, there's been a lot of illegal immigrants deported. What do you think about when the Obama administration deported a bunch of illegal immigrants?
Yes, I do think that happened. And I think that the process is specifically why people are, having differentiating addressings for. But I do think that I disagree with the Obama era policy in terms of immigration as well. Any undocumented immigrant that was deported that did not commit a violent crime or bad crime should not have been deported.
Okay. All right. That's all I was wondering. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Okay.
Have a great night.
All right. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Jennifer, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Wolfgang, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Anthony, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I actually do have an Ethernet. Hammy, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Amanda, thank you for the $5. Thank you. We did just go over that actually, so you probably did hear it. Alrighty. Lavisa, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $30 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Lavisa. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Lavisa in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Lavisa. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Lavisa in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lavisa. I really appreciate it. W's. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Evil Dean's so good at getting on the live. Heidi, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I sure do.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would still vote for Trump.
Okay. Why so?
Well, I wanted to get back to the immigration thing. So you did say that they don't get federal monies, but the state and the federal governments operate separately. So we have states that are still creating systems that are harboring our issues. So what I'm getting at is, so if I'm an undocumented person who comes into the country and is not accounted for, I can go to certain states, certain sanctuary cities, and still get benefits that take away from the state's funding that goes to our local citizens. They also, in some cases, can get licensed and other benefits that sometimes our poorest people, homeless or not, struggle to get. They could get special numbers that will allow them to get mortgages. I'm a mortgage loan officer, and there are programs where, without any kind of documentation, I could get people housing. So I don't believe that we should completely keep anybody out. America was built on immigration, but I do believe that in order to get our things figured out, we have to close our gates for a little bit, so that way we can come up with something more. it's going to be a long process. And I believe that with Trump in place, you have the right figure to kind of be the bad guy in the short term till we come up with a better solution. Because I do believe the American people are smart enough to realize eventually that we can figure out a better solution and we can impose our will upon our legislation to do so. But we have to kind of go through the rough stuff first. So I support Trump because I've watched several presidents go by and they all do slick stuff. And I'm ready for the people to realize the power that they have. And maybe it takes some of this agony for that to happen.
Okay, so are you ideologically left?
I am not.
Okay. I was just trying to see, just to see at some point. So undocumented immigrants over, you said states specifically. So, do you believe in states' rights?
Considering I'm a Black American, yeah, I do. I believe that to some degree, states should be able to have some dictation that's different than outside of what the federal is able to impose. But I do believe the federal is there to kind of be like the big kid in the room in the event that the state gets out of control. It's like a checks and balances system is what I believe that they set up to happen.
So okay, so then you would agree with this. Okay, there's a lot of background noise. Is there a way you could go to an area with a little bit less background noise?
Yeah, is that better?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so specifically, you said you do believe in states' rights. You think that, so then the state should have the right to be able to do this for undocumented immigrants. And I don't think that states are giving like these particular aspects to undocumented immigrants. I think that they're giving them to legal asylum seekers. Oh, you have an echo. You gotta fix your echo real quick. I just muted you and so that you could fix your echo real quick. In the meantime, I'll thank some people. There's a few people I could thank real quick. Iris, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Moose with the $50. Can we get some W's from Moose in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Moose. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's from Moose in the comment section for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Ryan with the $2 as well. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I think I'm caught up on YouTube there. I think I'm fully caught up. Send them an invite back in case.
Hey, yeah, I'm good.
I
Sorry
think you
about
still
that.
do have an echo. Wait, it did go away. It sounds good now.
Yeah, all right. Sorry about that.
So yeah, there's a few things. It sounds like you were saying that the states should have the right to do it. I don't think states were doing it. I think it was for illegal asylum seekers. And then I don't think that we need to close gates at all in order to address our immigration process. I think that actually typically, I don't think this is maybe your intention or anything, but typically, like, especially politicians will utilize the idea of closing down the gates, right, through other sort of means, more authoritarian-esque policies, rather than specifically just, like, actually trying to address the conditions at the border, right? There really isn't prompted conditions at the border for us to actually have to shut down all immigration.
Well, I guess the thing I'm getting at is we're so far back in trying to kind of get things caught up as far as like accounting for things when it comes to census. Like, for instance, I keep seeing censuses that say like for 2020 we had roughly 328 million Americans, but I'm like, if you told me that there was a 528 million people in America, I would believe that number more realistically, because that probably accounts for the undocumented peoples. Because on top of people who are undocumented that come in illegally, we also have our government who will do things like, I'm going to take 50,000 Somalians and implant them in this particular part of the country, and then maybe we get some other people from another place that call them asylum seekers, call them whatever, but amongst them, sometimes other people who slip through the cracks that shouldn't be in that group come in and they gain rights to these things that allow them to go back to bring other people in, and it becomes this kind of loop, this negative.
So
like,
by the way,
loop where-
legal immigration and asylum from certain countries is totally fine. This is all legal and documented. Now, if you want to talk about undocumented immigrants, how many undocumented immigrants do you think are in the country?
More than if you told me that there were 100 million undocumented people, I would totally believe that easily. Yeah, I know you wouldn't understand that, but I'm pretty sure.
Well, I'm like, there's no evidence for that. Like, why would you believe that?
Why would I believe that? Because one of the areas that I've lived in, I've seen where there are whole communities of people who are undocumented, and it's almost it reminds me of back during the Jim Crow times where you had a second-class citizenship where you couldn't go to certain places, and it wasn't necessarily because there was no blacks allowed, but it was a social thing. You knew that this was kind of your place, and you went to these places. They move in groups together. They group together to be able to get things that they need for each other. And in the same instance, That's why I believe that if we did continue to have undocumented people, there should realistically be a way for them to create their own healthcare systems and their own banks and things that wouldn't take away from American societies.
Wait, there should be a way for them to get a pathway to citizenship, and there's not 100 million people. Like for visualization, for visualization purposes.
Like I was saying, if we close the gate and when we reopen them, have a realistic way for us to quickly expedite people coming into the country in a way that they can be accounted for and in a good way, I think that's a better thing than just allowing them to continue to come in willy-nilly. And I'm not saying anybody's causing any chaos, but on top of the chaos we already have within our country, I think of it like your backyard. If you have nutria and landscape that they like to live in, if you don't have your fence fixed and they continue to come in, but you're trying to get your gardening together, it's a lot harder to manage that until that fence gets fixed. So that way you can get that area cleaned up. So,
yeah. So for visualization, right? Our population is 340 to 350 million. If 100 million people in the country were undocumented, that would mean 1/3 to 1/4 of the population are undocumented immigrants. So that would mean every 3 to 4 people that you interact with would be likely an undocumented immigrant. Okay, that's ridiculous. That is obviously absurd. That's obviously not true. There's less than, I'm pretty sure it's 15 million people who are in the country undocumented. I don't think there's good evidence to indicate over that.
Do you count the undocumented immigration that happens within our country?
If someone
like a guy who goes from Ohio and knows that he can go to Oregon and get a whole bunch of free stuff, and all he has to do is just be there and like maybe have like somebody's address he writes down, but he doesn't have a license or a pot to piss in, but is still leveraging the welfare state in order to take care of things for himself.
I don't think undocumented immigrants are coming here just to like live off the government. All evidence indicates that undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants in general have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens, meaning that they are working into the system more than the typical American that is already born.
But they're undocumented, so how do you know that? Where do you pull your BS numbers from? Because like they're undocumented, so how would you actually be able to have them if they're not documented? Do you see how oxymoronic that is?
No, it's not, because we have documentation on this. Now, there's a bibliography in my bio.
You have documentation on undocumented
Can I please
people.
finish? Yes, for people who are prior undocumented, absolutely. We can identify information on that. People who are arrested, we can identify information on that. That's stuff that we can look at, for example. You can look at the specific bibliography in my bio, right? There's a works cited page where I have an entire few pages of immigration sources that go over like the specific rates of crime and show that undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens, for example. You can say that they're BS numbers, but I actually genuinely have sources, and you can like literally click on them through the link tree in my bio.
Okay. All right. Next thing.
And also, wait,
what
you
else
said
got?
that mine are BS numbers, but you said 100 million.
Yeah.
You said you would be okay with accepting 100 million.
Absolutely, because like just like you're throwing out bullshit, I'll throw out bullshit. It's all good.
I'm not. I'm
We can-
using evidence and sources. I'm not just throwing out random numbers.
And if I took long enough, I could probably fabricate something for you too. But let's move on to the next.
I'm
thing.
not. You think I'm like fabricating things myself?
You don't do this in good faith. You'll mute someone when you don't feel like they're doing their thing. You'll barrage them. Somehow you're able to have your 16 screens you have over there to look up your stuff, and you have the DNC making sure that you're on top of your stuff. But it's all good. I'm not mad at you, bro. I'm not mad at you. I love the Gauss. That's pretty cool.
You think
Hey, I'm
the
not mad at you.
DNC? You think the DNC is funding me?
Yeah, somebody back there is rubbing you on your back because you're young, you haven't lived enough life, and you really don't know nothing. I know you got your cute little degree from your little school you went to, but like really, you haven't lived enough life to have these such bold opinions that you seem to have. Like, who put a battery in your back and who put a battery in Dean's back? Because you guys, to me, are a bunch of grifters, to be honest, and I know a lot of people who believe that too.
Okay, so let me give you this from my perspective. I'm a random kid that grew up in Iowa. I got a degree. I literally went to school in economics, right? And I literally started talking about politics and started talking about different things on the internet. And I randomly blew up by doing TikToks every single day. That's it. I'm a random fucking person. I don't have DNC backing or anything. Dean was popularized through specifically engaging with this community, right? He was someone who watched me. He engaged with the community. We became friends. We used to talk all the time, play Fortnite with each other. And then it is a case that literally he went on Jubilee and fucking blew up. And it went crazy. He doesn't have some backing, some DNC basis or anything like that. We're random fucking kids on the internet that randomly blew up, right? You think that we're grifters, right? This is just an assumption because we're a character on a screen for people. I'm not a real human to people. People think that I'm just doing this for money, or I'm just doing this without any care in the world, because they assume that everyone specifically that is in the social media space has that particular type of assumption, or has that particular type of intention behind it. Which I understand it. Wait, hold up. Which I want to say, I understand having that, because a lot of people who are in spaces such as the ones that I'm in, right, and around the board, I'm just in general on social media looking to be like, you know, famous and whatnot, right? A lot of people do have those intentions. So I understand why people have that perspective, but I also want to say, like, I'm a human being, I'm a person, and I genuinely randomly fell into this. I didn't try to become famous. I didn't try to do anything specific. I literally used to go and talk to people on live in front of 5 people for hours every single day. I did not expect this to blow up. I did not expect this to become something huge, right? I had no clue this was going to happen. I don't have DNC backing. I don't have a management company, right? I don't literally work with sponsorships. The only money I make is Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in my bio, description of my YouTube, which literally points the Linktree in my bio with the Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal, and then YouTube AdSense and YouTube Super Chat. That's it. I don't make any more money than that.
That's a lot, bro. I got one job. They pay me. You got like 16 different ways you're getting paid, and you definitely made sure you went down the list to describe that. So that tells me everything I need to know. So let's get back on subject.
Wait, I told you every single way I make money, and I told you it has nothing to do with the DNC or grifting or anything like that, and you're still going to believe that regardless. So
Because
to
I
me,
understand how those
to me,
people-
that seems
because I understand how those
dishonest. You
people
tried to say that I was the one that was dishonest, but to me that seems dishonest.
Okay, but you can have this set up where they'll tell you, hey, Just Parker, stream between this time, and we'll have random Rebecca and random Susie and random this, that, and the other, and we'll make it look how it needs to look, and we'll give you the money that way. So it doesn't have to be this guy in the background doing it. You could have your bots here right now sitting amongst you saying these things about me. Oh, you're a dumb boy and all this stuff, like, you know, because I'm not like... Nobody knows me here. I don't know you
Hold up.
Here I am, my character being attacked by you guys.
So you think the DNC is paying me through random? Hold up. So you think the DNC is? Let me go through this conspiracy. You think the DNC is paying me through random bot accounts that they create of different things of different people? Because by the way, on YouTube, you can click on people's accounts. People have accounts on YouTube. You can see their channels. You can see when they were created. Okay, I'm sure you can't see the stuff that I'm getting on Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal, but I say it out loud, and I mean, you're gonna just assume that it's fake, right? Even though every single time someone sends me money, it's a real person. Like, for example, Brad with the $25 from the DNC. Thank you so much. Moira, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 from the DNC. Thank you. Matthew with the $20 from the daily tax-free DNC payment. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for all the gifters in the comment section right now? All of the DNC payments. Thank you. Ellen, thank you for the $20 for the grift from the DNC. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I remember seeing on Parker with TikTok with little to no viewers. It took him before where he is right now. I know this because I watched it. Literally saw me like absolutely blow up. It's actually crazy. Thank you from the DNC. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Lovey. Gracie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you everyone for supporting the grift. Chase, thank you for the $2 from the secret DNC money. Stamp, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Laura, thank you for the $25 for the DNC grifting. Thank you. Libby with the $25 for the fake money from a bot. Thank you. Ashton with the $5 for your biggest DNC super fan. Thank you so much. Coral, thank you for the $20 from the DNC to keep up the grift. Thank you so much, Coral. I really appreciate it. Jewel with the $2. Thank you so much.
They silly for paying
Stamp with the $2. Thank you.
That's all I'll say. If they are real,
Ida, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Ida, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much from the DNC. Thank you so much, Ida. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Ida.
I'm not mad.
Dee, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Dee. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Millie, thank you for the $10. Nancy with the $100 from the DNC. Thank you so much. Nancy with the $100 from the DNC. Thank you so much, Nancy. Can we get some W's for Nancy in the comment section right now? Yehoshua, thank you for the $1.50 from the DNC. What's up? No, I hear you.
No, I'm giving you W's too, bro. Like
Erica,
I said,
thank you for the $25 for the grifting from the DNC. Thank you. Mary with the $10 for the grifting. Laura with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Rebecca with the $5 for the random Rebecca the bot.
Hey, make me a millionaire. I'm with it. And hey, go Hawkeyes, right? You're a Hawkeye fan, right?
I grew up in Iowa. Caroline, thank you so much for the $10 from the DNC. Rob, thank you for the $5 from the DNC Robot Overlords. Thank you. Otto, thank you so much for the $10 from the DNC. Loves you as always. Thank you so much, DNC. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone from the DNC, from all the donations. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Hey Parker, real quick before you kick me, I have one question for you.
I'm not going to kick you. Ryder, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Ryder. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Zoe, thank you for the $14. Thank you so much from the DNC. Thank you. Doomsday, thank you for the $2 for sponsor money coming. Go ahead. No, give me do you actually really believe that every single person that just sent me money was from the DNC?
They're trying to
you
prove
can't
a point.
fathom in a
Look,
live of 8,000 people that there were people that sent me
Hey,
money.
Hey, if you're a stripper, you just twerked for them and they threw them dollar bills and made it rain. I am not mad at that, bro. Get your money, duffel bag boy.
Josh, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Well, you're
I'm not
clearly
mad.
jealous. You're clearly jealous.
Me? I'm not mad at all, bro. I make enough money for myself.
Well, I'm
not even mad.
sorry. You just tried to degrade me and tried to degrade people who engage in stripping specifically, literally because you were so jealous.
No, hey, bro, I throw tons of dollars at the girls like monthly, so don't even worry about that. They get their fair share.
So wait, I'm sorry. Did you just call yourself ridiculous then? Because didn't you laugh at people sending me money?
No, well, because it was a value. I think you get more value out of a stripper than throwing money at you to hear you talk and maybe debate in bad faith sometimes. Yeah.
Okay, so what's wrong with people sending me money? And also,
Oh,
wait,
no.
are you in a relationship? Does your wife know?
That's my niece. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I was just.
Because she's black, huh? You just assume that that's my wife because she's black? No, that's my niece. That's
No,
fine.
I made an assumption because it's a profile picture where people put their significant others all the time, and I can't see.
And that significant other happens to be my niece.
I can't see your profile picture like at all. It's really small on my screen.
So just let it be then. You don't even got to go there. You're trying to do that thing you do where you're trying to, oh, this guy's awful. He's doing these things. Oh my gosh, chill. It's all right.
No, you're assuming everyone sending me money is from the DNC, right? And then you were trying to say that people were wasting their money if it was actually them sending the money.
Trump, I support Trump is because obnoxious guys like you eventually will get flushed out, and along with him and the other not so cool people, we'll be able to get some maybe reasonable people in there. Like for instance, I think that if we were really from a Republican standpoint in good faith trying to put somebody in there that was worth a dang, we had some other candidates that potentially could have got it done for us. But we want to proceed like WWF these days, and if that's the case, then we pick the best character to do the job, you know.
Best
and
character.
If it wasn't,
You think that Trump has a good character?
well, do you know how WWF works? You have villains like the heels, and you have people who are like the heroes, and sometimes they have the eras where the bad guys are the guys that get most of the stuff. So the political stage to me is it's all for show. It's really all for show.
Then
Yeah,
why would you vote for Donald Trump if it's all for show, if it doesn't actually get you anything?
Because regardless if I voted for them, and I understand that they were going to do what they were going to do, if that makes any sense. The Electoral College is going to dictate. They could be faithless electors and go the way they want to go anyway. So there's not a whole lot we can do once we get outside of the voting that we do for.
I have a question. Just say there's the same outcomes with both administrations. Then why would you vote for the guy held civilly liable of sexual abuse who said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
Because he's not the first, and nor will he be the last political person who has all kinds of BS.
Has Kamala Harris done that?
I'm sure she has a couple people that she's gotten between their knees for to help her political.
Oh, so you're just because she's a woman, you're just gonna
go ahead and blame me on some other stuff.
that's
Go ahead
exactly
and
what you're
blame
doing.
me.
That's exactly what you're doing. You're
Well,
saying because she's a woman, you're gonna assume that she slept her way to the top, or that she slept with people in order to get to the position that she was in specifically. That is absolutely misogynistic as fuck, right? That was totally you doing that because she's a woman. Don't act like that wasn't.
And you're a man hater for going there and putting man's business out there like that.
They wouldn't hurt.
I'm a man hater. Yep, certified man hater. You know me, I'm Parker. I'm known as the certified man hater. Parker, get a job known as the certified man hater. Look at that guy. Absolutely. What a man hater. He hates himself. You know what? You're right. Damn right about that one.
Hey, I have a quick question. I'm his brother. I don't know. You just why? So you like Kamala?
Kamala, yeah.
Kamala. Why do you like her?
Well, I think she's a better candidate because I think her policies are targeted towards benefiting working class Americans. For example, the increase of the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and $3,000 through them being 18 would actually help families, right, be able to take care of their children to a greater extent, and it would reduce childhood poverty. When this was implemented in 2021 through the American Rescue Plan, which was COVID emergency policy, which only lasted for around 1 year, it reduced childhood poverty by 45%. And I think implementing that policy on a longer scale would be very, very beneficial, right, for families in this country, and would create better conditions where people are able to take care of their children, would lead to more children having food on their table. We can also point to the $25,000 tax credit that she was advocating for first-time home buyers for new homes, which would help stimulate the building of houses in places where people want to live, and also reduce the prices specifically for houses that are already built, because it increases the supply of homes that have already been built.
Okay, so if she has such good policies, why did no one vote for her?
Because people wrongly attributed inflation to the incumbent president, because inflation happened under the Biden-Harris administration, but it wasn't caused by the Biden-Harris administration. That inflation happened all around the world, right, everywhere. So it was not specifically due to the Biden administration's policies. It was COVID, due to COVID, because it affected the supply chains.
So when she got thrown on the ticket because of Joe Biden's health, no one voted for her to be in that spot.
Oh, we actually did, because we voted for the Biden-Harris ticket, and if the president steps down, that means the vice president would step up. Also, 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee, along with the fact that no one else decided to run against her.
Because they were told not to. That's how they work. Remember when Bernie was, in almost in 2020, Bernie was leading at the Iowa caucus, and they pretty much, I don't know what they did to him, but I remember when they made him step back so other people could step up. Bernie should have been the guy in there for you guys, and you guys continue to treat him like crap. And that's kind of what happened here, where, for this reason, that reason, the other reason, we'll elevate her. And there wasn't a fair situation where they allowed other people in good faith to try to compete with her to get in that position. And if they were using the correct way of doing things, they would have allowed that, and they didn't. And I know people can go ahead and be like, I'm going to step aside and let this happen. I'm going to step aside and let that happen. But like, why do we do that? That's the kind of stuff that goes on that helped me step away from the Democratic Party, because there's too much of that lockstep. We're going to scratch your back, I'll scratch your back stuff going on. And I know it goes on both sides of the political thing, but I'm sick of it serving. I'm just sick of it serving the wrong things. And like I said, my whole thing for Trump is like, I see him as a means to an end. It's not about this guy has a felony, this guy has this or other, because like all these guys have whatever going on. Like in my head, Obama's the biggest traitor to our country, based on the fact that he was going over there doing a lot of covert things that made our military feel really dishonored. But
before we move on to that, can I address this real quick? So like, I like Bernie. I'm a fan of Bernie, but like, I don't think that, I don't really think these arguments are very strong, because why didn't Bernie win in 2020 then?
Because he stepped down, which allowed the person that was running against him to be elevated.
He lost to Biden because the entirety of the moderate side of the party coalesced against him, which led to him not getting enough of the votes. That's the reality. Like, Bernie didn't get enough votes. Sure, you could say that there are certain things that, that they did on the back end where the moderates wanted to coalesce against them, but that's how coalitions work within the primary process. Okay? So the inevitable reality you have to acknowledge is that Bernie didn't win the vote, right? I would have loved for him to. I would have loved for him to like address, right, or be able to get those policies passed. I like universal healthcare, I like Medicare for all, I like universal childcare. Those are amazing policies. But the reality is that he didn't win. And even if we say that in 2016 there was some rigged process with Hillary Clinton, that doesn't mean in 2020 that same process was there. So it doesn't explain that in 2020 that there was a loss of the primary. Also,
I felt strongly for Tulsi Gabbard being, because I thought in the debate she did a really good job, pointing out some of the reasons why Kamala should not be trying to, throw her hat in the arena, so to speak.
Oh, I don't think the things that were brought up about Kamala Harris there from Tulsi were accurate.
Her record as a district attorney is, as a black man in America, is saddening to me.
Well, Tulsi specifically is advocating right now for an administration that currently is racially profiling people. So, do you currently support that? Do you think Tulsi is the one determining that? Do you think that the Trump administration is going to be better for that?
Where are you getting your information?
The Trump administration themselves. They admitted that they're racially.
They said verbatim, we're bringing racial profiling.
They authorized racial profiling. Yes.
So what's new? We've been doing that. I was born in '89. That's old hat. That's what's been going on.
This is from a federal standpoint through the context of the usage of ICE, right? So this is from a federal standpoint.
So I'm asking you, what has changed?
from the federal standpoint, they're allowing for racial profiling.
Cops have been doing this in
That's-
places like
cops-
LA and Chicago.
Cops are different from
already.
the federal enforcers.
On the federal level, on the state level, on the local, all the different levels, the cops have been doing these things.
Yeah, and you understand that like we should be against that, and that's not legal for them to do, right? There are laws specifically to limit them from doing this in particular areas, and it is the case that Trump is actually invoking this to happen at a greater extent.
So here's where
especially from the context of ICE. Now ICE can do it too.
You can say these things, but we have what is called the Congress and the Senate in place, and he can have these wild ideas that he throws out there, and yeah, they might even slip through a little bit, but we also have a checks and balances system, which maybe they don't catch it right away, but they'll get it on back right where it needs to be. It's just how it kind of goes. We're in a big transitional turn right now where there's a lot of things to kind of get reformed and retwisted around, and it's going to look sideways for a minute while we work on figuring out as a complete society which way we want to go. That's why there seems like there's so much division, more division than there has been in my whole entire living so far. But I think we're going to get there. We're going to get it figured out. And I'm not saying that Trump is a means to an end, but if it's the beginning of us awakening and understanding the next thing to go through, as far as like maybe a two-party system isn't the way and this, that, and the other, like he's going to give you that example when it's all said and done. So
I don't think that we're going to get to a more democratic system by supporting a guy that is undermining. Hold on. Can I please finish? I don't think that we're going to get to a more democratic system by advocating for a candidate that literally incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers, called them patriots, right? And then literally sent false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes to try to steal the election in 2020, and still to this day claims the 2020 election was rigged with no evidence. That's definitely not going to lead to more democratic processes being instituted.
If you're counting votes, should the votes ever go down?
If we're counting votes, what do you mean? Should the votes ever? What do you mean? Like,
if I'm watching the TV and I see votes go down, like make that make sense. When I'm watching, you know what I mean?
Oh, they must have accidentally done that. They accidentally put it up when that wasn't the case.
Okay, but
Biden,
what if one's going down and then the others goes up exactly the same amount? Is that so? They just confuse just enough.
That would be the media company's fault, not the necessarily numbers. And also, us having a better estimate on the numbers can also change depending on like the time of the night. So
the thing that I get more caught up on is, and maybe I'm mistaken, but I don't believe that Biden was more popular than Obama, but he had record amount of votes for the popular vote than Obama. Like that's where I'm like GTFO as far as that guy goes. That's why I know there's some weird stuff going on, because all of a sudden like, and that's not to say that Trump should have more votes either way. I'm just saying like both those dudes ain't that popular as far as I'm concerned. They shouldn't have been breaking records. If Obama's this golden child, whatever, there's no way he should have had more votes. And I know like the next wave of 18-year-olds coming in adds to that like ability for that number to go up or whatever, but like, come on. If they're saying young white males are more realistically voting like Republican towards Trump, et cetera, or whatever, like it would be easy to say if that 18 to whatever population that is coming in as a new influx of voters are voting that red way, that we would have seen it way more massively going up in the Trump side, but we didn't see that. We saw, like I said, record-breaking numbers for this guy who was Obama's VP, but like he was definitely not liked like Obama was. Obama was very popular and had the highest popular vote. So like, how do you reconcile that?
So then you would have to argue that Trump's votes were fake too, because Trump got more votes than Obama.
Okay, yeah, but I said that before. It's like, well, but like, so that's your reconciliation.
So then you're saying both sides' votes were fake.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, how do you reconcile such a ballooning of the numbers is what I'm saying. Like fake or not,
COVID, in that more people were at home, more people were on their phones and engaging with the media, and it is the case that people used the mail-in voting process.
No way it was any of those undocumented people who have been within our system,
who literally can't vote.
Who can't vote. No way it was them at all. No absolute way.
Literally, they can't vote. They literally cannot vote.
Because I live in communities where I see these undocumented people voting, It may not be for the
Okay, so
federal
you see
election,
people
but
committing
locally-
fraud and you don't.
locally-
So wait, so you saw people committing fraud,
goes.
and
Now-
then you
now I'm a
literally
bad
didn't.
guy. Now I'm a
No,
bad
I'm
guy.
not saying you're a bad guy. I'm just saying you saw people committing fraud and you didn't
Yes,
say anything
I'm
about
telling
it
you. Yes,
until now.
Yes, because I am just one guy. I'm telling you, I'm giving you a reality check on things that happen and pockets all around the country.
But like you didn't tell the police that you saw people like committing fraud.
Okay, and then what am I? If I don't believe in if we go back to the whole police thing, if they're not going to work in good faith, what am I going to bother them about for something they're
Well, you're just assuming that there would be nothing addressed, particularly in terms of election fraud. There were a bunch of different cases on this. We were talking about the election and going through the election fraud cases for like a while. Like you definitely have the ability to go and have that addressed if it was specifically true. I mean, you definitely would have gotten a lot of people on the right wanting to hear that. They would have totally ran with that story, right? I would have been hearing that we would have heard that on the national level as an argument. They had undocumented immigrants voting. Here are the particular undocumented immigrants that were voting. We have someone specifically that as a first person account that witnessed this occurring.
But hey, we talked about those people that we allow in that are legal immigrations that do get these rights that they can do those things. So what like we're throwing these little words around, but they're one and the same as far as I'm concerned. People from outside of our country who have not been here long enough to be a part of the process very quickly are being able to be in the process, not necessarily all taking our resources as far as like food stamps, et cetera, but are able to be engaging in the political process to some degree. And it's to a degree enough that it's influencing politics to be away from what would be American fundamentals.
So how so?
How so? So, for instance, education. I absolutely believe that we need reform in education because currently it's gone so wayward. We have it become nationalized, and it's actually taken us a step back. I remember when we had what was called Iowa testing when I was young and in elementary school, and each state was in charge of kind of holding a different standard for what they would allow as far as their curriculums and things. So when that got nationalized and the No Child Left Behind thing happened,
Hold on,
it kind of
let me
really
clarify.
watered down.
How are undocumented immigrants voting?
Well, they're voting Democratic, so it's not a matter of what they're voting.
How?
It's, hey, if you come to there are systems in place that allow them, like there's a system called CASA here where I live locally that if you're an undocumented person, will work with you to help develop plans to get you housing and resources to you.
That's not to
whether
vote.
it's a license or jobs. Okay, but these same people are voting because that's the carrot there is, hey, here's your ability to vote. We have this ITN number for you. We have these things in place. This is how you'll be represented. We need you to vote like this, and as long as you're doing that, you'll get this.
Wait, is CASA for children?
Well, that's the whole that's the crux right there. You have a child, and that allows you the benefits.
So like, yeah. So it's a charity giving benefits to children. I'm confused how this is helping people vote.
If you know you're going to get free stuff and all you have to do is check a box, you're going to check the box so you get the free stuff.
It's a charity,
that
dude.
simple.
This is a charity.
It's a charity. Okay. It's a charity.
Yeah, private charities can do what they want, right?
So can NGOs that fund guys like you and Dean.
So you think that we're funded. You think that we're funded. You have no evidence
I'm
of
just
this, though.
trolling, bro. I'm just messing with you. We're already past that bridge. I was just poking
Wait,
fun.
but do you actually think that, though?
Huh?
Do you actually
Do I
think
actually
that?
what? Think what?
Do you actually think that like I'm paid by like an NGO or like the DNC?
I think that you are in bad faith in that you definitely have some kind of something backing you. I don't necessarily think it necessarily has to be a monetary thing, but there's some access that you have that. And I'm not gonna denote that you are.
Wait, actually, literally,
you're
tell me
brilliant,
who's
you have
backing me.
some stuff.
Wait, genuinely,
I
who's
wish I
backing
knew.
me?
That's the thing. I couldn't tell you, but like on top of you being brilliant and resourceful and this that, and the other, somebody else has something going on for you.
Parker, I have rent to pay. Could you have the DNC send me some?
Yeah, let me get
some good.
Yeah, bro.
If I was getting paid by the DNC, I would hit them up. I'm telling you. But like, I don't get paid by the DNC. So like, seriously, genuinely, I just want to be real with you. I am not backed by anyone. Literally, it's just me. I don't have a management company. I don't work with anyone in that. I literally just.
Let me say this though. Let me say this. If it comes out,
I hire an editor.
in
That's it.
Okay.
That's literally
in
me
8
and my
months,
editor.
in 8 months, if a YouTube video comes out talking about how you're such a grifter, this, that, and the other, bro, I'm gonna be so sad. I'll be so sad because
I promise you nothing.
Like, I'm the real deal. I'm the real deal.
Hold
Then
up,
8 months later,
That's
you
fine.
get exposed by like Penguin Z
fine.
or something.
That's fine. That's fine. So the reality of the matter is that I'm not actually taking anything. So that's never going to come out. People will claim this, such as the way that you're claiming it right now, but there's no evidence. Seriously, like it's a joke. It's actually it's laughable because I can't even fathom that people think this. And I've known people who are very conspiracy oriented in my life, and even they think this is crazy. Even the most conspiracy theorist people that I have met on a personal basis think that this is insane, because it is the case that people actually believe this. And again, I understand why people believe this because of how our society functions and because of like, how many people out there like that are, genuinely do that, right? And grift. So I understand why people think that, but I don't think it's warranted, of course, because I'm like myself, and I know for 100% certainty that I literally don't take anything and that I don't work with anyone else and I'm literally by myself.
All right, so there's only really one more question I have before I let you go, because I actually have some couple things I can take care of. I do appreciate you taking time to listen and stuff, and I know like whatever, I'm ignoring like your people in the comments. I'm just trying to have a conversation with you, and I appreciate you letting that come to fruition, good, bad, or indifferent. But like really, what the people really want to know is like when you play Super Smash Brothers Melee specifically, what's your character?
Ooh, that's a good question.
No, I gotta know, because you look like a guy who would use Kirby, but like if you told me you use Fox, I would believe that too. But either way, I think I would like smash your ass in that game, bro. We should set up a tournament.
I don't know how you guess. I do not know how you guessed Kirby. That's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Is it Kirby? Yes,
I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of crazy.
I bet
That's kind of crazy.
Well, Kirby's slick. You seem like a Kirby type. I thought so. But hey, you have a good day, man.
I appreciate you coming up. That's actually really funny. I actually would use Kirby all the time. I'm not gonna lie. Like Kirby was my main. Oh my gosh, dude. That's kind of funny. Here, I have a few people to thank, everyone. Sandra, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Teresa. Thank you so much for the $10. Sadie with the $10. Thank you for all the DNC money, everybody. Laura, thank you for the $5. Rebecca with the $5. Thank you. Fire Pumpkin, thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bernie, thank you for the $4. Thank you. Nina with the $20. Thank you so much, Nina. Rain, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Zoe, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tessa, thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you, Tessa. Let me make sure I'm completely caught up on PayPal as well. And I thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Christine, thank you for the $27. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Christine. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $40 from the Canadian branch of the DNC. John, thank you for the $5 from the DNC. Lauren, thank you for the $2. Alrighty. Let me go into the next person here real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. For the almost 4,000 people on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. I would really appreciate it. Let me catch up on YouTube as well. I have some people to catch up on YouTube. I just want to make sure to get the guests up real quick. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
February.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, let me say thank you to a few people real quick. Breeze, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you so much for the Soros check. Thank you. Libby, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Ryan with the $5. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as GW, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Beard, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Just a person with the $5. Thank you. Claire, thank you for the bouquet. Thank you. Trudy, thank you so much for the $5. Elfany, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Ryan with the $2. Thank you. Mary with the $5. No need for a name. Thank you for the $2. Fire Pumpkin with the $10. Thank you so much. Chase with the $2. Thank you. Elle, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Mary with the $2. Thank you. The bibliography is in my bio. Absolutely. Cynthia, thank you for the $50 for the grift from the DNC. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Cynthia, for the $50 for the grift from the DNC. Thank you. Jordan with the $2. Thank you. Josh with the $10. Thank you. Doomsday, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. And Kelly, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, so obviously the number one issue with voters this election cycle was the economy. Trump's GDP growth so far has been spectacular this year. Things like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and the One Big Beautiful Bill's extension of them have helped out many Americans. And there are plenty of other reasons, but I'd say it mostly comes down to economic policy.
Yeah. So one thing as it relates to this is that Kamala Harris would have kept all the tax cuts for the tax for Americans that make under $400,000 a year in income, right? And she would have only increased taxes on income over $400,000 a year. So, like, what do you have an issue with that? Increasing taxes on wealthy Americans and decreasing taxes on working class Americans?
So, I mean, I suppose my main gripe with that is if they are going to continue the Trump tax cuts in the first place, I guess my question would be, why should I support Kamala Harris's economic policies rather than Donald Trump's?
Sorry, repeat what you just said at the end.
Yeah, so if Kamala Harris is going to keep in place much of the Donald Trump tax cuts, why is there a reason to favor Kamala Harris over Donald Trump's economic policies?
Sorry, I didn't follow. Try one more time.
Yeah, so you said that Kamala Harris has planned to extend many of the tax cuts associated with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. If they are largely similar as it relates to economic policy in terms of tax cuts, Trump has delivered record low unemployment. He's had...
They're not.
Okay, well, you just...
I told you, the distinctions were prevalent within the fact that above income over $400,000 a year.
Okay, so I guess I would retort to that by saying the tax cuts are going to remain in place for citizens that make under $400,000 a year. Trump has had a history of delivering record low unemployment.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What state do you live in?
Illinois.
What time is it?
2:36.
Can you name 3 cities in Illinois?
Yeah, Chicago, Aurora, Springfield.
Can you name 3 more?
Give me Champaign, Urbana, Decatur.
Okay, keep going. Yeah, you're totally right.
So I am curious, though, because I was on here last week and you asked me those questions, and I couldn't name a quarterback for the Chicago Bears. Why is it suspicious? What state I
you've
live in?
You've been on my live before. Oh, you couldn't name the. And I didn't ask for the quarterback. You couldn't tell us the Chicago Bears were football. You thought that they were like a different sport.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I got kind of nervous and I tripped up, but
to be totally honest with you, I mean, I lived in Iowa. I grew up in Iowa, right? A lot of Bears fans where I lived. Even the thought that a person wouldn't know that that's football in the area doesn't make sense to me because of how prevalent it is within the culture, right? Like everyone knows that. Like literally everyone there knows that. Like I genuinely, like I probably wouldn't be able to know a single person who didn't know that. You know, like every single person knows that. That's how prevalent it is in the culture in Illinois and, you know, in that area. I grew up in the QC. So it's like.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I just got tripped up because I was sitting there and anyway, that's besides the point. The historic, not only tax cuts with the Trump administration, but also delivered on record low unemployment, steady GDP growth, and many other things are why I would support Donald Trump's economic policies over Kamala Harris's.
Okay, so how about you name the specific economic policy? Because clearly Donald Trump's economic policy is worse.
Like in particular?
Yeah.
So Donald Trump's economic policies in general, again, you're looking at greater tax cuts for not only the top 1%, but middle-class Americans. I don't think that, obviously, inflation was caused by the Biden-Harris administration, but I'm not nearly impressed with how they attempted to stop it with the Inflation Reduction Act. I think that was a marginal effort at best. And just in general, I am more favorable towards the Trump administration's tax cuts and other economic policies.
Okay, you just said tax cuts. What other economic policy? Because we already went over the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and I explained to you how Kamala Harris was going to keep it for income earners under $400,000 a year, and for income earners over $400,000 a year, she was not going to keep it. And most of the tax cuts go to like the top 1% within the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So.
Yeah, so I guess outside of that, obviously I'm not largely in favor of many of the tariff policies that have been instated by the second administration thus far. In general, though, they are developing large quantities of income for the United States government. I mean, in general, not only the economic policies, but just in general how we handle our relationships with other countries, our foreign affairs. But in terms of specific economic policies, I guess my main gripe would be with the lack thereof of impressive policies from the Biden-Harris administration. Really, the only monumental piece of economic legislation that they passed was the Chips and Science Act, which I agree was a big accomplishment. But outside of that, they handled inflation very poorly. I'm just not generally impressed with how they did things.
Okay. So it was way more than the Chips and Science Act. There was the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the American Rescue Plan. There were lots of monumental policies for the economy we can talk about. And then in terms of inflation, what did they do wrong in terms of addressing inflation?
Yeah, so like I said, obviously the Inflation Reduction Act was not extremely helpful with reducing inflation, which was its main purpose.
No, it wasn't.
Again, obviously.
I know the name.
Yeah,
I know
so,
the name says that, but it's a misleading name. Like they acknowledge that they shouldn't have named it that way.
Okay, so what was the Inflation Reductions Act? What did it attempt to address if it wasn't reducing inflation?
Largest investment in renewable energy ever, and then the $35 cap on insulin for those that are on Medicare. So it like, in a certain sense, it makes things more affordable, and it's going to make us more energy independent, which will make electricity more affordable. But across the board, like it doesn't have much of an impact across the board in terms of inflation.
Okay, so I guess again, so as it relates to inflation, you asked me what am I not impressed with how they handled it. I think generally they didn't do too much at all in attempt to stop the growth of inflation throughout summer of 2022. Again, obviously we hit near record highs this century at 8.9% in the month of June. In general, I wish they would have done more to slow inflation, and obviously inflation was semi-global throughout this event, so
what could they have done?
It's not necessarily entirely their fault. Yeah, so I mean, really any economic policy would have helped to slow inflation. I'm not a certified economist. I'm 18 years old, so I'm not exactly sure.
Any economic, so I'll tell you.
But
I have a degree in economics. I'll tell you. The Federal Reserve deals with inflation. The policies that they pass won't really address inflation to that degree unless you're going to talk about like fiscal responsibility. So adding less debt, right? Which Trump signed off on more debt-related spending. So.
Yeah, but Trump was also in the middle of a national pandemic.
I mean, that you can look at the non-COVID related spending. The non-COVID related spending.
Or non-COVID related spending numbers.
The non-COVID related spending from the Biden-Harris administration that was signed into law was more in terms of debt-related spending than the entirety of the debt-related spending, COVID and non-COVID related, under the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, so I guess my next question would be then why didn't we see inflation explode under Donald Trump's administration? Obviously, again, the Federal Reserve you mentioned deals with inflation more, but if Trump had the largest spending out of any.
And why didn't we see it? Because the spending is incurred over a 10-year basis. So a lot of the spending that Trump signed into law was also incurred under Biden.
Yeah, so you mentioned that inflation's trending up now. Would you associate that with Donald Trump's tariff policies?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess my main gripe with that would be even after the end of the supply chain issues in 2022, the Biden-Harris administration had, on average, higher inflation than what we've seen so far in Donald Trump's second administration.
Sorry,
again,
in
general, yeah, so the Biden-Harris administration, even after the supply chain issues in 2022 were over, they still had higher inflation on average than what the Donald Trump administration has seen so far in their second term?
Yes, because of the issues that happened due to COVID and global inflation. So what did they do to cause the inflation to go up?
In 2024, it was due to issues related to COVID.
Okay, so if it's related to COVID, then why would you say it's related to the president then? Like, what did the president do to
No,
cause this?
I'm asking you how it's related to COVID in 2024.
Oh, the trend. What trend up of the trend up of inflation?
Yeah.
It was trending down by that time. From a net basis, it trended down. It trended down from 2022 and 2023. Okay, they just left. Okay. Alrighty. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link to in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I've been.
I'm sorry. It sounds like they were driving anyway. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. By the way, we lost my main account, everyone. Just letting everyone know. We lost my main account for a week, so we're going to be here for the next week on TikTok and on YouTube. So I recommend subscribing to me on YouTube, Parker Get a Job, and here, making sure that you followed me here, because you might not follow me here on my second account. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You can't get rid of me, Parker.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Parker. I love you.
Brian, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Brian. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Taylor, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tammy, thank you for the $1 as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, I don't understand why would it completely gut the education programs but administer $60 million to charter schools? What is the purpose of this? The purpose of that is probably to lean more religious in terms of education. Yo, what's up? How old are you? That's what seems like what they're
57.
trying to do. Do you support Donald Trump?
I sure do.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris if he had a gun to my head and he was about
Kamala.
to kill me. I wouldn't vote for her.
Would you vote for... Did I just talk to you?
No, definitely not.
I swear to God I just talked to you, bro.
You swear to God you're wrong. But anyway, how's that peace treaty? How's that
Okay.
look? Looks pretty good. Historic.
No, because
Think
it's
Joe
actually...
Biden could have done that?
Yeah, they did have that. They had that.
Yeah, Joe Biden had it, right? Yeah.
So
Well,
they had...
when he woke up off the beach.
Okay, so I've talked to this person, right, chat? I swear I've talked to this person. So, by the way, like we had a
Biden was a
ceasefire.
comatose vegetable, and so was Kamala Harris. So please.
All right, well, we're going to the next person anyway. He's clearly been on before and is insane. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, do give it a second, everybody. California Girl, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, though, I really appreciate it, California Girl. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I'm going to be on probably until Dean hops on, chat, everyone. We're about to hit 4 hours, so it could be at any point. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 36.
Do you support Donald Trump?
So, I do.
Okay,
and
if
I
you could go
think
back in
that-
time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
No, I would vote for Trump, and I'll tell you why. Right? I think that his actions that he took with setting out the National Guard is not the worst idea. I think it's okay. Right.
So he's violated the law with the National Guard on multiple occasions, not only in the context of California, but also violated the law specifically in wanting to drop it in Portland and in
but sometimes,
Chicago.
brother-
If he specifically wants to drop the National Guard in places with high murder rates and high violent crime rates, how about he starts with red states so that he can prove that it's effective to the rest of the nation, and then he can
Well,
move
you
to the
have
rest
to-
of the nation with their
Okay,
consent, because you
I
have to have the
see-
consent of the governor.
No, I see what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you. But what I'm saying is, it has to start somewhere, and it starts here with the blue states.
No,
it'll go.
that makes
to
no
the red
sense.
states. What do you mean? Doesn't make any sense?
I just told you it makes no sense to go through blue states because it's not constitutionally allowed, because they will not allow for you to do that because you have to have the consent of the governor.
Bro, constitutionally allowed doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter.
Why?
It doesn't. To be honest. Why? Because you can do whatever you want, and it just gets pushed through. And then you know what? You have to wait like 8 months for a Supreme Court case to go through.
So
That's
you,
why.
So you have no issue with Trump violating the law?
No, because you know why?
You have no issue with him violating the Constitution and the law. Wow, that's
I have a
actually
bigger
unhinged.
issue with those laws not being in place to start with, right?
Okay, so then let's talk about this. Do you think undocumented immigrants coming to the country, if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, should be punished and deported?
For the benefit that they give to our economy, no, I don't think so.
Okay, well then you
I see
disagree
your
with
point.
Donald Trump's mass deportation policy, it seems.
Look, I see it both ways, man. All right. First of all, there's people who are getting jobs based on that. What's happening, right? Is that fair to say?
They're getting jobs based on what? Sorry, what do you mean? Like, you mean
Based on-
removing
based
people
on
from
those
coming to the
people
country?
now- Yeah, exactly.
So because ICE agents are getting jobs, you support it? What? Could you get jobs in renewable energy production, which Donald Trump is gutting because he cut rid of the subsidies and the funding for renewable energy production?
not ICE
Could we
agents.
provide more jobs in making the legal immigration system go quicker by providing more immigration judges?
No, I didn't say ICE agents. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Right. Like the jobs that the people that they deported, right? Those jobs.
Oh, I actually think that it reduces the level of jobs within our economy because it reduces the level of demand within our economy. Because when people are coming to our country, they're not only fulfilling a job, they're also
Yeah, but
demanding goods and
taxpayers-
services, meaning that they increase the amount of jobs that exist in our economy because they have to meet a different level of supply.
It gets taxpayers into those jobs, right?
What'd you say?
It gets taxpayers into those jobs. Like
Undocumented
people who
immigrants
actually
pay taxes. So undocumented immigrants have paid $100 billion
No, they
in
pay
taxes in
sales taxes,
2022.
Bro, don't try this with me, dude. Dude, they pay sales taxes. That's it.
Not just
Okay?
sales. They can have ITINs and they can pay different aspects of income tax as well.
Okay, they have. Okay, if you say so, okay, sure, okay. But overall, they don't contribute much to the tax system, right? They also don't get. Actually, they actually derive a lot out of the tax system.
No.
You know how? You want to know how?
Are you gonna say like emergency healthcare?
Yeah, I'm telling you. No, yeah, that's exactly where I was going.
Yeah, everyone gets emergency healthcare, even tourists. If a tourist can't pay for their healthcare, should we let them die in the ER,
No,
or would we
absolutely
take
not.
care of them?
No, we should take care
You're
of
not gonna ask for their immigration status or their ability to pay when they're fucking dying on the table. You're gonna save their life.
Well, no, they don't always go to the ER under those circumstances, Peter, Parker.
Okay, I'm not saying that people always do, but I'm just saying in those circumstances, that's specifically where it's covered.
Yeah, but maybe you don't know this, but you can just go to the ER for whatever reason, right? It does not need to be an actual emergency, right? Are
Then
you
they
aware?
wouldn't be able to get it.
Dude, what do you? All right, you're very wrong on this
The
topic.
emergency
okay?
healthcare is an emergency circumstance. It's not just like they can go to the ER for anything.
No, dude, you can just go there. All you have to do is not show Social Security, and then you get whatever service that you want. Like, right? Not like obviously not if you have cancer or some shit like that, but like they will treat you for whatever you come in there. That's not a long-term health issue, right?
Okay. So, yeah, one, I think that you should be treated, right? And two is related to this. You think that like undocumented immigrants would risk being deported by going to the
No, I'm saying it's a
ER?
larger impact on the health system than you are letting on to be.
No, I acknowledge that it's an impact, but I think it's important and it's necessary. These are rights. These are human rights.
No, I agree with you, but
And just because they came to the country
hope-
undocumented does not give anyone a right to violate their human rights.
Yeah, but Parker, I only disagree because it's not used in the way that you're suggesting. It's not.
It is. It genuinely is.
No,
You
it's
can
not.
ask doctors.
No,
You can talk to
it's-
doctors. Talk to a doctor. I'm serious. Talk to
Dude,
doctors that work in
Where
the
do you
ER.
think I'm getting this
in the
opinion
ICU.
from? You think I wasn't talking to a doctor? You didn't think I got this
Probably.
idea from a doctor?
Probably because if you did talk to doctors, you would see that they have to do this and it's necessary to save people's lives, right? And that people aren't just coming in undocumented
No, I agree,
just for
but the
anything.
doctors are the ones. They're the ones who said that it's being abused. The system is being abused.
And if
okay?
we're not checking for immigration status, how do you know when they're undocumented?
Dude, like you know how like you can tell somebody is guilty and you don't actually have to go through the whole court case.
Well, wait, now how do you identify that someone's undocumented just by looking at them?
No, dude. I mean, like you just. I'll give you some ways, right? By not giving Social Security, by not speaking English, right? Those are certain ways that
Okay,
you can
not
tell.
speaking English and not providing your social security number is consistent with someone still living in the United States illegally.
No, I know. It's just. You ask, how can you tell?
To me, it sounds like
if
you're
the-
racially profiling, and you're saying because they don't speak English that
dude,
they're in
I'm
the
not-
country
dude.
undocumented.
Dude, first of all, I didn't get this idea from nowhere, right? These are the doctors who are telling me this, okay?
Okay, so
Right.
doctors can't identify that someone's undocumented just by looking at them.
No, they can't on a theoretical way that you're trying to argue. Sure. No, they can't. But you have a pretty good idea given those two options that I just stated, okay? And it's not racially profiling. It's just, dude, it's just
That
a
was
fact of the matter.
profiling. Like, I'm sorry, you just said that because they didn't speak English.
No, I said two things, right? I said no Social Security and
Yeah.
not speaking English.
Yeah, I'm
So two
sorry.
things.
I mean, for a huge portion of my life, I didn't know my social security number.
Well, that's
I was a child.
Well-
I'm sorry. And also there are plenty of other people out there that don't know their social security number off the top of their head.
okay, but the people who show up in the ER purposely do not state those.
Do you think everyone goes to the ER with the fucking their social security on them? No. There are lots of people that have social security numbers that don't go with
No,
their
'cause
social
they
security number,
have-
don't
they
remember
have
their
one,
social
dude.
security
They don't-
number.
Dude, they don't have one. They don't have one. That's why.
So you say it's specifically that they don't have one. How would you be able to identify that just if they do not provide one?
Because 5% of the population who shows up in the ER probably is smart enough to understand to not give it so you don't get charged. The other 95% who shows up in the ER is because they know that you don't they don't have one, and then they just you can get free treatment.
So no, you
Right?
can't identify this. You're just coming up with an assumption.
Yeah, it's a pretty fair assumption, though.
A fair assumption based on just them speaking a different language. I mean, there's no official
No, dude,
language in the
dude,
United States, and there are
your
lots of people that don't
assumption
speak English that are
Okay,
U.S.
your
citizens.
your assumption is equally as wrong as mine is. Okay.
No, it's
Probably
not.
more
I'm not making an assumption. I would actually assume, if we're going to assume anything, that they are a citizen because it's actually most likely that they are.
That's not true, dude.
It is
I don't know
most
what
likely that they are. Like, if someone goes into the ER, it's most likely that
Based
they're a
on what
citizen.
facts? What facts are you basing this on?
Most
dude?
people who are taken care of in the ER are citizens. Do you
Okay.
dispute that? Do you dispute that fact?
No, I don't.
Okay,
I think
thank you.
that you're saying is true.
So then my assumption being that they're most likely a citizen makes sense, right?
No, but you're also neglecting the fact that a high percentage of illegal immigrants go into the ER and they don't have like they don't have any way to prove that they're a citizen, and they go there for free healthcare.
So again, right? You think that undocumented immigrants are just coming to the country and like living off the government, not doing anything. That's like your thought, man. Undocumented immigrants would not risk being deported by going into a public space such as that specifically, where they wouldn't have the particular things that they need in order to identify themselves, right? Without it being an emergency, okay? They are going to the emergency room in emergencies, okay? Oftentimes not out of their own intention, because it is the case that they were brought there because they were harmed.
Parker, that's where I disagree with you, because they don't. They use it as general Medicare, like that. Like they just show up at the hospital if they have any sickness, any issues whatsoever. You don't provide your social security number, and then you don't have to pay anything. That's what they do, dude. It's like
it would be too much. It'd be way too much of a risk for them to not for basic things that they would need.
What is the risk? What is the risk? You're not going to get arrested by police.
Wait, I'm sorry. The risk specifically in not being able to identify themselves. I'm sorry. That's definitely an important thing to take into account.
You've never been to the ER if you think this way, dude.
What do you mean? I've never been to the ER. That is the dumbest shit that's ever came out of your mouth ever.
No,
of course, I've been to the fucking ER. What are you talking about, dude?
You provided your social security number. This is what you did, right? When you went there.
On the document, yes. But if I didn't remember it, then I wouldn't have.
No, but there's another way that you could go about this, which is...
Bro, I'm pretty sure in the past that I have not put my social security number on that document.
Then you didn't get charged for it, right?
What do you mean? I would have... They still bill me.
No, they would not bill you if they don't have your social security. They don't know how to find you, dude. That's how it works.
No, you can still put in other information, right? It's not just social security, right?
No, I think it mainly is.
What?
I think it mainly is.
Have you been to the ER? Have you been to the ER, bro? Now I'm asking you the question, dude.
I got stitches, bro. I got stitches. Yes, I've been there.
Okay. Well.
And you know what I did? I gave. Oh no, I know this is going down. And I gave them my real social security number, and I paid for that bill entirely.
Okay. Good for you, man.
Why not? But if I chose not to give them my social security, and I chose not to foot the bill, it would have been okay.
Okay, then why don't you do that then? Why doesn't everyone do that?
There's some people might have, right?
So you're saying healthcare could be free in this country? All you have to do is just not give them your social security number?
No, not all health, just ER. Only ER healthcare.
Okay, so you could just go. So everyone can just go to the ER for free.
Yes, just don't give your social. Well, I'm not advocating this, right? Because this is not how. Nobody should do this. But if they were to do this, right? Don't give your social security, and then
you know what? How about you go try that out, bro?
Who knows? Maybe I have. Maybe that's why I know about this.
Did you just admit to committing fraud?
No, and I knew we were going there with this, which is why I didn't say I did. I just said I could have.
So you're saying you could have? You're saying you could have committed fraud?
I could have committed fraud that people do every day.
So you could. So did you or did you not commit fraud? Because I can say I did not commit fraud.
Okay, stop changing the topic because the point remains, right? It's a pathway that people could do, okay, and it's a pathway that people do a lot, right? Okay, is that fair?
No, I don't think we're going anywhere with this conversation at this point. And Jenny, I'll try to wrap this back into the broader topic. Your point was that you think that we shouldn't be providing emergency health care for undocumented immigrants?
No, I think we should. I think that they are a burden on the system.
Okay.
That's all.
So then what was the original reason why you brought this up? It was because you were trying to justify why the government's currently shut down?
No.
Then what was the original point?
The original point was that immigrants have a burden on the system, and that's just all I was trying to point out.
Okay, so what's your point of this? You agreed that they should.
No, I agree that it should, like, we look. I don't know how to solve the problem. Okay, I don't know how to solve it. Right, but what I do know is that they are a burden on the healthcare system. That's it.
Very
Okay?
small portion. Very small portion. Secondly, right, you think they
Well, it
should. You
depends
think they
on-
should be able to get access to it.
Yeah, obviously, dude. I'm fucking human.
Okay. People should have human rights. That's all you're saying. Okay. So then, given that that's the case, what's your point with this? Can we bring up like a point? Why do you like Trump's policy on immigration, for example?
Because he's reducing the burden on the healthcare system, in a way.
Reducing the burden on the healthcare system. In what way?
Yeah. By the deportations.
So deporting people you think reduces the burden on the healthcare system, right? Then let's think of it this way. Would you want to reduce the amount of immigrants coming to our country legally?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'd like them
Do you want to
legal.
reduce how many children we're having?
No, I see where you're going with this, dude.
Well, that would reduce the burden of
And
on our
at a
healthcare
base
system, right?
level, at a base level, I agree with you on the concept of more people in general to produce more of an economy. I agree with you there. Okay.
Okay, so then
But I
you
think we're not
disagree
doing
with
it the right
reducing
way.
immigration, and you disagree with it because of that reason. So
No, I
like
just think we're
it's
doing it
not
the wrong
because of
way.
the burden on the system. Okay, if you want to look at net burden, undocumented immigrants are not a net burden on our system. They net benefit our system.
Yeah, they do because they don't pay taxes, dude. I
They
understand that
do.
part.
They do.
No, they pay sales tax, dude. It's not.
Dude, we
it's
already
not
went over
the
this.
same.
It's more than sales. Why are you... Dude, I've already responded to this. Why'd you just say the same fucking bullshit lie I've already responded to? That's so
Alright, what-
dishonest.
If it's not more than sales tax, what is it then? What else is it?
I already told you, like through ITINs, they can specifically pay income.
I have no idea what. So if they start a business, then is that what you're talking about?
I'm saying
Because I
through
think
the,
is when they start a business, right?
not necessarily.
Okay. Okay. So I guess I was wrong about that. All right. So. Okay. So what ITIN they pay normal taxes like just all of us.
Yeah, they can. It's an individual tax identification number, and it literally is just used for them to pay a level of taxes. So there are certain types of taxes that are paid. Do they pay to the same degree in terms of percentage? That's not the claim. But it's still the case that they are paying taxes into the system.
Generally
Now, if you want
speaking-
them to pay more taxes into the system, provide them a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country, and they will pay more into the system.
No, Parker. Look, generally I agree with you, but like most people do not have ITINs. Okay, is that fair to say? Is that a fair statement?
I would have to look at the data. I'm not quite sure on the percentage of people
I mean,
specifically
like
that do.
this-
I just know that undocumented immigrants paid a lot in taxes, over $100 billion in 2022, for
Yeah,
example.
they pay sales taxes. They don't. But the
I'm
ITIN.
gonna go crazy.
Bro, but the ITIN fact that you stated, right? It's not like the norm. It's not like a thing that happens very often. Okay, I know people with ITINs. Okay, it's not very often. It's not like an often thing that happens. Okay. I don't know why you're just blankly staring at me, but
Because your point was just conjecture and bullshit, and you didn't actually respond to anything I said.
No,
You just
listen,
repeated the same
I
bullshit
did.
talking point I already responded to. They're just paying sales tax.
no, Parker.
I would
did
appreciate if
respond
you
to
actually engage with the points that I make. That'd be really appreciated.
Dude, I am. I just engaged with the ITIN part. What are you talking about?
No, you didn't. You just repeated the point that said that specifically they just pay sales tax.
Bro, you don't even have the statistics to back up your point, okay? And I'm just presenting.
I don't
the
need
other
to.
stuff.
I don't. What statistics did I need to back up the point that I made?
Yeah.
What statistic do I need to that I haven't provided about the point that I made?
The ITIN, the whole ITIN point, dude. Like,
Do you want me to
said
show you
that-
the statistic of $100 billion of taxes were paid in 2022 by undocumented
No,
immigrants?
I want you to prove that most people are under that system of tax paying.
I doesn't, dude. I don't have to know the percentage of people specifically in order to
I
know
know,
that
but
specifically
it's very
people are
low.
paying a lot to the system and that they're a net benefit to the system.
Parker,
We can
I'm
look at the
giving you
net
grace
costs
in
and we
this-
can look at the net benefits.
Parker, I'm giving you grace in this area. I understand that maybe there was not a high percentage of people in the I-10 category. Okay, I'm giving you grace in that area. Okay, I understand that. Okay, and you're going to search it up. Don't release the results because it's probably going to be in my favor. And let's just go with the assumption that it's, let's say 50%. Okay, all right, fair. It's probably cool.
Yeah, I can't find any specific data on the particular percentage.
Yeah, it's probably a good thing. It's a good thing because that means that they can't be found by the U.S. government. So,
No, it just means that we can't identify what percent specifically of undocumented immigrants have I-10s.
okay.
At least right off the bat, I have a new study claiming here that from the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy that undocumented immigrants, specifically, wait, hold up, research suggests that 11 undocumented immigrants in the U.S. file income taxes with I-10s. Yeah, so that would be over 50%. So the ITEP report says the best evidence suggests that at least 50% of undocumented immigrants currently file income tax returns.
All right, and most of them are probably on green cards, right? They're
So
probably following the law.
you just said don't read it off because it will probably go in your benefit, and then it didn't.
Well, I mean, I gave you leeway by saying 50%, so it kind of landed around that number, right? So.
Alrighty then. Okay.
All right,
Do you want to tell me like an economic policy you like of Trump's that he influenced to get passed?
Economic policy. Yeah, the deportations are opening up more jobs for specifically the uneducated population that we have.
I just told you it doesn't open up more jobs because it is a case that reduces demand within our economy, reducing the amount of jobs that exist.
No, I mean, like, look, you don't have a farm worker working the fields, right? Who's going to take that job up, right?
Well,
An American.
dude, you're not understanding that the person specifically who was doing that job was also demanding things which created more jobs within that economy.
Yeah, but the food is a basic resource that we all require. That's a job that needs to be there. That's a job that will always be there, right? And somebody is going to fill it. Period.
So if you're talking about jobs, that you have to look at the net jobs in the economy. Okay, you can't just look at the effect of immigration in terms of specifically just.
I'm looking at low skill labor.
Hey, dude, you have to look at the net effect on the jobs overall. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Does it make sense?
No, it makes sense, but I'm telling you that I'm only taking into perspective low skill labor jobs, right? That a lot of Americans.
Can you give me any data that reports on your specific claim?
Dude, farm jobs, easy, low skill.
No. Can you give me any data that indicates this?
Why do you need me to, dude? I'm not gonna pull up Google to search this shit up. Come on, you know this, dude.
Didn't you just ask me to do that?
Yeah, I did. And
So
you
go
did.
fucking do it. CK, thank you for your amazing. You asked me to do it while I'm hosting the stream, but you can't do it as a guest?
No, look, Parker, dude. Do you disagree with me? You think that it's?
I want you to go
not
find
gonna-
the source, bud. You asked
Easy.
me to do it.
Like what? You want
You
me
can
to
do the
search?
same, right?
Yeah. You're right. Yeah, I can.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't see good little boy.
Yeah, go do what I said.
All right, fine. I'll look it up. All right, fine.
Good boy.
We'll see. And then
Ryan, thank you for the £5. Thank you so much, Ryan. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All this, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Lady AJ, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Hand sanitizer, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Love you with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They don't need your social security. They use whatever your insurance is. Your insurance company has your information, so you don't need to put in your social security. I'm 19. I thought we all knew this is adults. Lol. Apparently not. BitB, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Erotica, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Libby, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, I've been in the ER so many times and never given up my SSN. And last time I was there, I was seeing Spanish. Thank you so much, Libby. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Team Random, thank you so much for the $5. And Murray, thank you so much. Really appreciate the €5. Thank you. Oh, I did see that. Yes, absolutely. How's your night in Ireland, D? How's your night? How's your night? Thank you, D. I really appreciate it. And Madeline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Madeline. I really appreciate it. Lars with the $40. Thank you so much. Every immigrant I know has an ITIN. Thank you. I really appreciate it. What'd you say? You cut out. I can't hear you. When you're out of the app, I can't hear you. Just letting you know.
No. So I looked it up. Construction.
Okay. You cut
food
out.
Service. And construction, food service, and landscaping.
No, but what's your source?
Google.
No, like Google's a search engine. What's the source you're looking at?
Dude, all right, fine.
Let's go let's get another person to help him out, everybody. Give him a second. Give him a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen.
It's a legit website, okay? And I don't know what else.
What's the title?
So if you were to Google that phrase, right, it would show you
what phrase?
What?
Google what title?
Jobs lost by immigration pauses.
And what's the title? What's the article from?
It's Google AI. That's now how it works.
Can you?
No, but it links to legit websites.
What did it link to? Tell me what it linked to.
I don't know, like some Center for Migration Studies of New York.
So what's the title?
I don't know, dude. If you just Google it, it'll show up in Google.
It doesn't show me the same AI. So just tell me the title of that article now.
Documented workers in high growth U.S. areas.
Say that again.
Undocumented workers in high U.S. growth occupations. Okay. So you know that I'm not lying.
CMS NY?
Yeah, some shit like that, yeah.
Alrighty. Let's see what it says. What was the claim that you made?
That basically these are occupations that are now being open to U.S. workers.
And where does it specifically make your point?
I mean, dude, the entire it was simplified by Google AI, but I mean the point remains.
What did the claim that AI made?
That the getting rid of illegal immigrants has opened up positions in these fields.
Net overall. Wait, so net over. So this isn't a source that says that net overall getting deporting people leads to more jobs within our economy, like from a net basis. That's not what it says.
Yeah, it's leading to more jobs.
All this is just like how many undocumented immigrants are in these different labor force, a different occupation.
In high occupation forces, okay. Dude, first of all, why did you even ask me what the article stated? Like, what are you testing my knowledge? Like, what?
No, I'm trying to find the particular point that you were claiming because none of this.
Okay, the point that I was trying to make is that it opens up more jobs to Americans.
Yeah, but the point that I was asking for in terms of a source was that net overall immigration reduces the amount of jobs, or I mean, deporting people increases the amount of jobs in our economy. And you'll find no source that says that, because it's a bullshit fucking dumbass claim, genuinely. Like, because if you have any type of understanding of economics, you know that people, when they come to our country, don't just bring supply, they bring demand.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that it's bringing these low-skill labor jobs to Americans who don't have much else going on in their lives. Like, they didn't go to college, they're not smart. They can now work these jobs. Right? That's the point I'm trying to make. I don't have a very high view of American workers. Okay? I don't think. I mean, dude. I mean, come on.
Do you think you're pretty smart?
Yeah, way smart.
How many branches of government are there?
Don't even try
What
this
are
with
they?
me, dude. Three.
What are they?
Executive, legislative, and judicial.
What are the two main aspects of the legislative branch?
What do you mean two main aspects?
Yeah, what are the two main aspects of the
Create
legislative
laws,
branch?
Create laws, right?
No. What are the two main aspects?
Of the legislative branch?
Yes. Not things they
To
do.
rule-
What are the two main aspects of it?
I guess rule on court cases. I mean, I have no idea where your question is.
The legislative branch, you think rules on court cases?
No, that's the judicial branch.
Okay, so specifically,
The legislative one, it creates laws.
yeah,
They
so
create
like,
them.
so what are the two main aspects? How about governing bodies of the legislative branch?
Drawing them up and then creating them into laws.
Yeah, what are the two main governing bodies of the legislative branch?
What do you mean?
Dude, wow, this guy's very smart. The House and the Senate, bro.
Bro, you're the one who's a little fucking sorry, I cursed. You're the one who's very knowledgeable about this area, right? So I have general knowledge on more topics than you do. So what? So the legislative branch, they create the laws. That's it. That's all I know.
What is 3 squared?
3 squared is 9.
Okay. You know what? That's great. I didn't expect. Can I ask you a few other questions? Like, do you think that immigrants coming to the country should have to take a civics test?
I'm not sure about that. No, I don't know.
Okay, interesting.
Possibly.
Interesting. Could you name me 3 Trump economic policies that he influenced to get passed?
Sure, I could.
Go ahead.
Good. Oh, you want me to state them?
Yeah.
Okay. Big Beautiful Bill. That's one. Probably canceling the policies set by Biden. That's probably 2.
That's not a policy.
Well, it's canceling one, so it's a policy enacted.
You
to
didn't even
cancel
say
it.
which policy he canceled.
Yeah, it's the Big Chips and Science and Act, right?
He didn't cancel the Chips and Science Act.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, okay. Well, does he even have 3 policies?
You're now asking me if he has 3 policies?
I feel like you're asking me a trick question. I feel like.
Dude, you think that Trump doesn't even have 3 policies?
I don't think he needs 3 policies, but I feel like you're asking.
You
me a
couldn't
trick
name
question.
more than 1, by the way, dude.
Okay, the one that was publicized. Okay.
You're pretty smart, man.
Yeah, I know. Man.
You were trying to call other
So
people
what?
low skill and say like, oh, people who are not very smart, who you look down upon, are going to be taking these jobs in the United States. But then, like, literally, you didn't know that the 2 main governing bodies of the legislative branch
Bro,
were
and the
the
same
House and the
people-
Senate.
bro, the same people who will apply to those jobs will not know the same questions you asked me. Okay, they probably would know half as much. Okay, I at least
you
answered.
didn't know if Donald Trump had 3 policies. You could only mention the big beautiful bill, and you're on a live right now arguing why you support him.
Yeah, dude,
and you know,
and you
even
think
Trump,
that,
even Trump doesn't think you're smart.
Parker, any of those other people who would take these jobs would not know the answers to those questions. Period.
How do you feel about that? Trump doesn't think you're smart.
Dude, I'm smarter than Trump, dude. Come on.
Smart people don't like me.
Well, you have to not like him in order to be smart, according to him.
Okay. All right, take one little soundbite. Okay, sure.
Smart people don't like me.
Okay, I don't know where you're trying to go with that. Okay.
But I'm just saying that, like, you know, like he himself, the cult leader that you're following, told you that it is the case that, you know, you shouldn't support him if you're smart, right? Because smart people don't like him, right? Intellectuals, people who are in like the, you know, who do peer-reviewed studies, who are like scientists, are professionals in the fields and intellectuals. They don't like Trump. I wonder why.
Okay, you think you're savvy with saying that? Or something?
Not really. I just think that I'm able to point out basic facts.
All right. Well, look. Dude says stuff that's off the cuff all the time. All right. And that was one of those examples. Okay. I don't think he actually. Maybe he did mean it.
You don't think what?
All right. So. All right. He's not wrong, man. It's easier to get that population on board with whatever you want to do. Okay. Right. Just like they can get into those jobs that
to get what population on whatever you want to do. I'm confused.
No, you're not confused. You know exactly what I mean.
I didn't. That's why I asked you the question.
No, you do know though. It's the lower skill level people, bro. Like they are easier to manipulate.
Such as yourself?
No, I'm not in that category. I'm.
Wait, no, but you said they're easy to manipulate, like how you were easily manipulated into voting for Trump.
No, I'm part of the.
Trump loves the poorly educated, right?
No, I'm part of the population which would not be impacted by his policies, period. Okay? Right.
You say that one more time, sorry?
I'm not part of the population that he would be, like, implementing policies against, okay?
Okay, so because you're in the in-group and you're benefited by Trump's policies, you say that, like, you don't care about the people who are negatively impacted by them?
No, I do care. It's just...
Okay, so you brought up the big, beautiful bill. Let's talk about that big, beautiful bill. That big, beautiful bill, according to the Congressional Budget Office, a bipartisan committee from the federal government, cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every month. 2.5 million people on average every month off their food stamps. Over 10 million people off their health insurance. Adds $3.4 trillion to the debt. Gives massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. And that's the policy you're saying is great? That's the only policy you could mention of Trump's?
Well, we're stopping the funding of it, right? So, like, it's not like all the worst parts that you just mentioned are not being enacted, right?
They are going to be. What do you mean they're stopping the funding for it? What are you talking about?
I mean, we have a divided Congress who's not supporting that bill, right? They're going to support Medicare, Medicaid, and all the healthcare shit, right? Fair?
No.
Yeah, they are. What are you talking about, dude?
No, the big beautiful bill was enacted, and this is going to happen.
Okay, but we have politicians in office right now who are preventing the Medicaid cuts. Is that
Democrats are trying to prevent further Medicaid and Affordable Care Act cuts. Okay, Republicans are trying to cut even more. The big beautiful bill has already been passed. It's already cut, right? Or it's going to cut by that time. So the cuts are still happening, right? Because it takes time. There's like specific time periods that it has within the bill. Like I'm pretty sure some of the cuts are meant to happen in 2027, 2028, near the end of his administration.
Yeah, but the whole point of this whole funding pause, right, is to ensure that it is funded, right?
The pause right now specifically, the reason why the government is shut down is because Republicans don't want to vote for the extra policies to fund the ACA and Medicaid, right, that already have been put in place.
So you're saying they're trying to cut it further than
the big
what it
beautiful
is.
bill, yeah. And Democrats are not willing to do that, right? So, but they are willing to specifically vote for the policy, given it is the case that it doesn't cut people off of this to the extent, because it's going to increase their health insurance premiums.
I mean, health insurance premiums are going up next year no matter what, right?
But it'll go up to a greater extent because of Trump. And it already has gone up. Like we would have a policy specifically to address this and address the rising healthcare costs through the context of the Democratic Party. Trump had concepts of a plan to address healthcare. All he brought up is cutting people off of their healthcare.
It's going up 200% next year, right? Is that fair?
It's going up what?
200%. I think
I was saying it was 75, around 75% specifically.
Oh, okay, so that's less than what I thought. But okay, well, yeah, man, I don't agree with that. I'm not sure what else to say. Like that is, dude, I don't even need this healthcare. I don't need this. I don't need this at all. Like it doesn't impact me whatsoever.
You don't need healthcare?
I don't need like the level. Like I can foot the bill of 200% more. It's not that big of a deal.
Okay, so
Yeah,
so
yeah.
because you could do it, you're okay with it, even though it's going to affect
No,
millions of other
I'm
people.
not saying that I'm. No, I that's the part that bothers me a little bit.
Yeah, given that it bothers you, why do you support it? Why was it the only policy you could mention of Donald
Because
Trump's that you support?
we're paying for these policies that we can't afford, man, and like this is just part of the pain that we have to go through.
No, we
to
don't.
finally-
No, we don't, because Trump signs off on more debt-related spending. In his first term, he signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending than the Biden-Harris administration. For this upcoming term, this one he's in right now, like his campaign plans comparative to the Biden or to the Harris administration campaign plans would do $4 trillion more on a central estimate. So Trump not only did $4 trillion more in his first term, but he's going to do $4 trillion more this term. And that takes into account all the different plans that they brought up.
I know, but in general, we have a deficit that's growing out of control, right? And there's only one way to really stop it. It's by
Supporting the
cutting
candidate that adds less debt, which would be the Democrats.
They would still add debt, though. They would still
But
add
less, but less comparative to
But
Trump.
less. Yeah.
So if you
Fine.
want less, well, isn't that what you were doing specifically through like the big beautiful bill? That's what you thought you were doing, at least, was less, even though it added debt, because the big beautiful bill in of itself adds $3.4 trillion to the debt. It doesn't reduce the deficit; it adds to the deficit.
All right, man. You're making a decent point. Okay, I see what you're saying. I hear you. And I guess, I mean, it's just factual what you said. So I guess, I'm forced to agree with you.
For sure.
And yeah.
Yeah, this guy is not bright. So according to budget.house.gov, Biden added 11.6 trillion to the deficit. If you want to talk about the deficit,
Well, you just cited a Republican partisan source. I cited a bipartisan Congressional Budget Office and Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. And also, you're talking about debts incurred under the administration. A lot of those debts incurred under the Biden-Harris administration, that was specifically because of the debts signed into law because of the Trump administration.
Right.
So,
So
did you do your research? Did you find out that you were that you were wrong?
Yeah, and yeah, even if I don't support Trump, it wouldn't mean I'm not going to stop being a Republican because we still have better policies.
So
We
you
care
agree you
about
don't support
citizens
Trump
over
anymore?
illegals.
You agree that you care about you don't support Trump anymore, right?
No, I still support him, but even if I didn't, I would still
So
continue
wait,
to
so
be a
you looked up all the
Republican.
things that I brought up, right?
Yeah,
Like the fact that
yeah.
he bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they
Yeah,
were
but
changing.
if you heard what he said, you know the media tends to take it out of context. And yes, I saw different videos, and he said the key word here is if she wasn't my daughter. So that changes the whole dynamics of his statement. And
Okay. Well, we might bring him up here in a bit. I'm going to continue our conversation with cancel culture real quick, though. Sorry, cancel culture. I apologize. It was a guest from earlier. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add or go over?
Yeah, I think you made a point on the deficit, which I'll agree with you there. I don't think you made a strong case for immigration.
Okay. So I guess what do you disagree with me in terms of immigration?
I do think it brings jobs to people who would normally not have jobs. Right.
Okay. Well, the reality is that actually more people coming to our country will increase the amount of jobs we have because it increases the size of the GDP. The immigration surge that happened under the Biden-Harris administration will lead to an $8.9 trillion increase in the GDP by 2034, according to the Congressional Budget Office.
Okay, but you're leaving out the fact that it's opening up new jobs to people who would not have been privy to those jobs, previously.
Actually, so again, what you're not understanding is that because our economy is smaller, there are less jobs overall that are open comparative to what there would have been otherwise.
Yeah, I know, but but Parker, you're still leaving out that you're leaving out a population of the people who these jobs would be where they could, find employment in.
Listen to this. If you were to remove 5 million citizens, right, from our country, just say that they Thanos snapped out of existence, would that increase the amount of jobs that people could get access to?
It would. Yeah, I think so. I think it would. Yeah.
So actually, no, it wouldn't, because all of those Americans demand goods and services, meaning that all the demand that they had is specific on business. Think about this. You have a person, they always go and they get pizza. Every single day, they get pizza. They eat that every single day. They always go to the same pizza shop. That pizza shop, they have a constant revenue stream from that person always coming into the store. That person, not there anymore. Their revenue stream declines.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the pizza shop. I'm talking about things like building houses and
think about it this way, because they also demand houses. They live in a house, right? They're gone, right? There's now more houses open on the market, right?
Okay.
You'd say there's more houses open on the market, but what's the issue? There's now less people working within the economy producing those houses, right? So you see how there's counteracting aspects of the economy that still lead towards there being the same equilibrium. Like if you were to remove 5 people from the country, you're removing their demand and you're removing the supply that they provide.
Yeah, but the demand is driven by U.S. Americans looking for houses. It's not driven by immigrants.
It is.
Right?
Immigrants coming to our country do drive the prices in different ways, right? They drive the prices. They drive prices in certain ways because they provide housing in terms of building it, and because they are demanding houses.
Yeah, but Parker, it's not at the same level. It's not at the same level. It's they.
Well, then what you have to provide is that it's at a distinct level insofar as that it causes inflation. or that it causes worse conditions in the market. So you have to provide
No,
a
it
study
doesn't.
that would say that,
You-
because theoretically speaking, we have factors that are going both ways. We don't know the proportionality of which way it goes if we do not have a study to show that. If you have at least an incentive that it goes both ways, then you don't know.
No, sure, you're right about that. Okay, you're right. I don't have a study that I can just present to you and prove this point. I don't have one. Okay, but it's just based on like what I see on a day-to-day basis. Okay, and I don't know, man. I think I think you're wrong about this, dude.
I know I'm not. And the reason why I know I'm not is because it is
You
the case
also
that I
don't
can
have-
look at the overall evidence and I can look at the data and I can see that immigration benefits our society.
No, I agree with you that they benefit us on a general level. Okay, I agree with you there. Okay, but what I'm saying is that we have a population of unskilled laborers who don't have a job, right? And they can be employed by these type of roles. Like they can easily enter the workforce.
If they don't have a job right now, it's because of the fact that the economy is doing so bad that the labor market is ass. That's the reality. Because actually, right now, the jobs report was so bad that Trump fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because he claimed the information coming out of the Bureau of Labor Statistics was politically biased information.
Another fair point. Okay, I'll give you that as well. Okay, I agree with you there. But like, dude, at some level, you have to agree that like, dude, we have a whole population of unskilled labor force that we have to create jobs for. Okay, right? We have them. They exist. They're here. Okay.
Yeah, so
They're
when
not
there's lower domestic manufacturing investment in this country, that reduces the amount of jobs that they can have access to. When we have lower real
No, I'm not
GDP growth,
saying-
that reduces
I'm
the
not
amount of jobs
saying-
that they can have access to. When we have higher inflation, that reduces the amount of jobs that they can have access to. When we have higher unemployment rate, that reduces the
No,
amount
I'm
of
not
jobs they'll have
saying
access to.
manufacturing is the only low skill labor job. Okay, it's one of them. It's not the only one. Okay, there's other things like landscaping, for example. Right, that's one. Right.
You're
Low
just
skill.
telling me different types of fields that people work in. I'm not disputing people work in those fields. What I'm saying is that you don't have any good evidence indicating that more overall jobs would be open in any of these specific fields simply because of the deportations of undocumented immigrants.
Parker, I just looked it up for you. I just showed you the evidence. I showed you that. I showed you that
didn't.
article.
No, you didn't. You just told me how many undocumented immigrants were in those certain sectors. You are not telling me how many jobs would be there or not there depending upon undocumented immigrants being in the country or not being in the country, because you're not taking into account the amount of demand specifically that they're providing for those goods and services. I don't think there's any other thing I could say to convince you at this point, and I don't feel any need to go through this continually because I don't think it's going to get to you. Like, I'm genuinely telling you what there's evidence for, and you're saying, I just don't feel like it. Like, and I guess I just don't know how to get past that.
No, I'm looking at the figures that you're stating. I also just provided some figures that I found randomly. Okay, I hear what you're saying. And on a general level, for multiple topics that you have brought up, I agree with you. I just think that this is one of them that you're not right about. You know.
Okay. Was there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
No, I think that's about it.
Okay, for sure. Well, I appreciate you coming up, man.
All right, man. Take it easy. Bye.
Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual, everybody. We're probably going to do one more debate here for today, everybody. Probably going to do one more debate. Feisty, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Feisty. I really appreciate it. Leslie with the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Jennifer and Leslie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. The Little Dog Shop, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for all of them in the comment section right now? Let me thank some people on YouTube as well, and then we're going to go on to the next person here real quick. Erotica, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ryan, thank you for the €2. Thank you. Jonna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Ian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe. He probably is, honestly, Jonna, to be honest. Allison, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Ryan, thank you for the £5. Thank you. Altheos, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up on YouTube. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me on YouTube Super Chat. If you're on the YouTube stream, make sure to hit that like button. Everyone hit that thumbs up. We have like 2,100 likes right now. Let's try to get to 3,000 before we end it for today, everyone. I would really, really, really appreciate that, everyone. Let's try to get to 3,000. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
Are you driving?
No, sir.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. Why so?
The main reason is I find myself, more in a middle party with a slight lean to the right. My lean to the right comes from just the simple fact that I make more money under the Trump administration, which obviously sounds selfish, but I'm gonna, put the priorities of myself and my family over, I don't know if that makes sense.
Sure. I mean, do you make income over $400,000 in a year?
Right now I'm making around 20 to 40K a month. Trump is very pro crypto.
You don't make
which
enough. Then.
Helps me. I don't make enough for what?
You don't make enough to be affected by the taxes very much. The only income that's going to be taxed at a higher rate is your income over 400K. So if you're making 20K a month, you're not making 400K in a year. You have to make at least 30K in a month, right, in order to be able to be near that, right? Specifically, would be $1,000 in a day. $1,000 in a day would be $365 across the entire year, right? So you're still not even making the 400K there. And again, only your income over 400K. So if you made 450,000, only 50,000 of that is taxed at the slightly higher percentage.
Okay, well, the first month Trump was in office, I cleared over 70K that month. He's so pro crypto, and not to mention the amount of money made off of the Trump and Melania coins that were released.
Wait, dude, you're making money off of what's it called? Capital gains then, right?
I day trade. I don't trade technically crypto. Crypto is more like an investment, but I trade.
So then you do capital gains. So if you pay capital gains, then it is the case that you're paying even lower tax rates. Your taxes would only go up once you hit $1 million. So you don't make $1 million yet. You haven't made $1 million yet. No. In a year, so you wouldn't even have higher taxes. I'm serious. You would have the same tax rate.
Okay, but why I make more under the Trump administration is because of just how pro crypto he is. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know exactly what policies he's passed to increase crypto, but I know for sure that he is slowly increasing crypto.
So because crypto just went up in valuation under his administration, you're saying you would support him over Kamala Harris just because it went up?
Yes, that's what I said. Yeah, it sounds selfish, but I'm gonna, prioritize the future of myself and my family over, some if I have to give up, because like I said, I find myself more middle.
So are you saying you wouldn't be able to make money if Trump wasn't in office?
That's not true, but I would not be making as much as I make right now.
Is it that much of a distinction where it really matters that much? If you're already making that much money, you can take care of your family. You'll be fine.
Correct. But under the Biden administration, I think I was making 5 to 20K a month, I think is the range I was in, which obviously that could come with just me being in it longer and having more skill.
That's kind of like what I would
think.
But
from just from the people that I've engaged with in, the trading and crypto communities, as well as just my personal experiences in the crypto area since Trump has been in office, I've made an indescribable amount more money than I did under the Biden administration. Which, like I said, there is certain things that I support from both. I think both of them have more. That's why I consider myself more a middle party. It's just with Trump's pro crypto policies, I make more.
Okay, let's see how far you go with this. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him outside of the context of crypto, given that he has this particular quote-unquote pro-crypto perspective?
Yes, for sure. I'm a Christian, which obviously it's fine if you're not a Christian, but in the Bible, there are 3 different sets of laws. In the civil law, it says more than twice that if you unalive someone, then your consequence is unalive. So that would be the one thing I can't stand for, is if you were to unalive somebody, I wouldn't be able to stand for that. That at that moment, I would switch. No questions in my mind.
Well, he did extrajudicially, without due process, murder multiple boats of people off the coast of Venezuela, 4 boats of people specifically, right, where they had no evidence that they had drugs. It was international waters, meaning we didn't have jurisdiction, right, and he authorized the drone strike.
Okay, so what was was there evidence found that there was illegal substances on the boat afterwards?
None.
None? So they was just
No evidence.
innocent people that were just taken out?
Seemingly. And they claim they're not innocent. They claim that they were like trying to, move drugs. But like the idea is that even if they were, you have to wait until they get into the U.S. jurisdiction, and they don't deserve the death penalty, right? They would,
Yes, I agree.
like if they had DRUGS, you specifically like if it was F drug or something,
Yes.
right? In that scenario, you arrest them once they get into U.S. waters. You don't drone
Correct.
strike them. To me, that sounds like they're trying to cover up an operation where they literally murdered fishermen.
Okay, yeah, that is not something that I can agree with. I had not heard about that, but I don't, that's another thing is that, like with the whole death penalty, I don't like, obviously people who commit certain crimes such as, rape should be punished. I don't agree with the death penalty for them just because, as I said in the Bible, it just says the only time unaliving is permitted is if somebody has committed that act against someone else. But I did not know that this had happened under the Trump administration.
Yeah, so it seems like you would not support him because of that, right?
Yeah, yes, it would seem that way.
Okay, for
things
sure.
might go differently next election for me.
Okay, for sure. Well, if you come around that election time, maybe stop in. I'll probably be doing why do you support JD Vance? It's probably going to be the candidate lives, but
Yes, sir.
hopefully you won't support him. But yeah, no, at least we got you not to support Donald Trump because of that. Because one thing I would say with JD Vance is that he supports those killings.
Yes, sir. Yeah, for
So, yeah.
sure. Definitely. Just thank you for the increased education. Appreciate
Of
you
course.
letting me out.
Appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, man.
Of course. You too.
Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Dean still isn't live today. Let me actually text him and be like, yo, when are you going live? When do you plan? Alrighty. He fell asleep, maybe. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everyone's trying to get to 3,000 likes. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Dean's responding real quick. Oh, he's waiting for me to wrap up. Oh, Dean, I can get off. I'm already 4 hours. Yeah, you can get on. I'm near 5. I was honestly waiting for you. That's so funny. Alrighty. Maybe I'll join up Dean's stream for a little bit. He said he'll be ready soon. He'll let me know. It shouldn't be long, he said. You, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do, yeah.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who'd you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
And why is that? They just left? Okay. All right. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. I'm going to do one more debate here, and then I'm going to post my YouTube videos. Take a second, and then I'll be back on maybe joining co-host for Dean for a little bit until my girlfriend gets back. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I voted for him, but a little more indecisive as of recent actions. But
So if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris with the knowledge that you have right now, would you either vote for Trump or Harris?
at this moment, still Trump.
Okay, why so?
I think his foreign policy has obviously, as of recent events and history, has been, I think whether you're Democrat or Republican, is pretty impressive. But
Okay. By the way, your mic is just a little bit muffled. Just letting you know. And did you say his
Okay.
foreign policy? So what about his
Yeah.
foreign policy?
I mean, just the fact that he creates a lot of peace. It seems like with Israel, Palestine, Russia, Ukraine, North Korea in his first term. Yeah, seems like he's creating a lot of peace and negotiations. But
Okay. So Russia. You said Russia, Ukraine, North Korea, and then Israel, Palestine. So there's a few things here. With Israel and Palestine, it is the case that he actually extended the conflict because it is the case that there was a ceasefire at the end of the Biden administration, and because Trump was running on not a ceasefire and instead finished the job, right? Israel pulled out, right, and they continued their onslaught, right, and then specifically now that they realize that they aren't really getting anywhere, essentially the idea is that they have now come to the table specifically for a ceasefire. So that's actually just like more evidence that like Trump extended the conflict. And then secondly, for Russia, Ukraine, I think Trump also extended that because he pulled out funding for Ukraine, which benefited Russia because he thought he was going to get a deal with Putin, which was obviously false. He didn't get a deal, which extended that conflict because now he's pro-Ukraine and thinks he can get back the entirety of Ukraine that was stolen from them in the very first place, which was the position of the Democrats. So if they kept the funding up in the very first place and they never pulled out the funding, well, we'd be in a better position right now to defend Ukraine. And then thirdly, there was North Korea. We didn't really get anything from North Korea, so I don't know why you'd bring that one up.
I mean, we didn't get anything per se, but there was a lot of civil unrest and a lot of nuclear threats, I guess, coming from North Korea.
Yeah, but we didn't really get anything. Like the engagements with Kim Jong-un specifically still led to the same disagreements they had. Like they were still testing things. They were still testing missiles, right? He still called them Rocket Man.
Okay, I mean, but you still think what he did was like a non-factor?
I'm sorry, your microphone is really hard to hear you.
Can you hear me?
It sounds like very, very muffled.
Can you hear me?
So I can hear you, but it's like it's mumbly almost.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that, but
I can try to make out what you're saying, but it's just a little bit hard, I guess.
so you think what he did in North Korea was essentially useless?
Yeah.
Why is that?
We didn't get anything. What did we get?
Have you heard anything from North Korea since?
We have. They have been testing things. They've been still
Okay.
like doing the missile tests.
I mean, I'll have to look into that. I just haven't personally heard anything since the initial, I guess, peace treaty not treaty, but peace talks with North Korea. But I'll have to look into what they've been doing lately. But
Yeah, and I would also say that he leads to more conflict on the world stage, not only the trade wars, but also the fact that he bombed Iran. He's been bombing both off of the coast of Venezuela, right, where we don't have jurisdiction over, without due process, literally just murdering, it seems like fishermen, because there's no evidence they were drug boats.
again, I'll have to look into that myself. But what else do I have? I guess I don't always agree exactly with his immigration policy, but I know you have a stance of an open border, and I think that's very stupid. But
I don't have a stance of an open border, but what was stupid about my particular position?
I just think that not knowing who's coming in and out of your country is highly irresponsible. But
Yeah, and that's why I think that we should have a faster and quicker legal immigration process to incentivize people to go through said legal immigration process so that more people would be vetted. And for anyone who's in the country undocumented who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime, they should be given a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country, because inevitably it will lead to more people who are in the country undocumented going through the vetting process. So under my system, more people will be vetted, whereas under your system, more people will stay in the country undocumented and will continue to hide and not identify themselves to authorities, because it is the case that they will get deported.
so you're saying there should be essentially no punishment for breaking into the country?
I don't think that they should have any type of punishment, given that they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, because inevitably the set of scenarios that I'm advocating for would lead to more people being vetted. And also, like, if we had a quicker legal immigration process, it would be the case that there would be that they would have been allowed into the country anyway. So the reason why people are coming to the country undocumented is because our current legal process takes too long. We can enforce the law in that type of way, right? As soon as we have a system that like actually has legitimate rules in the very first place. If it takes multiple years on average in order to be able to get this country legally, plus $10,000 plus, like I think that's way too much to ask for someone specifically, right? So again, if someone came to the country undocumented, they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, our legal processes, given that they went through the legal processes, would not have restricted them from coming to the country in the very first place. We get no benefit from deporting them. We only lose.
I mean, I think the reason why they're coming in the first place is the lack of punishment, as they know that they're going to get in here without any real repercussions.
Well, there was punishment under the Biden-Harris administration. They got deported. Under the Obama administration, they got deported. Right? There were high levels of deportations under the Obama administration, under the Biden administration.
What would you classify as high levels?
Yeah. Under the Obama administration, I'm pretty sure it was 3.1 million people over 8 years, which is around the same trend as Trump. A little bit less. It's pretty much the same. The distinction really between Obama and Trump is the level of due process involved. Obama used a slightly higher level of due process.
So you think we should have overall more immigrants coming to the United States? That's your stance, correct?
I think more immigrants should come to the United States, yeah. I think we need faster, quicker legal immigration processes. I think immigration is really important. The Congressional Budget Office indicates by 2050 we will have a declining population because our fertility rates have been below replacement rates since like the 70s mostly. Well, some points have been a little bit above, but mostly since the 70s.
Yeah, no, that actually, if that's true, I mean, I'll have to look into it, but that would kind of, I guess, refute my claim because I think if we have too many people, obviously we have a finite amount of space. In the United States, obviously there's not an infinite amount of space. So
no, I mean, I don't think we have a space issue.
Why do you say that?
Because there's so much space. I mean, there's a lot of barren land in the U.S. Genuinely, like in between cities, like you go through some areas there's nothing, right? Like maybe I'm saying that because I live in California, but also when I grew up in Iowa, there's relatively a lot of that, especially because there are places in Iowa, especially in the farmland areas, where the government literally pays them to not use the land.
Why would we destroy farmland?
Well, I'm not saying to destroy farmland. I'm just saying that there's plenty of areas where we can.
I mean, I live in Iowa.
Right? And also,
too,
by the way, like for example, where I grew up, they are going over a lot of the farmland and they're replacing with houses. That is what's happening. Like realistically, like where they're building out the communities.
So that's horrible.
That's not horrible. That's great. What?
Why would you want to lose more farmland?
That farmland was barely used anyway. Like, it was useless comparative to what we have it is using now. Like, it's way more useful to have communities there than it is to have that little bit of farmland because it's corn, right? Like, we have so much other space for corn in Iowa, right? And people want to live in those areas. That's why it's more profitable to build houses rather than to have farmland on that area.
So you're just gonna keep digging away at the farmland slowly. Where do you draw the line?
Well, in those areas, that's the reality of what's happening. I mean, that's not just happening there; it's happening all across the country.
So increasing population and decreasing food supply. That makes plenty of sense to me.
You're misunderstanding. Corn, right, isn't specifically, especially most corn in Iowa, isn't all just used for like for human consumption. Actually, most of it is animal consumption.
Exactly. That still leads to food, to more food.
I'm not disputing that, right? But the small level of increase in supply of corn is not enough to justify the specific amount of money that you would lose in terms of opportunity cost to use that land for like either businesses or houses. Now, in terms of specifically like doing farmland, we still have enough space for farmland. I'm just telling you, this is what's happening.
I'm aware it's happening. I live in Iowa as well.
So what was I? What were you disputing here? Like the reality of the matter is that like we have enough space in the U.S. We're not lacking in space. There are plenty of areas in the United States where people can go to. I'll give you examples here in L.A. Right? If you move out towards like the outer areas of L.A., L.A. is very, very large. Right? It becomes mostly desert. Just desert. Right? It's not the only place in the United States that's like that. A lot of other places, it's not even farm. It's literally just desert. right? Or it's just like nothing, right? So a lot of places we can build out in, and we can always build up too.
We could, but that would.
I
take a lot
actually
of-
think that's something that we need to do. We need to build up,
I agree.
especially
I
in
agree.
cities. Like in order to increase the housing supply, the only logical way to increase the housing supply is to build up to some degree. But I mean, with single family homes, you can only go so far, right? We obviously do need more single family homes as well, but we also need more like renting places people can go to. People, you know, you have like townhomes. We need more stuff in places where people want to live, all right, and that can take into account more people in a smaller amount of area, which oftentimes means you go up.
Yeah, I agree, and I'd say I think a pretty smart way to go about it. But no, I just think, are you pro-environment, I presume?
Yeah, I am. Oh, I mean, like obviously, like we have extents to things, but I think that we need to address the like environmental catastrophe that is climate change, because that relates to like if you care about agricultural production will be diminished in the world because of differences in climate conditions that lead to differences in agricultural output.
Can you say that again?
Yeah,
Can you say that one more
differences in
time?
climate change the difference in agricultural production. So if agricultural output and production is reduced in certain areas around the world, that's going to be harmful towards our global food supply.
So do you think putting more housing on prairies, cornfields, helps or hurts the environment?
Well, I mean, it depends on the context. Like in some connotations, it could be harmful to the environment. In other ways, we're already just building on places that we've already done that with. Farmland, that's already happened with, right? They already took over that land and they specifically repurposed it into farmland. So repurposing some farmland specifically into that, right? That's okay.
So doing more is going to help or hurt? You said with what we already have, okay, you can say that already, but...
Sorry, what'd you say? I can't make out what you're saying at all.
So doing more is going to help or hurt? Because you said we already have done some, so okay, that's not, you can't really take that back, but doing more is going
to some degree, it could be harmful. It depends on the context. I don't know the areas. It depends on the area we're in.
Yeah. Okay, well that's... So you at least agree with me to some extent.
Yeah, I'm not saying that like I won't do anything because it has, you know, like some negative impact on the environment. Obviously, we have like civilization. In order to build civilization, right, there is some level of destruction to the environment that happens within that process. I'm just talking about finding more regenerative ways, better ways, right, more restorative ways, right, specifically to engage in that, right, which would require regulation and other things like that. I'm not saying that we don't engage in civilization.
Yeah. Okay. What else? Out of curiosity, I don't know whether you can disclose this or not, but what part of Iowa were you from?
QC.
Let's see. Okay. Yeah. That's nice. Did you grow up there?
Yeah, I grew up there. I live in LA now.
And I'm from rural north central Iowa, so originally, but I'm in the Des Moines area now.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with rural Iowa. Like one thing I would say about especially rural Iowa is there's a lot of people moving out.
Oh yeah.
Right? Like I go back
to
to the town my dad grew up in, and it almost seems barren. Right? There's so many less people there, right? The school systems aren't as full as they used to, even when my parents were kids, you know? And that is showing that like we can have people move into the communities that exist in the United States that already exist, that have now become barren to a greater extent, because it is the case that people are moving into the larger cities.
Yeah, I agree. Yes, I mean I'm more moderate than anything. I've always been pretty moderate, but yeah, I guess I've leaned right as of lately. But
yeah, I mean I understand being moderate. I would say that like if someone's moderate, they should be against Trump. I think Trump is extremely extreme. Like he's overwhelmingly extreme. He incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol. Right, pardon the violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots. He called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. His big, beautiful bill cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every month. Adds $3.4 trillion to the debt. Cuts 2.5 million people off their off of food stamps on average every month, and over 10 million people off their health insurance. I mean, these policies don't seem very moderate. These policies seem vastly extreme to me. He's also... Go ahead.
And I think part of, I speak for myself, but reasons why people voted for Trump was partially because of his extremism. Because I think it seems like not a whole lot's been getting done in the government. It seems like over the past, even his first term, where there's just a lot of small changes. But I think part of the reasons why people voted for him in the first place was he has at least the balls to pull the trigger and make some changes, whether that's good or bad. Obviously, he's done some good and some bad, but I think that's part of the reason why people wanted him in the first place. But
Well, then why doesn't he do that with the Epstein files? Why didn't he do that with repealing and replacing the ACA, draining the swamp, rebuilding the wall? I can keep going. Like, there's so many things he didn't do this with. He's selective with what he does that for. And it seems like right now he cares more not about reducing crime, but really about seeing the extents in which he can take his authority and power. Because, for example, with the National Guard, he's sending the National Guard to areas he knows he can't. The governor has not consented to it, and he can't send them there. If he wants to address high violent crime areas, he can go to a bunch of the red states that have high violent crime areas, and he would be able to go there because he has consent from the governor. But he's deciding to go to areas in which he does not have the consent for. Why? Why is he choosing to do that, knowing that there's going to be some type of constitutional problem when he does it? He's trying to see the extent in which his authority can take him. He's trying to see what he can get away with.
yeah, no, and that's kind of, again, I mentioned it right when I first joined, is why I'm a little more hesitant toward supporting of Trump as of late with some of the recent events. But I guess, yeah, I agree with most of my stances on immigration, but I think he hasn't been giving people due process, which again has kind of swayed me a little bit on his immigration policy. But
Yeah. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about or add before I get off for today?
I don't think so.
No? Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up, man.
Yeah, good talking with you.
Good talking to you as well. All right, everyone, I'm going to say thank you to some people, and then I'm going to get off for today. Everyone, thank you, everyone, for coming through today. Tilo, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Cecilia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. And Kelly with the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Kelly. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Kelly in the comment section right now. Thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, Kelly. As well as let me catch up on YouTube real quick. By the way, everyone, I would really recommend, or actually, Dean's going to be on in 3 minutes, everyone. Just letting everyone know. He said 3 minutes, if not less. So don't worry, everyone. Dean's just about to hop on. I would recommend following me here on TikTok because I'm on my second account right now. I'm going to be here for the next week because I got banned here on my main account, which is fucking insane and ridiculous. CK, thank you for that. You're amazing. Absolutely ridiculous. So we're going to be here for the next week on TikTok. I would also recommend to go on to my YouTube, Parker Get a Job. That's honestly the best place to see me because I don't get banned there as much. Ryan, thank you for the €2. Erotica, thank you so much for the $5. Manny, thank you for the $2. And Fumblin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, TK. I really appreciate the fireworks. Thank you. All right, everyone, I'm going to get off right now. I will see everyone tomorrow. I will probably be on later in the day. Probably starting around like 5 p.m. Pacific time, whenever Dean is going to get off tomorrow. But I'll see everyone later. I might join Dean's Live for some co-hosts later on here for a little bit before my girlfriend gets back. But I'm going to post some YouTube videos right now. I'll see everyone later. Good night, everyone. Or good day, everyone.